Hello, everyone. This is the Theodore Schubot Friday live stream. I'm your host, Theodore Schubot, and we will be kicking off the weekend by listening to a complete and total stranger talking for the next 5 to 6 or maybe 7 hours. We will be discussing the really downfall of the Zelensky government, the internal decay of Ukraine, the rise of anti Semitism, and we will also be discussing the rise of the Judeo-Turkish war that is currently looming in the Eastern Mediterranean and also in the Near East. We will also be discussing the rise of European militarism, German militarism, and the war within Mexico between the government and the cartel. Supposed war. We don't really know how much of this is all just smoke and mirrors to make us think that Mexico is actually purging its corruption. But we will be discussing this as well. We will also be discussing a potential coup against the Zelensky government by the Ukrainian far right. That is also another interesting topic of discussion, and it's been discussed quite a few times over the years. But, well, it looks like a coup is something that is not impossible. We'll just put it that way. But I'll begin the stream by saying hi to everyone, and we will begin. All right. We're going to have a good stream. We'll have a fun stream. Last week we had a good stream, albeit it was a kind of bumpy a little bit on certain moments, but we'll have a good stream for this Friday. And we'll be good. This channel has grown quite a lot over the months. And right now we are at 21,714 subscribers. We are nearing 22,000 subs for this channel. And I mean, this channel is doing pretty good. I've never had a channel this big before. Before starting this YouTube channel, the biggest channel that I had, the channel that had the most subscribers had, I want to say, was it like 6,000 or 7,000 or 8,000 subs or something like that, between 6 to 8,000 subscribers. I think it was at yeah, maybe somewhere around there. And YouTube got rid of that channel because I said something about Israel, God forbid. So, whatever, that's in the past. But yeah, this channel is nearing 22,000 subscribers, and hopefully we can grow that number. And don't forget, guys, I hate to say it, but it does indeed help the live stream, and it does indeed help this channel. But giving this stream a like gets the algorithm to spread this channel to more people, thus potentially growing the channel even more. So, give this stream a like if you can, and let's go. All right, everyone. So, hello, Prince Zachariah. Hello, Mr. Sweet. I have your tobacco here, by the way. You gave me a wonderful Christmas present. You gave me 2 different types of tobacco, so I will be trying them. I have not smoked these tobaccos. I wanted to try them for the first time on stream and give you my review, but I won't be smoking until the latter part of the stream because I want the stream to be mainly about politics, but I don't want this stream to be a nicotine-fueled stream, not entirely at least. I do like the latter parts of the stream to be more stimulant-induced, so to speak. It makes the stream always a lot more interesting. So I like my streams to have a certain rhythm. So we begin the stream just slowly, we're warming up the mind, and then after the first hour my brain is pretty warmed up, and then things are more fluid, my articulation are more fluid, and then by the latter part of the stream I'm very relaxed. I take a smoke or a drink, and then we have a latter part of the stream that is influenced and inspired by nicotine and or alcohol. So that's always fun, but I will be reviewing your tobaccos later on in the stream. But I just wanted to thank you for your present. It's always delightful. So it says here, I have a meeting coming up in 5 minutes. Okay, then come home to feed my dog on a Christmas dinner to attend later on this evening, but we'll try to join your chat and watch later tonight. No worries, sir. Enjoy your Christmas party. Hello, Mr. Goldfield Huang. Let's go. That's right. T minus T Theo minus 1. Yeah. Ted has the most passionate supporters. Yeah, we do. We have some pretty passionate people in the chat, like always. So it says here, let's go. Get him. Appreciate that, Mr. Kuzik. Hell yeah, brother. Absolutely appreciate that, Mr. Huang. Looking forward to learning the Russian language and Cantonese. Awesome, Mr. Klaus Schwab Hubris. Hello, Prince Edgar. Yeah, 21K. I think this is the most subs I've seen you at. Yeah, 100,000 views on your last video. Yeah, it's pretty insane. And I didn't expect that at all, really. Hello, Ortho Christos. Always very pleasant to see you here. You will soon have a target on your back. You know the drill. Yep. Well, we are already in. We are deep into the danger zone on YouTube. Once you get, and I've said this many times, but I'll say it again because it's always fun to talk about this. But when you reach 5,000 subscribers on YouTube, you are in what I like to call the danger zone. So in other words, if you have 1,000 subscribers, you can talk about pretty controversial subjects without much worry about getting a strike or a penalty from the YouTube moderating system. If you have 3,000 subs, you could get penalized, but it's pretty unlikely because you don't have really, at that point, the chances of you having enemies is not very high because if you have 3,000 subs, your videos on average are getting anywhere from, let's say, 10 views to possibly 1,000 subscribers, or 1,000 views, right? So if you have 1,000 subscribers, your core audience is going to be somewhere around 100 to 200 people. You could get up to 1,000 views or more, but that's very unlikely. If you have 2,000 subscribers, your average view count is going to be anywhere from 100 views to maybe 300 views, maybe 400 if you're lucky, maybe 2,000 if you are even more lucky. If you have 3,000 subscribers, your views are going to go up, generally speaking, but they're only going to go up by a very small degree. You're going to have anywhere from 100 views to 2,000 views, maybe more if you are lucky, but that's very unlikely. Once you get to that 5,000 subscriber point, that 5,000 subscriber threshold, then you're going to get anywhere from, on average, 300 views to 500 views. And if you're lucky, you're going to get 1,000 views. 1,000 views is really good if you have 5,000 subscribers. That's a lot for you if you have 5,000 subs. You could get 50,000 views for a video, but that's going to be a one-off sort of thing. Now, when you're in the 5,000 subscriber zone, you are in what I like to call the danger zone, because that's where you're going to have more views. And once you have a lot more views, as opposed to when you had 3,000 subscribers or 2,000 subscribers, you have enemies. And you could have one enemy. So out of 500 people who are going to be watching your videos, you could have just one enemy. That one enemy is going to be looking for anything that you say to misinterpret so that he could report you to YouTube and accuse you of spreading hate speech. And that's where you enter that zone where it becomes more likely that you're going to get penalized for saying controversial stuff. So right now, we are bordering on 22,000 subs, which means we are even deeper into the danger zone. The chance that one of my enemies is watching this stream is very high. And someone is watching this stream looking for anything that he can interpret or misinterpret as hate speech. So he could report me onto YouTube, and then YouTube could say, yeah, our AI system has detected hate speech, even though I don't spread hate speech at all. But the AI says that you're spreading hate speech, so we're going to trust the AI and not a human brain, and then they're going to penalize you, and you're going to get a 1-week suspension. And then if you get penalized again, it's a 2-week suspension. And then if you get penalized again, your account becomes non-existent. They destroy your account completely. And then from there, who knows what I'll do. You know, I think if YouTube terminates this account, I'm just going to go onto Rumble, because at that point, it would just be ridiculous to try to get back onto YouTube. So, guys, I know most of you have not done this, but please go onto my Rumble, TShubot, and subscribe to my Rumble, because there is a very, very high chance that this channel is going to be destroyed. And so if you want to continue to follow my work after that point, then you will be able to do so on Rumble. Just saying. All right. Let's see. Hello, Vokes. Yep. Hello, Salorm Bloomer. I may smoke the Christmas blend tonight too. Depends on if I am still awake. All right, sir. Enjoy it. Let's see. When are the hats gonna attack me? They've been attacking me for a long time. If people only knew the full story of my struggle with Israel and the Israel lobby, they would know what I've gone through, and they'll know where my mentality comes from. Because for a very long time in the year 20, really going back to the year 2018, I was in a massive war with Zionists who were in my circle. And I went through a smaller version of what Charlie Kirk was going through and what Candace Owens was going through at one point in time when she was working in the Daily Wire. She had a fight with Ben Shapiro and all that stuff. And I was working with a bunch of Zionists. We were supposed to be supporting Israel and all that stuff. And I eventually, because I'm a human being at the end of the day, I'm not a robot who's just gonna, who's just gonna indiscriminately have obeisance towards Israel and have some sort of fanatical obsequiousness towards Israel. I'm just not that type of person. And I began to notice the evils of Israel, and I said, "Nope, I got to speak my mind," and I did. And it ended up sparking a war between myself and my father on one side, and on the other side, the Zionists who went against us. And it was a brutal, brutal war of words and legalism. We went through a legal battle, and it was an intense war of the mind. It truly was. Lots of sleepless nights, and believe it or not, I was watching a lot of Norman Finkelstein debates. I think I watched every single Norman Finkelstein debate that I could find in the year 2018. It was insane. I watched all of them. And I started reading a lot of anti Israel stuff, and really just got into that. And I started reading The Israel Lobby by John Mearsheimer, which was a masterpiece. And I think everyone should read that book because it's an amazing book. It opened up my eyes to the Israel Lobby. And I became really what Tucker Carlson is right now. Just a smaller version of it, albeit, but still, I mean, what Tucker Carlson is now, I became a smaller version of that. And we had a lot of, I mean, ferociously vicious conversations during that wartime. Vicious conversations. And I was accused of being an anti Semite. I was accused of being a Nazi. I was accused of being a Palestinian terrorist. I was told that, yes, my father had left the Palestinian terrorist cause, but that because I still come from a Palestinian family, that I somehow genetically inherited anti-Semitism, and that I was anti-Semitic because of Palestinian DNA and all this insane shit. And all those experiences just confirmed to me exactly what I was thinking, and that is that I was really dealing with a bunch of racists at the end of the day. I was really dealing with Jewish supremacists and people who believed that they were something special because they were Jewish, and people who believed that they were superior to non-Jews. And I was dealing with racist people. Racist, greedy, vicious, anti-Christian people who I really grew to absolutely despise. And I have never forgiven those people. And one of those people that I was dealing with was a web designer, and he was in charge of our website security. And what ended up happening was, because he knew the ins and outs of our website and all the technicalities of our website, he was able to hijack the entire website. And he claimed that because he was the web designer, that he had the legal right to confiscate the website and shut it down. So our website got showed. If you don't know what that word means, look it up. But if you do know, then you know. Website got showed, and they said shut it down, because I was writing articles that were critical of Israel, and he no longer wanted those articles to be published on a website that he designed, so he shut the website down. Then he claimed that we stabbed him in the back, which we never did. And I remember my father talking to this individual and saying, are you our friend, or are you not? Now, this happened before the website got shut down. But my father said, because he was very upset with us because we were writing articles that were critical of Israel, and he said, my father asked him point blank, are you my friend? Are you my friend? We'll just call this dude Shlomo. Like, Shlomo, are you my friend? Yes or no? I was there during the conversation. It was very intense. And I remember, I will never forget this. This actually happened. This was said in the conversation. Instead of just giving an emphatic yes or no to the question, Shlomo says, are you asking if I am your friend legally or if I am your friend practically? I mean, I remember seeing that and thinking, oh my God, we ain't beating the allegations, are we? We're not beating the allegations. He said, are you asking if I am your friend legally or practically? Theoretically or practically? And my father said this conversation is over, and the phone was hung up. And I told my father, I said, these people are our enemies. They are our enemies. We have to get rid of them. We got to push these people out. They will fuck us. They're going to backstab us. And sure enough, the website got shut down not too long after that. And the website was non-existent. Shootbot.com was non-existent for a month and a half. And we had to go through a massive legal battle that lasted for the majority of the year of 2018. And the war started in the spring of 2018 and it ended in the latter part of summer of 2018. And it was intense, man. It was intense. And I said, this is bullshit. So the website was gone for a month and a half. And then we were trying to figure out how to legally get our hands back on it. So we spoke to some people who, we spoke basically to the company that was hosting the website. So websites have host companies. Like GoDaddy.com is a host company that hosts websites, just to give you guys an example. So we spoke to them and they said, listen, the website is shootbot.com. They explained everything to us. They said, the website is shootbot.com. That is your name. That's your brand. Just because he designed the website and he was in charge of security does not mean that he has the right to just steal the website. That's bullshit. That's not how things work. So this company explained this to us and they said, we'll get our lawyers, we'll work with you to get the website back to your hands and we'll do it. Because they said, legally, you are in the right. You're going to win this. It's going to take some time, but you are going to win this battle. So we got a lawyer. The company had their own lawyer or lawyers. I don't know how many lawyers they had. And this website designer dude had 0 lawyers, but we basically said, hey, through the legal means that we have, the legal channels that we have, you are in the wrong and you need to give us back the website. And after over a month like I said, over a month, after around a month and a half, we eventually got the website back. And he was stalling it. And then it turned out that this web designer dude put the website in the hands of some Indian company. So the company that we were working with, my mistake, my memory is a little bit, my memory has some gaps, naturally. This happened back in 2018. The company that we were working with was not a host company, my mistake. It was a company that specialized in blocking, I think what's known as DDoS attacks or something like that. But anyway, they said we can take the website from his hands and then put the company into our domain. So he put the website, the web designer dude who stole the website, he put it into the hands of some Indian company. So the company that I was working with had to contact the Indian company, and then the Indian company had to give the okay to give the website back to us. So eventually this Israeli web designer dude, he eventually gave up because he realized that it wasn't going to be a winning battle for him, legally speaking, and he gave up the website and we got it back. But within that time frame, it was insane because we were running this organization, and the organization, of course, had money, still does, and they wanted to basically some of the Israelis, I'm just going to call them Israelis for obvious reasons. But some of the Israelis in our circle had plans to confiscate all the money. They wanted all the money. And the reason why we knew this was that one of the people in our circle who was Jewish was playing both sides. It's really interesting how this all fleshed itself out. But he was playing both sides. He was a Zionist, and he was Jewish, an American Jewish guy. And he was pretending to be on the side of the other, on the side of the people who were against us. And he was pretending, because we had a board of directors. And the way it works is, if the majority of the board is against you, you're screwed. So if the majority of the board is against you, you're screwed. They can throw you out. This is how nonprofits work. This is how companies work for the most part. So this guy was on the board. And the people who were against us were also, for the most part, on the board, with the exception of the web designer dude. They were all on the board, the people who were against us. They were trying to get the majority of the board to be against us in an election. So they tried to hold an election. So the Jewish dude who was on our side pretended to be on the side of our enemies. The crazy thing is that this guy, this Good Samaritan Jewish guy, had the influence over most of the Jews in the board of directors. So it was really, what it really came down to was him. Who was going to rule the company came down to this guy, because he could sway the majority of the Jews either to our side or to the side of our enemies. And so he was pretending to be on the side of our enemies. Meanwhile, he was giving us intelligence. So it was like a war, like an actual war with intelligence and everything. It was insane. And so he was coming to us and saying, this is what they're saying. This is what they want to do. This is what their plans are. And he said they want to take all the money. This is their plan. He says they want to take all the money. And their plan is, and so the one of the guys who was against us told another board member, if you side with me, we'll get all the money, and then I'll give you like $20-something thousand a year. Like, it was insane. They wanted to rob us. And our spy, so to speak, told us, he said, listen, I'm pretending to be on their side, but I'm on your guys' side. And don't worry, I'm going to get the majority of the board on your side, because these people are liars and they're thieves. And so if it were not for this man being on our side, we would have been screwed. And it was so funny. It was so funny. So so the guy who was trying to take all the money and kick me and my dad out, he said, we're going to have an election to fire Theodore and Walid, my father. We're going to have an election. So he scheduled a meeting for early in the morning one day. Early, we're talking like 7 a.m. Sharp, somewhere around there, really early in the morning. And he schedules this meeting, and then the only person who shows up to the meeting is another guy. And he was so shocked. He was so shocked. He's like, only one guy showed up to the meeting to get rid of Walid and Theodore. And the reason why only one guy showed up was because the Jewish dude who was on our side, pretending to be on his side, influenced the majority of the board to be on our side. Yeah, it was crazy. So only one person showed up to his meeting. And the only reason why that one person showed up was because the guy who was leading the war against us was bribing that guy with money, obviously. That same day, we scheduled our own meeting. And we had our lawyer present. And everyone showed up to the meeting, including our enemies. Including our enemies on the board of directors. And one of my enemies began to scream at me in the board meeting that I was an anti-Semite. And it was so funny. I'll never forget it. This guy says to me, is something wrong with the audio? My audio is fine, guys. So they say to me, something wrong with the audio. Hold on a second, guys. Let me just make sure that everything's okay. I'm listening to myself now. It's fine. But audio's fine, yeah. So it was so funny during this meeting, one of these Zionists starts screaming at me. You're an anti-Semite. You're an anti-Semite. You're a Nazi. You're this. You're that. You're like pro-Palestine. And then he accuses me of pushing the theory that the Jews today are actually Khazarians. And I never talked about the Khazarians in any of my videos. I was like, what are you talking about? He starts accusing me. Then the Jewish dude who's on our side says, he's not anti-Semitic. I read the Bible. I read the New Testament. It talks about, listen, shut up. It talks about the synagogue of Satan. It's part of his religion to talk about the synagogue of Satan. It's part of the New Testament. Leave him alone. He's not anti-Semitic. And I'm just sitting there listening to these two Jews arguing. And the Jewish dude, the Zionist who hated me, who was accusing me of being an anti-Semite, he goes, how much did they pay you to be on their side? You're a self-hating Jew. You're a self-hating Jew. How much did they pay you? How much did they pay you? Self-hating Jew. And what was so funny is that we all knew that the dude who was accusing the guy of being bribed by us was the one who wanted bribes. And that was the reason why he sided against us, because he was literally bribed to side against us. Projection was, and I heard that, and I was thinking to myself, this guy literally accepted bribes to go against us, and now he's accusing this other guy of being bribed by us, but we never gave this guy a dime to be on our side. So the projection was so real. And I'll never forget this. My father telling the Zionist who was leading this coup against us, so to speak, Haman made the noose for Mordecai's neck only for himself to be killed by his very noose. And my dad told this guy, he said, you are Haman. You tried to overthrow us, and now you're being kicked out. Goodbye. And our lawyer was there, so everything was legal, and these guys were forced out, and that was it. So I said, after that whole war, I call it the 2018 war, after that war happened, I said, I will be critical of Israel until I don't have to be critical of Israel. And that's it. And I've been critical of Israel ever since. So that's the story. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff that I left out for obvious reasons, but that's pretty much the story. There's other things that happened, of course. It's a long story, actually, but that's the summary of what happened. Pretty funny story. As my Jewish friend says, when two Jews get together, there are usually three opinions. Yup. That's why they could write great sitcoms. Yup. Is this a replay of a previous stream? I remember this story, but a retelling of it. No. We're live. Let's see here. But they are human. Then someone dropped a penny. Okay, and then we're not going to do that. And become so pathetic. I had two framed pictures of two on my table, and they were arguing all the time. They turn on each other when caught. Let's see here. I'm rolling. Oh, I'm glad you find it funny. Hello, Ted, watching you live while eating homemade chili. Enjoy it. Let's see here. And your dad was... my father was sued, yes, alongside Donald Trump. That is correct. I can hear him. It's your network. Dude, everyone has wacky internet. Not everyone, but the people who have wacky internet collectively all say the audio is bad. I'm thinking... Guys, I'm looking at both of my soundboards, and my soundboards are both telling me that my audio is going through. I have two soundboards, as I explained last week. One that is physical and one that is virtual or digital. And both of my soundboards, the one on OBS and my cheap little, what's this thing called? My Mix 5 soundboard. My Mackie Mix 5 soundboard are all telling me that everything is fine. Everything's working good. Let's see here. Sound is perfect. Appreciate it. Sounds like a nightmare. Yeah, it was. Not here. DDoS6. Sound is good. I hear everything. I hear everything, guys. Sound is good. Yep. Hit the like. Yeah, give the stream a like if you can, guys. It does definitely help the stream if you guys hit the like button, because it gets the algorithm to spread the stream to more people, and we can get more listeners. We can grow this channel and get the good information out to as many people as we can. So that's always helpful. Let's see here. You've lost sound. Let's see, bro, I've been watching you and your father long before anyone said anything. You guys are the pioneers of this. Don't ever minion yourself to anyone. Salute you guys and everything you sacrifice. Appreciate that, sir. Let's see here. Divide and conquer. Up is down. Black is white. Yep. How could you be an anti-Semite? It's really a oxymoron, as they say. Blessings to you and everyone. Appreciate that, sir. Yeah, my struggle. I would think that is a hot topic right now. Let's see here. Lately, I've been feeling political fatigue. I still listen and am up to date, but I've grown. Yeah, I'm same here. I've been very fatigued by the news. It's very, it can be very depressing. The news is almost always very depressing. What's your thoughts on Candace Owens and her private meeting with Eric Kirk? I haven't really looked too much into it, but I think more than likely there was some sort of a legal reason as to why they had the conversation, because the anti-Erica Kirk, I mean, think about it. Erica Kirk is running TPUSA. I mean, at least on paper. And she is the face right now of TPUSA, which is an embarrassment because she's terrible. I mean, the woman is awful. She really is awful, and she makes TPUSA look like exactly what it is, and that is really just an outlet for Zionism at the end of the day. And she makes it very obvious that it's an outline, that it's an outlet and a conduit for Zionism, and it's something that is receiving tremendous amounts of Zionist money for the purpose of inculcating Zionist propaganda, pro-Israel propaganda. At least under Mr. Kirk, there was some sort of integrity, and I think Charlie Kirk was sincere, and I think Charlie Kirk was authentic. I really believe that. I think Charlie Kirk was an authentic person, and he was saying what he believed in. I think this is my opinion on Charlie Kirk. I could be wrong, but this is my opinion just from my intuition. I think Charlie Kirk was an innocent person for the most part. I mean, yeah, I think he was an innocent person. I don't think he was evil. I think that he had integrity, and I think that he was authentic and sincere, and he said what he believed in. And he initially really believed in the whole Zionism thing. He really held on to the Zionist cause. And I think that what was happening to him was basically what was happening to me at one point in time. His Zionism was slowly disintegrating. His Zionism was slowly being dismantled. When you are raised into Zionism, like a lot of us millennials were, it takes time usually for Zionism to break away from us and to be dismantled within our minds. And I think that's what Charlie Kirk was going through. He was going through what I myself went through many years ago. And it takes time for that process to really fully realize itself and to really fully come into fruition. The thing is that because he was a Zionist, he was receiving really an ungodly amount of money from major donors, pro-Israel donors. And as long as he was being pro-Israel, that money was going to come flowing in. That's really how it works. I mean, pro-Israel donors are a huge part of the donor class. They are really the most substantial part of the donor class when it comes to political discourse. Doesn't matter if you go onto the left side of things or if you go onto the right side of the political spectrum. On both sides, the pro-Israel donor class is the most overrepresented, and it is the most substantial faction within the donor class. This is just a fact. I'm not being anti-Semitic. I'm not trying to be anti-Semitic. I'm not trying to spread any sort of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. So don't strike me, YouTube. This is simply an objective reality. If you look at who was the biggest funder for Donald Trump, it was Mrs. Adelson, and she is a ginormous Zionist, and she gave Donald Trump's campaign hundreds of millions of dollars. So when you get into the world of political activism and you want to receive donations so that you can make political activism into your job, into your living, because you enjoy what you're doing and you want to live the life of a scholar, then more than likely 9 out of 10 times, you're going to have to appeal to the pro-Israel folks. This is why, for example, you can find racist organizations getting Zionist money. great example of this is American Renaissance. American Renaissance is a racist organization that pushes for eugenics and ultra-American nationalism and white nationalism, and it has even supported openly Nazi groups such as the Ukrainian neo-Nazi party Svoboda, which at one point in time had a substantial presence in the Ukrainian parliament after the 2014 Euromaidan. And the reason why Amrin receives Zionist money, last I checked, is because Amrin does not criticize Israel. Amrin is a very Zionistic organization. Its leader, Jared Taylor, will still say nice things about the state of Israel, does not criticize the state of Israel. And so when you are in that world, you have to please the donor class. That's just the bottom line. So if you have, so what happens is, let's say you are pro-Israel, but you are not being pro-Israel just to get money. Let's say you are pro-Israel and you are sincerely and authentically pro-Israel. You start noticing, well, I'm getting a lot of money, and I'm getting a lot of money in donations because these donors really believe in what I have to say. They really believe in my cause, and these people are my friends. But again, you are sincere, and the reason why, and you may not even notice this, but the reason why you're getting money in the first place is because of your fame and because of your Zionism. And the fame and the Zionism go hand in hand as to the reason why you're getting the money, because without the fame, how many people are going to listen to your Zionisms? Thus, your fame becomes a very effective conduit by which to spread Zionism. So you get lots of money. And then, but you have sincerity. So again, you believe that you're following a good cause. You believe that you are leading a good cause, and you really believe in what you're doing. So, but you're sincere. So life goes on, years go by, you're pro-Israel, and then one day, I don't know, you see something that really bothers you. You read about the pro-Israel lobby, you read about Israeli war crimes, you read about ethnic cleansing in Gaza. Something like that happens, and because you are a sincere person, you feel bad about what you are reading about. That's the thing. You have a conscience, you have a soul, you have emotions, you have a psychology, and you begin to feel bad about what you're doing. And you're a Christian, so you believe that your actions are definitely going to reflect on you spiritually and eternally, and you believe that God does not like what you are doing if you are doing something bad. And if you did something bad unknowingly, then God will have mercy on you. But once you understand the truth and you realize that there is no excuse before the eyes of God, then you realize that you have to make a change in what you are saying and how you are operating. And so you reach a fork in the road, and you realize, hey, if I'm going to be someone with integrity, if I'm going to be someone who has moral integrity, moral fortitude, then I'm going to have to make the right decision. It's going to take courage, and I'm going to be risking all these donations. I'm going to risk losing all this money, but I'm going to do it because, as Christ said, even if you were to gain the entire world and lose your own soul, then what was the purpose of gaining the entire world? And the devil went to Christ and said, I will give you all of these things if you simply worship me. And Christ said, no, I'm not going to do that, because even if you gain the entire world and lose your own soul, then of what purpose, of what good was it to gain the entire world? You realize that shame is greater. Shame lasts forever. You know, there's an old Serbian saying that I heard many years ago, and it's something like courage goes into eternity and shame lasts forever, or something like that. Shame is more, I think it was something like shame is more painful than death, or something like that, right? But it's true, right? Regardless of how the saying is rendered, it's very true. And shame and guilt are very powerful feelings. And, you know, shame and guilt are feelings that can cripple a man with integrity. If you have integrity, shame and guilt will cripple you. I know, because I've experienced guilt and I've experienced shame. I've experienced all these things. I'm human. I'm a human being at the end of the day. And so if you're, like, let's say since you were in high school, since you were in middle school, you were pro-Israel because you thought Israel was a force for good, and you thought all the stuff that you were hearing at church was true about Israel and all this stuff, and you had to bless Israel to get the blessings of God. Let's say you believed in all that stuff. You don't feel guilty because in your mind you're doing the right thing. But then one day you see a video of a little Palestinian kid picking up the remains of his mom's body, and then you see videos of Zionists saying, yeah, we can kill people all we want and we're proud of it. that changes you. You start thinking about this stuff. And then you read about the pro-Israel lobby and all the money involved. So then you say, okay, I'm going to make a change. And I think Charlie Kirk was going through that process. I've talked about this before, but there is something, and I've never brought this up, but there is a video that you can see, and this is, I think, a clear example of how Charlie Kirk was shifting in his perspective on Israel, and how he was expressing that shift. There's a video that you can see that was filmed not too long before Charlie was murdered, and the video was filmed, I want to say, in July of this year, July of 2025, and it's a video of Charlie Kirk at this TPUSA event, and Megyn Kelly is there, and what's his name? Tucker Carlson is there. And Megyn and Charlie are talking, and then Tucker Carlson is coming along. He's walking by them, and Charlie walks up to Tucker and says, "Tucker, I don't want you to hold back. I want you to go all out. Go all out, full blast. I don't want you holding back." And why did Charlie say that? What was incentivizing? What was inspiring Charlie for him to say that? And if you look at the context in which he was saying that, I think it's very clear why he said that. It's because he was receiving pressure not to invite Tucker. We know this for a fact. We know this from the text messages that were leaked out by Candace Owens, that Charlie was being pressured by his pro-Israel donors not to invite Tucker, not to invite Candace Owens. And he was very clear that he wanted to invite Tucker to the TPUSA event. He wanted to invite Dave Smith to the TPUSA event, and to the against the objectives of his donors, he did just that. He invited both of these people to the TPUSA event. He invited Megyn Kelly to the TPUSA event. And knowing full well that his donors were against him, he told Tucker, basically, I don't want you holding anything back. I want you to go all out. And I mean, from the looks of it, Tucker Carlson really did go all out in that event, because if you watch Tucker's speech, Tucker Carlson says that he believes that people who are American citizens and who fight for the IDF should be stripped of their citizenship. And if you tell a Zionist, hey, listen, I think Hispanic Americans who fight for the Mexican military should be stripped of their citizenship, the Zionists don't care. In fact, they would agree with you, because Zionists love talking about how patriotic they are. But the moment you say something like, hey, I think American citizens who fight for the Israeli military should be stripped of their citizenship, they go all out against you, and all of a sudden you become their enemy. And so Tucker did not hold back. I mean, he didn't hold back. By saying that, he was not holding back. He was saying something that was absolutely to the ire and to the rage of the Zionists. And so that was, to me, proof, and that is proof to me, that Charlie Kirk was going through a metamorphosis in his ideology, in his worldview. And I believe that Charlie Kirk realized this, and he said, oh my God, they're trying to control me with money. They're trying to force me to go against my beliefs, and they're using money. And he made this very clear, because we know that the Israeli government was offering Charlie Kirk something around $100 million or so. And that money, if Charlie Kirk had agreed to receive that money would have been given over to TPUSA through some sort of third party. And Charlie Kirk said, no, I don't want the money, because I don't want to be controlled by money. And yeah, I mean, I went through a similar situation, albeit on a smaller scale. And I remember there were these Zionists who said, hey, if you want our money, then you better be pro-Israel. And I told my father, I said, they're trying to control us with money. That's what these people want to do. And Charlie Kirk said the same exact thing. He said, they're trying to control me with money. And he was going to do things, and he made it very clear that he was going to do things. And he did things. He did do things that were against the interest of Israel and against the interest of the pro-Israel donors who were financing TPUSA. So, and there's a story that you can read in which one of the biggest pro-Israel donors, Mr. Bob Shulman, that's his name, I'm not making this up, Bob Shulman was with Charlie Kirk at some sort of dinner party, and Bob Shulman was going to donate $1 million to TPUSA. And Bob Shulman told Charlie Kirk, Charlie, you're not getting that money. I will not give the $1 million to TPUSA. I'm just not going to do it, because you are now going against the interest of the pro-Israel cause. And Charlie Kirk, in a text message that was leaked out by Candace Owens, said that the pro-Israel donors fulfill all of the stereotypes, and these people have left me no choice but to leave, to abandon the pro-Israel cause. This is what he said. So Charlie Kirk gets murdered, and the whole story behind that has yet to be fully seen. All the details around Charlie Kirk's murder have yet to be fully seen. But Charlie Kirk gets murdered. And now you see Erica Kirk running TPUSA, and she's doing a book tour. And she's cracking jokes. And what was it? Like 2 weeks after Charlie Kirk gets nearly decapitated by a sniper bullet, she's on the TPUSA show with Andrew Colvett, acting giddy, giggling, chuckling, cracking jokes, acting like Banana Republic. She was about to go shopping at Nordstrom. She was going to go to the mall. And she wasn't acting like a woman who had just seen her husband getting nearly decapitated. And anyone with a brain who watched that interview could see that she was not acting like a woman who had just seen her husband getting nearly decapitated by sniper fire. And all this bullshit was coming out about how, oh, people grieve differently. Bullshit. That is horseshit. I don't believe it. So now she's running TPUSA, and she has the Israeli flag button on her shirt, on her jacket, and she's talking about how Charlie was always pro-Israel and how he would say Shabbat Shalom and all this stuff. And she puts out this book about, what's the book about? Hold on, Erica Kirk. And she's already on a book tour. How long has it been? What was it? He got murdered in, what is it, August? It was in August, right? How long is it? It's been a while. I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact date he was murdered. September 10th, sorry. September 10th, Charlie was murdered. September 10th. So September, October, November. It's been nearly 4 months, and she's already on the book tour, cracking jokes. It's a show. That's what this is. It's just a complete show, and the whole thing is just very, very off. Very off. But she's doing the pro-Israel thing. And she went against Candace Owens. Now, here is the thing. This is what I can't wrap my mind around this. She is now attacking Candace Owens, telling Candace Owens to stop her inquiries about the details around Charlie Kirk's murder and the context in which that murder happened. Stop talking about this, Candace. Just stop. She forgives the murderer of her husband, right? The guy that the FBI is saying murdered Charlie. She forgives that guy, Mr. Robinson. But she's very vicious towards Candace Owens. And if my loved one, God forbid, was murdered, let's say my father is a public figure, a lot of people hate my dad, let's say, God forbid, someone murders my father. And Candace Owens comes along and says, we're going to get to the bottom of it. And she starts revealing all of these details that we didn't know about. I would be working with her to get to the bottom of it. I mean, wouldn't you want someone as enthusiastic as Candace is about finding out who killed your loved one? Wouldn't you want a friend as fixated on who killed your loved one as Candace Owens is? Why would you repulse that person? Why would you tell that person to stop and all this stuff? It doesn't make sense. Wouldn't you want a friend who is obsessed with who murdered your loved one? Wouldn't you work with that friend? No, you're not working with that friend. Why not? There's something wrong with the entire picture. It just doesn't make any sense. Unless, of course, Erica Kirk is evil. And let me tell you something. We're gonna get to this, guys. We're gonna get to. The eyes don't lie. The eyes don't lie, guys. Let me see if I can find a photo of this. Hold up. I'm going to find this video. Hold on real quick. There's a video that I want to show you guys. Oh, I should have... I think I did save it. Hold on. Yeah, here it is. Dude, it's... the eyes don't lie. I don't care what anyone tells me. The eyes... You know that song by Shakira, My Hips Don't Lie? Eyes don't lie. Eyes never lie. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Let's amplify it. Look at this.
God, but we serve a just God, and I rest easy in knowing that.
Dude, the eyes, man. She is so creepy. She has those the Bride of Chucky eyes. I mean, she's a total creep. I don't care what anyone tells me. Oh, she's a widow. People grieve differently. This woman is a creep, and I do not trust her. I wouldn't trust this woman from a 10-mile pole.
He's sovereign.
Man, that's an evil-looking bitch. That's an evil bitch, let me tell you. That's an evil bitch.
But he's just.
I don't give a damn what anyone tells me. You see a woman with eyes like this, you run. You run. That's a demon. This is not a nice Christian girl, you know. Oh, she goes to church. A Shabbat Shalom. No, this ain't no Shabbat Shalom. This is a golem from the Talmud. This ain't no Shabbat Shalom. This is some Third Temple demons here. This woman is a demon. She looks possessed. And she looks hella creepy. This is the Bride of Chucky. That's the Bride of Chucky.
And so let the Lord.
Let the Lord. Oh, look at that face. That bitch is evil.
Handle that.
Ooh, she evil. That's an evil bitch. And you know the thing is? She didn't have eyes like this before the assassination. She didn't have eyes like this. It's like something happened. A transformation happened or some kind of demon possession. Something happened to this woman after the murder. And she, I don't know. She gives me the creeps. She has some creepy vibes. Very creepy vibes. But I just don't trust this person as far as I can spit, as the saying goes. Although that saying doesn't really make sense. Hold on a second. Is there the photo of her with the Israel button? Let's see if I can find it. Hold on. I'm pretty certain I saw... Well, I know I saw this, but I just want to make sure. Oh, and she's all... Yep, there it is. There it is. There it is. Now, Charlie talked about ethnic cleansing. He talked about pro-Israel donors being evil. He talked about pro-Israel donors being behind anti-Christian movements. Are we going to hear Erica Kirk express these ideas at all? Are we going to hear Erica Kirk honoring the legacy of her husband by warning people about the very things that Charlie warned about in regards to the pro-Israel donor faction? I doubt that. I doubt we will be hearing Erica Kirk talking about ethnic cleansing in Gaza, Israel going too far in its attack on Gaza, as Charlie Kirk pointed out, and about the pro-Israel Zionist donor class and their evils. I doubt we're going to be hearing Erica Kirk talking about any of those things anytime soon. Really at all, for that matter. She feels so fake. Absolutely. She's fake. The thing is that people see right through it. And what's this book that she has? What's it called? I just see the word God on the book. And how many people are going to buy this damn thing? Hold on. What's the name of the book? What's the book called? Hold up. Why can't I find the book? Stop in the Name of God. Honoring the Sabbath. Oh my God, dude. Dude, look at... Look at the sales on Amazon. What's the sales for this book? Hold up. Dude, it has 60... The book has 67 book reviews. 67 book reviews. That doesn't sound like a book that's selling a whole lot of copies. People are not buying this book. They're not buying it. It says here that the book is #1 in religious studies education, #1 in Christian commentaries, #1 in religious studies. I don't know. It doesn't sound like their competition is very difficult to beat in that field. Because I'm seeing 67 reviews. That does not sound like a bestseller to me. Let's see here. Stop in the Name of God. Stop in the Name of God. What's the sales? How many copies? The book has sold over 60,000 copies. I mean, that's not bad. But considering the reach that Charlie had, it should be more. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. Maybe the book will sell a lot more. Maybe it'll sell 1 million copies as time goes on. Who knows? But that doesn't sound like a whole lot considering Charlie Kirk's reach. Just saying. Steve Miller bought 50 copies. I'm not surprised. The oldest heresy recorded. If you do not allow the past to die, it will not let you live. The past crashes into future, destroys the present. Future overwhelmingly fat. Okay, what is your point? Lots of libraries are buying it because they have to. Interesting point. It's like stop God in the name of... Yeah, in the name of the Sabbath. Stop God. Judaizing. Yup. Ghostwriter, yeah, that's what I suspect. I don't think this woman wrote anything. Scandinavian women are the true Sirenes. What does that mean? What's a Sirene? Bride of Chucky, don't give me nightmares. I just watched a program on her endorsing Vance. Watching from Wales, so don't know about American things. It's just, I mean, you know as much as I do. The whole thing is just creepy. She only wants as much money and power as she can get. Mar-a-Lago face. Hungry ghosts that never die. Chucky's bride. Yup. Bottled anger. If she had that much anger, she would be siding with Candace. Eyes of Satan. Nah, I wouldn't go that far. She's not that intelligent. Most people, Cyclops, one eye, only sees itself. Redneck girl for Vance. I don't know what you're talking about. Just got word my neighbor's cousin was in a bad car accident. Oh, damn. That sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear about that. Imagine having a wife who goes off on you sometimes like that, quoting Bible quotes. Yup. That's hell. That is one of the definitions of living in hell. My dad has those eyes. Be safe out there, guys. I see a demon. Ice Queen. Yup. Wolf eyes. She looks evil as F. Yup. The kind of deception is disturbingly impressive. Not really. It's actually pretty terrible. It's actually terribly done deception. It's not very well done, and it's been pretty easy to see that she's fake, and it's quite easy for most people to see that she's fake, and that's why most people despise her. Let's see here. I think she wears blue-tinted contacts. gives me reptilian vibes. The Romania story, I don't know. I looked into it, and it's like I didn't really see a whole lot of information on it. I do know that yes, there definitely has been trafficking in Romania, and then I think there were American soldiers who were involved in trafficking in Romania, which doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, the American military is filled with lowlives anyway, but I couldn't find anything directly tied to Erica herself, so that's why I've never really brought that up. Some of us grieve by going onto book tours. Absolutely. It's better to feel shame once than to cry 100 times. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. Because shame. I'm talking more about guilt, right? Guilt is something that is very crippling. Shame, if you're ashamed of something that you did, but that thing that you did is good, it's not really concrete shame. It's not shame that is rooted in reality. But if you feel ashamed because you actually did something bad, you feel guilt, that is a very crippling feeling. Max Tucker mode engaged. He was trying to provoke the narrative. I don't know what you're talking about. See, go Max was the exact expression Kirk. Yeah, go Max. Yep. Yeah, you're right. That's why they try to get rid of any form of shame. That's correct, yes. And also, it's interesting because if you ever look into the Bohemian Grove, which is a cult that the Republicans are members of, there is a ritual that they do in the Bohemian Grove in which they have a giant statue of an owl, and then before the statue of the owl, they burn an effigy of a human being, and it's a mock human sacrifice, and the effigy represents shame. So what they're actually saying in the ritual is, sear your conscience and destroy your shame and have no shame. Be shameless. And that explains why the Republicans were able to just greenlight an invasion of Iraq, which killed millions of people, and they act like nothing happened, and they act completely innocent because these people have no shame. They're satanic. They're demonic people. One day you're walking along all happy in your pro-Zionist world whistling and bird singing, then one day, yup. And that's what always happens to people who turn against Zionism is, they're very happy in their ignorance. There's a saying that's very commonly known, and that is, ignorance is bliss. And ignorance is bliss. I mean, to a great extent, it is. I mean, I kind of miss the days when I was ignorant about a lot of things because I didn't really worry about stuff all the time. Now I'm just pessimistic about almost anything. And I'm not a very optimistic person. I'm nowhere near as optimistic as I used to be. I'm very doomerish, and that's because I've been disappointed by almost everything when it comes to ideology, when it comes to political happenings and political matters, and when it comes to religious matters as well. I'm still a Christian, but I have lost a lot of hope in the Roman. I lost all hope in the Roman Catholic Church, and that's another long story. But I lost all hope in the Roman Catholic Church after seeing firsthand how evil that institution is, and so I become somewhat cynical, and I become a pessimist to a great extent. And I'm a lot more cynical and a lot more pessimistic than I used to be when I was, a new convert to Catholicism, and I was very idealistic, and I was very filled with hope. And the reason why I was so optimistic was because I was ignorant about a lot of things. And when I was very pro-Israel, I thought, wow, Israel is, we have to support Israel, and Israel's a force for good. And it was so easy for me just to support Israel and not look at the other side. And then one day when I looked into the other side, I saw that I was wrong, and I noticed and I recognized that I had been living in ignorance. And what compelled me to look at the other side of the narrative was my personal experiences with Zionists. My personal experiences with Zionists got me to think, you know what, I'm going to look at the other side. I'm going to read The Pro-Israel Lobby by John Mearsheimer. I'm going to read Gaza by Norman Finkelstein. I'm going to read articles about Israeli war crimes. And I did. And I watched a lot of videos on the whole Israel situation and the whole controversy over Israel, and that was an eye-opening experience, and I'm very glad. And I wouldn't reverse it. I would not rescind what I did in the past, in the sense that I would not return back to my ignorance. And it's sort of like in the Matrix, in the first Matrix movie, Cypher wants to return back to the Matrix. And Cypher basically says that he misses his life when he was ignorant. Because when he was ignorant and he didn't realize that he was living in a computer simulation called the Matrix, life was good. He ate steak, the food was great. And then once he took the red pill and ended up in the real world, he ended up realizing that the real world is a lot more bitter and a lot more nasty than the fake world was, than the dream world was. Because in the real world, he has to eat flavorless gruel, and he lives in a cold ship called the Nebuchadnezzar, and he lives in Zion, which is a very not rustic, but a very rugged and desolate place. And so reality is bitter. And so he wants to return back to the Matrix. And he basically says, I want to go back to the dream world. And he tells Agent Smith, ignorance is bliss, and I do not want to remember anything when I am plugged back into the Matrix. I don't want to remember ever entering the real world. I don't want to remember ever taking the red pill. I just want to be plugged back into the Matrix and forget that any of this happened. I don't want to even think that the Matrix is the dream world and the real world is a cold and bitter place. And he eventually becomes very evil because he wants to return back to his ignorance. And once you take the red pill, you realize that the world is a lot more evil than you thought it was. Before, you thought, yeah, there's evil, but I'm on the side of good, and there's so many good people, and this organization that I'm a part of, or this political movement that I subscribe to, are all full of good guys, and everyone's great, and we're all doing the right thing. And then you take the red pill, and you realize, no, actually the side that I belong to is evil. And then you realize that both sides are evil. And you realize that in any sort of political faction, be it left or right, you are surrounded by evil people. You are surrounded by greedy people who do things for money. You are surrounded by people who have motivations that are contrary to the motivations that they publicly express. You join the Roman Catholic Church and you're so full of zeal and optimism, and you think, wow, I'm a member of the Catholic Church and we're going to be pro-life and we're going to fight for the pro-life cause, and Father O'Neill is so great, and Father Murray is amazing, and Father O'Reilly, he's such a great priest. He's a wonderful priest, and they're pro-life, and we're going to fight the good fight together. And the good fight is the fight between the Roman Catholic Church and everyone else, and we're fighting this fight together. And life is great when you're in that world. Life is great when you have that mentality, because everything's so black and white. Everything's so cut and dry. Everything is so smoothly cut out for you. There's no rough edges. There's no nuance. There are no situations where the people that you thought were the good guys are the bad guys. There's no confusion. Everything is straightforward. And then you take the red pill and you realize, oh my God, Father O'Neill is not who he says he is. Father O'Neill, he looks at horrific things on the internet, if you know what I mean. Father O'Brien is a child predator. He preys on children. Father O'Reilly covers up for the child predators. And the entire Vatican is covering up for Sodom and Gomorrah. And then you realize the whole institution is rotten from the inside out. And you realize that, well, man, it's not so cut and dry as I thought it was. But then as you go on in life, as you continue on, as time goes on, and you take red pill after red pill, and you eat bitter herb after bitter herb, you realize that the war between good and evil is still black and white. You realize that the war between good and evil is still very cut and dry and still very straightforward. The only difference between your worldview or between yourself before you took the red pill and yourself after you took the red pill is that you have realized that the members of the evil side are just a lot more numerous than you thought. And you realized that the people that you thought were on the good side are actually on the bad side. And you've realized that the bad side is a lot wider than you initially thought it was. Before, you thought there's the Roman Catholic Church, there's a conservative movement, these are the good guys, the conservative Christians, we're in this thing together, and we're going to fight against the forces of evil, and that's great. And everything is just paved, the path has been paved. But then you realize, wait a second, the conservative movement is also evil. The Catholic movement is also evil. So you're still in this war between good and evil. It's just that you realize that there are more members of the evil side than you thought there were. And you realize that the people that you thought were members of the good side are actually members of the bad side. And you have just consumed another bitter herb. And remember what it says in the Old Testament during the Exodus. What does God tell the Hebrews to do? He says, eat the bitter herb. Eat the bitter herb. What is the bitter herb? The bitter herb is the dandelion leaf. This is what the bitter herb is interpreted as, the dandelion leaf. And if any of you guys have ever eaten dandelion leaves, you will know that the dandelion leaf is a bitter herb. It's very good for you, but it is a bitter herb. Why does God want us to eat the bitter herb? Because God wants us to take the red pill. And he wants us to realize the bitterness of life. Because by living and by realizing the bitterness of life, by recognizing the bitterness of reality, we do not live in ignorance. That's it. That is the bitter herb. And the path of the bitter herb is realizing that the side of evil, or that the members of the evil side, include people who you really thought were the good guys. That's part of living the bitter herb. And that reflects the life of Christ. Here was Christ teaching the true way, the true path to God. And you would have thought the Romans are going to kill Christ because the Romans are pagans and Christ is against paganism. But who really killed Christ? The ones who killed Christ were the ones that people in Judea thought were the good guys. The ones who killed Christ were not the liberal pagans. They were not the Stoics. They were not the philosophers. They were not the pagan priests of Apollo. They weren't the Zeus worshippers. The people who murdered Christ were conservatives who believed in the true God, who at least claimed that they believed in the true God. They were people who had conservative beliefs and they believed in family values. The people who murdered Christ were the conservatives. Conservatives murdered Jesus. Not liberals. Conservatives murdered Jesus. And so the red pill of life is coming to that realization that the people that you thought were on the good path and they were the good guys, and as long as you were members of that club, you were going to be on the right path. You were going to be fighting the good fight, are actually part of the dark side. And that's it. The Erica Kirks, the Bob Shillmans, the Ben Shapiros, all bad, all evil. That's it. And the conservative movement is dominated by evil people. Be they pro-Israel or not, it's dominated by evil people. Let's see here. True, I guess we wouldn't be corrupted anyway. Oh, this life is bitter. I don't see the world the same no more in my 30s. It depressed me. Yeah. When I was in my late teens, I was very optimistic. I was reading conservative literature, and I was reading Jonah Goldberg, and I'd go to Barnes & Noble and find me a good conservative book, and I'd read it. And I felt so good about reading it because I would learn all these things. And I would learn about why the libs are bad, why we have to give it to the libs and fight the libs, and the libs are the bad guys. The left is the bad guys. That's the bad guys. It's the left. And blah, blah, blah. And you thought that, these conservatives were the good guys. And then you start looking into the donor class. You start looking at the pro-Israel donor faction. You start looking at the nationalist faction. And you go hang out with the nationalists and you see people who love Adolf Hitler. And you're thinking, okay, I don't want to be a part of these guys. And you go into the pro-Israel group and you see that the pro-Israel people want to cover up for Israel's crimes. And they want to shut people down for talking about Israel's crimes and talking about the ideology of Jewish supremacism that exists within the pro-Israel movement. And they want to shut those, and you don't want to be around those people. You don't want to be around the people who are running the pro-Israel movement, which is the mainstream conservative movement. So then you realize that everything's evil. They're all evil. And you become a Catholic and you think, well, I'm going to join the Catholic Church. I'm going to read Catholic books. And I was like that for years. I was like that for a good portion of my life. Reading Catholic books, Catholic literature, go to Barnes & Noble, find myself another Catholic book, man. Gonna read this book. And the author is a scholar at Notre Dame, professor of whatever theology at Notre Dame University, professor at this Thomas Aquinas University, whatever. And you think, wow, prestige, class. This guy's an academic, he's a scholar, he's sophisticated, and it all feels great. It feels great to believe that you are under the wings of a noble cause, being ran by noble academic people. And I'm not saying that these people have to be perfect or anything like that, because anytime you bring up this reality, you always have the people saying, oh, no one's perfect. I'm not saying people should be perfect. I'm not perfect. No one should be perfect. No, I'm not saying no one should be, but no one is perfect at the end of the day. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying everyone needs to be perfect. What I'm saying is that you realize that a lot of these people are truly explicitly evil. And by that, I mean they're covering up for something. A lot of these movements, be they the left, be they the right, a lot of these movements are designed to cover up for something. The left is designed to cover up for the ugliness and the evil and the brutalities of abortion. Case in point, the government of Texas said, hey, we're going to require women who want to get an abortion to see the baby through a camera or through a sonogram or whatever, to see the baby before they abort it. In other words, okay, you want an abortion, so you're going to have to now see the baby through a computer system. And you have to see that baby, and then we'll ask you if you want to actually kill this child. Well, who went against this, right? Who ultrasound, that's what it's called. So they say, okay, you want to abort this baby? You're going to have to see the baby that you want to cut to pieces through an ultrasound. And abortion went down rapidly in the state of Texas. Why? Because, well, it forced these people, these women, to swallow the red pill. You want to get an abortion? All right, you got to look at the baby you're about to abort. And most women don't have the stomach. They don't have the evil inclination to murder a baby that they have seen through ultrasound. But who was against that? Who was against that ruling of the state of Texas? It was all these liberal assholes who sit there and talk about human rights and equality. They were against that. They didn't want women to see the baby that they wanted to abort. They didn't want the women to see the reality of what they wanted to do. They didn't want the women to open their eyes to the evils of abortion, what they call a woman's right to choose. You're against a woman's right to choose, right? So that's what the left does. That's the cover-up of the left. The right comes along, and they want to cover up for other evils. They want to cover up, for example, they worked very hard to cover up for the evils of Iraq. Oh, the Iraq War is amazing. No, Haditha Massacre. Let's not talk about the Haditha Massacre in which American soldiers went door to door murdering children and elderly folks. No. Let's not talk about the Haditha Massacre. In fact, conservatives, people like Pete Hegseth, will come along and lobby the government to pardon American war criminals. You can read up on this. But the U.S. government has pardoned war criminals who murdered people in Iraq or murdered people in Afghanistan. And that's what the right does. Well, we have all these children being chopped to pieces by Israel. I mean, you're talking about abortion. Israel did a mass abortion of the children of Gaza. Israel did a massive series of post-birth abortions in Gaza. And who covered up for that? Who attempted to cover up for that, at least? Oh, the pro-Israel evangelicals. The ones who say they're pro-life. So the Democrats, their job is to cover up for abortion. That's the evil that they cover up for. The conservatives, they cover up for the massive post-birth abortions that Israel will do to Palestinian children. And the Roman Catholics will cover up for pedophile priests. They're all covering up for someone. They're all covering up for some great crime. And they'll cover up for those crimes because those crimes are of the interest and of the agendas of their movements. So taking the red pill and eating the bitter herb, to use biblical language, is coming to the realization that they're all bad. They're all evil. The left, the right, the Roman Catholic Church, all fucking evil. I don't trust it. Does that mean that I become an atheist? Fuck no, because the atheists are a giant mental asylum, and any society that subscribes to atheism at a massive scale ends up destroying itself, and they end up going into assisted suicide like the Canadians up north. And atheists believe in all sorts of things that are just unnatural: abortion, gay marriage, Sodom, assisted suicide, things that are very self-destructive and are really against the requirements for a healthy and thriving society. Atheism is a religion. It requires more faith than Christianity does. I'm still a Christian. I still believe in God, but I just realized that the people who murdered Christ were in the synagogue. And in fact, what I am saying right now about the right wing, about the conservatives, about the Roman Catholic Church is not contrary in any way or form against Christianity. Not in the least bit. Because who killed Christ? Was it not the religious institution that Christ established? Was not the synagogue established by Christ? Christ is the second person of the Godhead. He is the second person of the Holy Trinity. There's God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. Christ is the second person of the Trinity. Christ is the second person of the Godhead. He is very God and very man, as the Catholic Church declares. And so the temple, the synagogue, was a religious establishment that was established by God, by Christ. And who murdered Christ? Was it not the very religious establishment that God created? Yes. So the bitter herb, eating and experiencing the bitterness of the bitter herb, is realizing that God himself can make a religious institution, and God himself can become a victim of that religious institution. And the very religious institution created by God can become the biggest enemy of God. That is a very hard pill for people to swallow, especially Roman Catholics, because Roman Catholics are taught that the Pope is infallible, that the Pope, whatever the Pope says, you have to accept. You cannot question the Pope. You can't question basically what comes out of the Pope's mouth has to be accepted as holy gospel. And you have to cover up for the Pope. You have to defend the Pope. You have to defend Holy Mother, the Church. Doesn't matter what evils the Church does, you have to cover up for it. That is pretty much the Roman Catholic position. I don't give a damn what any Catholic wants to tell me. Don't give me this nonsense about, oh, actually, no, it's just the things that are said ex cathedra. No. What the Pope says has to be accepted. And you think, well, you have to accept the Vatican. You have to embrace the Vatican wholeheartedly because God established the Vatican. And the Catholics tell me this all the time. They say, did not Christ establish his church? Yes. Was not the Roman Church created by God, established by God? Yes. Yes, it was. Absolutely, it was. But so was the synagogue. So was the second temple. So was the first temple. God destroyed the first temple because the first temple was evil. It became evil. And God destroyed the second temple because the second temple murdered the Father's Son, Jesus Christ. So the greatest enemies of God can be in the very institutions created by God. And once you realize that, you have taken the bitter herb. And you just come to the realization that the side of evil is just a lot bigger than you thought it was. And the evil people, the acolytes of Antichrist, the acolytes of Satan and darkness, are a lot more numerous and a lot more close to home than you would have liked to think. They're right nearby. It's not just the atheist. It's not just the pagan, the neo-pagan. It's not just the advancers of Islam. Your biggest enemies are the people who masquerade their evils under the cloak of Christianity. Those are your biggest enemies. Those are the most dangerous because they're very deceptive. And those are the ones that get into the flock of Christ. That's the wolves of sheep in sheep's clothing that Christ warns us about. Anyway, those are my thoughts on that. I don't want to make this whole stream about it because there's a whole bunch of stuff that I want to talk about. And I spent hours preparing for this stream. Let's see here. I will read your guys' comments and then I will talk about other things, other matters. Let's see here. True, I guess we wouldn't be corrupted anyway. For whatever reason, we are here. We are the lucky ones. Don't ever forget that, guys. Yep. How's that any different from the left? It's not. That's my whole point. They're both evil. There is good and evil in all of us. It's just that the wicked has been getting fed more throughout society. MAGA disappointed me 6 months in. 122 viewers promoting the left-right duopoly. Okay. Hold on a second. I'll read your guys' comments here. Let's see here. That's why you judge by fruits. Yep. And what fruits have political red or blue teams produced. That's correct. I'm a former wicked man. It's okay, dude. It's okay. You don't have to say that you're wretched. You don't have to say that. We understand. I think we need to focus on human rights. We are all equal. Okay. I believe in human rights, as long as those rights are not the right to do evil. Let's see here. They should be forced to personally dispose of the baby's remains. I mean, if you want to go that far, that would change a lot. Yeah, you want an abortion? Okay. You're going to have to see the child through an ultrasound. Then, after the abortion is done, you're going to have to bury the parts. You see? The left would be against that. I mean, why was the left against mandatory ultrasound? Why? Because they wanted people to be blinded from the truth. They wanted people to be blinded from seeing the reality of what abortion is. Abortion is a very ugly and a very evil thing. And they wanted people to not see that reality. So they covered up for it. That's the reason why. Just like if you talk to Roman Catholic apologists, they hate it when you bring up the Vatican cover-ups. They hate it. Why? Because it forces them now to face that evil. And they don't want to face it. Let's see here. Both sides are authoritarian. And it just depends on who's in power. And I can talk a lot about this, but I don't want to bore you guys. But basically, a lot of this happens within a pendulum swing. So you have and you'll see this throughout modern history. So for example, in America, we were very conservative in the 1950s, and then in the 1970s, we swung all the way to the left. Not all the way, but we swung very much so to the left. And the reason for that was because I think the right went too far with the Cold War policy and the whole McCarthyism policy. So a lot of people swung liberal. They became hippies, free love, all this stuff, 1960s, 1970s. And the liberals have dominated media outlets for decades in this country. The left has dominated art. The left has dominated films. The left has dominated music. And what is happening right now, what's been going on within recent years, is that people are saying we've had enough with the left-wing stuff, and now we're seeing the pendulum swinging to the right. And I don't know, I think this pendulum swing to the right is going to get deeper into the right, and I think the right is going to be experiencing a massive revival in popularity, as it is already. But I think that popularity is only going to grow. And I think, well, here's the thing is, if the right goes too far, then people are going to say, wait a second, I thought you guys were against the authoritarianism of the left. Now you guys are being authoritarian yourselves. What gives? And people just don't realize the art of how different factions portray themselves when they're trying to take power. When a faction is weak, when a faction is on the weaker side of the war, that faction will always pretend to be for freedom and democracy and equality. Once they take power, they throw all that out the window. All that stuff gets thrown out the window. Perfect example of this is the French Revolution. Perfect example. You had the monarchy, and the monarchy was what? Authoritarian. The king says what the king gets, and that's it, and blah, blah, blah. And the king gets what he wants, and we have to honor the king. And it was a dictatorship to a certain extent. Not really a dictatorship, but on paper, it was a monarchy that had a lot of other people influencing it, but a monarchy nonetheless. And then the French revolutionaries portrayed themselves as the freedom fighters. They portrayed themselves as the people for equality and equity and equality. And once those revolutionaries took over, they became worse than any monarch in French history, and they killed hundreds of thousands of people at least. And they started a revolution that led to the deaths of millions of people. And people were dreaming to go back to the days prior to the revolution, because there was the revolutionary reign of terror. So once people, when a faction is on the weaker end, they will always portray themselves as the victims, and they will always portray themselves as the people who simply want freedom. Once they get enough power, then freedom goes out the window. And it turns out, and it becomes very obvious, that freedom was a tool, democracy or freedom was merely a tool by which to get power. Once they use freedom to get power, and they get that power, then they throw freedom out the window, and they don't want freedom for those who they suspect of being enemies. Let's see here. If it is all evil, what is left? Well, I'm talking about the movements. They are still good people. They are good people who are liberals. They are. They are people who are liberals who are more righteous than a lot of conservatives. They are people who are atheists who are more righteous than a lot of Christians. What is left is good people. Not movements, not institutions, for the most part. Not factions, not ideologues, not activists. It's good people. Like, for example, the massacre that happened in Australia. Now, on X, you have Jews arguing with Muslims and vice versa. And the Muslim will say that you guys, you Jews, you Zionists are all murderers. And the Zionists will say you Muslims are all terrorists. But when Jews were being mowed down, and a Muslim dude stood up in Australia and tackled one of the shooters down, did that Muslim care that the victims were Jews? No. Did the victims care that the hero was a Muslim? No. What mattered was what? Good fruits. That's it. What does John the Baptist tell the scribes and the Pharisees? He says, the axe is laid bare, and the tree that beareth not good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. What matters is the trees with good fruit. Let's see here. If we always pardon evil people who slaughter women and children. Let's see. I don't know what you're referring to. If we have always pardoned evil people. Okay, what is your point? I don't trust Tucker. Neither do I. Evil is loose in the world. We are all victims. Evil is loose in the world. That's true. If there is a God, I guarantee it's not the God of the so-called Bible. Well, for an agnostic, you sure have a lot of certainty about which God would be the right one. Romans, every church will disappoint with time as an evangelical. You see, every church will disappoint. The way that you guys, and I know, Juan, you're a Roman Catholic. I know that. I think I've talked to you before. You're a Roman Catholic, so of course you're going to say that. But if you actually take the time to read about the extent of the cover-up in the Vatican, you'll see that it's much worse than just, being disappointed time to time. Have you ever looked into Islam? I've read a lot about Islam. Christ is my only rabbi, my teacher, friend, master, prophet, and God. I am a slave to Christ that gives me freedom. Okay. Have any of you listened to Paul Wallace's thoughts on God? No, I haven't. I went to Christian Academy in high school, and it made me a better Muslim, but I got to appreciate both religions. Interesting. Here they come. Yup, absolutely. Pope is infallible only when he speaks ex cathedra. Yeah. I don't know. That's not what I heard. I've heard that even when the Pope speaks outside of ex cathedra, we have to actually accept it and not question it, according to Vatican I. Leo as well. Okay. Pope, blah, blah, blah. All right. Pope. I knew in my head. I told myself in my head, okay, Ted, they're going to come. The Catholics are going to come. You know they're going to come. Right? Here they come, right? Because as I said in one of my last streams, everyone has what I call a broken record. And you don't know when you're going to press the button, but if you say something that gets that broken record to play, that broken record is going to play. And the people who have these broken records playing, they don't really care about the point you're trying to make. I had a whole point. My point wasn't to bash the Roman Catholic Church. The point was that all sides are evil, pretty much. And taking the red pill is coming to that realization. But because I mentioned the Roman Catholic Church, the broken record starts to play. And if you hit the button, they're not going to say, hey, I agree with your point. You make a good point, but I kind of disagree with you on this. But I think I understand the point you're trying to convey here. No, they're not going to say that. The mouth's going to open, and the broken record's going to play, and you do every time you stream. You're going to do this. You're going to be talking. You're going to be talking about the Vatican. You're going to talk about whatever, right? You're going to have a greater point, but the people who have broken records, they're going to refuse to see the forest, and they're just going to want to point to some tree. There's a tree that's an oak tree. Let's talk about oak tree. But there's a whole forest here. Let's talk about the forest. No. I want to talk about one leaf on one of the trees. And God forbid, and you don't know when you're going to press the button. Sometimes you do, but not all the time you're going to know when you have pressed the button. But when you have pressed that button, God forbid, the record is going to be played, and you have to hear it. So your point is, hey, there's a lot of deception out there. I mean, and just to give you guys an example, here's the Democrat Party, here's the Republican Party, here's the liberal movement, here's the conservative movement, and the Vatican also. I mean, I've come to the realization that the Vatican also has a lot of evils within it. Broken record. The broken record player has been played. The button has been pressed. Gotta hear it. Gotta hear the broken record. Ex cathedra, the Pope, no one's perfect. All have sinned. Yep, I've heard all the generalizations, and I've heard all of the arguments, and I've heard all of the minimizing that Vaticanists like to do to cover up for their institution. It's not going to work with me. Let's see here. Hold on a second, guys. There's a dog barking, and it doesn't shut up. Okay, hold on. A bitter herb is actually a decent topic for a stream. Yeah, I like the term. Don't forget to hit the like button. Yep, don't forget to hit that like button, guys. It gets the stream to more people. Sometimes I think about those schools in ancient Egypt where people spent 30 years studying to be worthy of important positions. Yeah, we all have done shady things in the past. What's important is that we're aware and have learned. Okay, we're all sinners. No one's saying that perfection is possible. No one's arguing that. Okay. Let's see here. The right and left just fight to take that place. Unity is what they fear. That's true. Theo teaches what they won't in textbooks. That's true also, actually. That is true. And I'm not trying to blow smoke up my own ass. It's just the truth. Let's see here. Humanity is judged whether right or left. All of humanity or the body of humanity. That's why Jesus had to take the place of guilty party if he wanted us to, etc., etc. Hold on a second, guys. I want to... My music stopped, so I'm going to play me some music. I'm gonna, yeah, get the music played. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see here. I'm left and still, etc., etc. Theo, we are living in a broken world. Religion is never the answer to have peace. That religion is never the answer. Well, we okay, whatever. It's not my position. The statue of manly liberty. Let's see here. It's people's interpretation of religion that is at the heart of troubles. True. True. Bad interpretations. 115 viewers. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice. Oh, come on, Voltaire. It is just me. I am not wrecking a thing. Go ahead with the criticism. I mean, okay, I'm glad that we see eye to eye here. I'm just saying. You understand my point wasn't to attack the Vatican. My point was I was using the Vatican as an example of what I was trying to say. Anyway, I'm going to get to a different topic. I don't want to bore you guys with all this stuff. Let's talk about... Ooh, boy. I got a lot of articles that I read today. And I'm trying to pick which one I should talk about. Let's see here. Let's see here. I'm trying to pick which topic I should discuss. We got Israel, we got Ukraine, we got Turkey. So, let's talk about Israel's strategy against Turkey and how Israel is trying to lobby for the United States to not include Turkey as being a member of the international coalition that's going to govern Gaza. In other words, Israel does not want Turkey to have any sort of role or position in Gaza, because Israel does not want Turkey to have a presence in Gaza, because that would mean Turkey being right next to Israel's southern border, and Israel doesn't want this. As the Israeli government has made very clear, Israel views Turkey as Israel's biggest existential threat. The Israeli government has made this very clear. The Israeli government has said, in fact, that Turkey is an even bigger threat than Iran. Yes, they've talked about Iran for decades. They've talked about how Iran is the biggest enemy ever. Oh my God, Iran is the Hitler of our time and all this stuff. But Turkey is actually a bigger threat than Iran because Turkey has a better military than the Iranian military. And if you look at the nodule commission of the Israeli government, I almost forgot the name of this commission, but if you look, or the committee, sorry, if you look at the nodule committee. The Nodule Committee was put in place by the Israeli government to make estimations for Israel's defense. And the Nodule Committee made it very clear that Turkey is a bigger threat than Iran. And now we're seeing the rise of Turkey. And the rise of Turkey was to a great extent done. Okay, let's rewind. My brain just sort of glitched out there. My mistake, guys. The rise of Turkey was, to a great extent, due to Israel's actions in the Middle East. The rise of Turkey is the result, to a great extent, of Israel's actions and policies in the Middle East. They overthrew Bashar al-Assad. Israel wanted Assad gone. Assad fled to Russia. The Assad regime was toppled. And then what happened? Turkey entered Syria. Israel said Hezbollah has to be crushed. Hezbollah assassinated Mr. Nasrallah. And then what happened? Turkey is now gaining ground within Lebanon. Turkey is rising up in Lebanon. Turkey is working to fill in the vacuum left in Lebanon due to Israel's actions. So Israel has greatly contributed to the rise of Turkey. And now Israel is saying, well, the biggest existential threat against Israel is Turkey. The Trump administration brokered a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. And then immediately, the Trump administration started talking about Turkey having a position in the governance over Gaza. And Israel came along and said, nope, we don't want that. We don't want Turkey to have any role at all in governing Gaza. And America is still very persistent on giving Turkey a position. Why is that? Because Turkey is a massive superpower. It's not a global superpower, but it's definitely a regional superpower that Hamas respects. Because Turkey told Hamas to stand down. Turkey told Hamas to sign on to the ceasefire agreement, and Hamas listened. So Turkey was vital for Trump's brokered ceasefire to have any sort of modicum of success. So Turkey is a massive, massive contributor to the ceasefire in Gaza. And Turkey has made it very clear they want a position in the governance over Gaza. And as I've said many times, Turkey is a vital member of NATO. Turkey is vital for America's leverage over the Eastern Mediterranean, over the Mediterranean Sea, really, because Turkey controls the access into the Mediterranean from the Black Sea, and America does not want to lose that control, because if they lose that control, then that would mean Turkey getting closer to the Russians, and that would mean Turkey no longer becoming a means by which America can control Russia's access into the Mediterranean from the Black Sea. So Turkey is vital for the American empire, and America wants for Turkey to have a position in the governance over Gaza. Now, Turkey wants to deploy thousands of troops into Gaza. Israel says, no, we can't allow for that because that would mean the Turkish military being right on our southern border. But let's say that Turkey isn't allowed to put soldiers in Gaza. America still wants Turkey to have a position, to have a role in the governance over Gaza. So no matter what, Turkey is going to have a hand in Gaza. And no matter what, Turkey is going to be allowed to have a position that is going to go against the interest of Israel, because Israel wants to decide who has and who is not going to have a role and who's going to govern Gaza. And Israel wants to make sure that its biggest existential threat does not have a presence in Gaza. But America wants Israel's biggest existential threat to have a position in Gaza. So recently, there was a conference in Doha about this international security team, this international coalition of various armies that America wants to put in place in Gaza, to govern Gaza. And America has said, well, maybe Turkey can put its troops in Gaza as a part of this international coalition to take care, to police Gaza. And Israel has said, no, we do not want Turkish soldiers. So there was a conference recently in Doha about this future plan to have a military coalition in Gaza. And Turkey wasn't invited at all. Turkey was not invited. So the Zionists have said, you see, Turkey was not invited in the Doha conference. That means Turkey is losing its influence. Well, I hate to I hate to bust your bubble, but do you know who else wasn't invited to the Doha conference? Israel. Israel was not invited to the Doha conference. So if Turkey not getting invited to the Doha conference is a sign that Turkey is losing its influence and Israel is winning, well, that means Israel is also losing its influence because Israel wasn't invited to the very conference that happened in Doha. So there was an article that was published on this recently, and I'll read to you guys some excerpts from it. It's pretty interesting. It was published by Haaretz. Let me just make this smaller. Okay, here we go. This is good. So it says here, Israel's strategic arsenal is empty, but at least we got revenge on the Turks. And this, of course, is said sarcastically. And it says here, Israel scored a huge diplomatic win this week. According to a report in Haaretz, it managed to prevent Turkey's participation in Tuesday's conference in Doha. And like I said, this conference was about this future plan to put in place an international coalition of various militaries in Gaza. Turkey wants to be a part of this international coalition. Turkey wants to be able to put soldiers in place in Gaza. So they had this meeting in Doha to discuss this plan, but Turkey wasn't invited. So the Israelis said, you see, Turkey is losing its influence. Well, do you know who else wasn't invited? Israel. So that means Israel is also losing its influence by that very argument. And so it says here, it's just a pity that this victory gives off a stench of defeat because Turkey wasn't the only one absent from the conference. Israel, which sees itself as the Lord and Master of Gaza, also was not invited. And if being invited to conferences was an indication of losing influence, well, that means Israel also is losing influence because what happened some months ago in Egypt? There was a conference in Egypt about governing Gaza, and Turkey was invited. And in fact, Erdogan was in the airplane heading towards Egypt, flying to Egypt, and the leader of Turkey, Erdogan, he was in the plane and he said, is Israel going to be in this meeting? No, sir, Israel was not invited to this meeting. He said, I want to make damn sure that no Israelis are at this meeting. Well, sir, we were told by the Americans that Israel has not been invited. I don't give a damn. I don't want any surprises. And Erdogan told the pilot, I want you to fly in circles and not land in Egypt until I get a phone call confirmation that no Israeli diplomats are in this meeting in Egypt. And they say that that plane flew. It flew around for I don't know how long, for however long, and then Erdogan was on the phone in the airplane, and he said, hey, no Israelis are there. No Israelis are present, sir. All right, land the plane. Israel was not invited to the conference in Egypt to discuss the future of Gaza, but Turkey was. And what did J.D. Vance say? J.D. Vance said that Turkey is going to have a role. They may not have soldiers deployed in Gaza, at least not yet. But Turkey is going to have a role in the future of Gaza. This is what J.D. Vance made very clear. Why is this? Because America wants to make sure that NATO's biggest Muslim member and the second biggest member of NATO, which is Turkey, is going to have a strong position in the Middle East. They don't want Turkey to be weak in the Middle East. They want Turkey to be strong in the Middle East, because a strong Turkey in the Middle East means a strong NATO in the Middle East. And it means having a strong, powerful chess piece against Russian influence in the Middle East. Why do you think they overthrew Bashar al-Assad and allowed Turkey to fill in the vacuum left by Assad's toppling? Because they want the Russians out and they want NATO in. That is the bottom line. And so, sure, Turkey wasn't invited to this meeting, but you know what? This meeting was insignificant. No serious decisions were made in this meeting. So the meeting is really irrelevant. And so Turkey not being invited is also irrelevant, because you can make the same argument about Israel when it comes to this meeting in Doha and the meeting that took place in Egypt. Israel was not invited to speak in Doha, and Israel was not invited to have a say-so in the meeting in Egypt before that. Anyway, so it says here, granted, the multinational force is still strictly theoretical, since despite his enormous efforts, Trump is struggling to find countries. Now, this is interesting. Check this out. Trump is struggling to find countries that will agree to send their soldiers to confront Hamas, supervise Gaza's civilian administration, and liberate Israel from responsibility for the occupation. Now, this is very interesting. America does not want Israel to have a military occupation over Gaza. At least this is what the Americans were saying. Could be wrong. It could be that in the future, Israel's going to have a military occupation over Gaza. Maybe Israel is going to share in the occupation, and it's going to occupy Gaza alongside some foreign militaries who will be there as peacekeepers and watchdogs. But America has made it very clear that they want a multinational military force to have a presence in Gaza to govern Gaza. This is what the Americans have at least said that they want. Now, no countries, with the exception of Turkey and Qatar, have expressed interest in sending their troops into Gaza, because they don't want to be stuck in an Iraq-style situation where you're going to be dealing with IEDs and snipers. Now, if you look at the Israeli casualties in the Gaza war, most of these casualties were due to IEDs and sniper fire. The snipers, if I'm not mistaken, were the biggest killers for the IDF in Gaza. The snipers were the most dangerous enemy troops for the IDF because you can't see them. And so a lot of Israeli soldiers were killed by snipers. Now, Egypt doesn't want to be bogged down in Gaza, because if you put Egyptian soldiers in Gaza and Hamas is still there, or the Palestinian resistance is still there, those Palestinian resistance fighters will see those Egyptian soldiers as traitors and as open game. And so it would be hunting season on Egyptian soldiers in Gaza at that point. It doesn't matter if the Egyptian soldiers are Muslim. They don't care. So they don't want to be bogged down. The thing is that Hamas respects Turkey. The Muslim world does not respect Egypt at all. It does not respect Egypt. Simply for the reason that when it came time to actually allow for aid to be distributed into Gaza, Egypt did not open its doors on the Rafah border. If you look at the border area of Gaza, the area of Gaza that borders with Egypt, it's called Rafah. Rafah is a city that borders with Egypt. Egypt refused, for the entirety of the slaughterhouse of Gaza, Egypt has refused to open up its borders for aid to be allowed entry into Gaza. Egypt did not care about the starving Palestinians. It did not give a damn, because Egypt is so under the control of the Zionists. I mean, this is just the reality. And there is a video that you can watch of a Welsh nurse, a Welshman in Egypt, pleading with the Egyptian border guards to open the gates so that he and his colleagues could bring food into Gaza. They had aid, and they wanted to bring that aid into Gaza. And in this video, you see this Welshman who had more courage and more righteousness than these Egyptian border guards, screaming, please open the gates, open the gates. We're Muslims, we're Christians, we're Jews. I don't know about Jews, but he says, we're Muslims, we're Christians, mate. Open the gates. We want to help your people. We want to help Gazans. We want to help the starving people of Gaza. And those Egyptian border guards did absolutely nothing, and they were stone-faced. So no one in the Islamic world loves Egypt. Everyone hates Egypt. No one respects Egypt. And right now, Egypt could be destroyed. And the Islamic world wouldn't really feel sorry for the Egyptian military nor the Egyptian government for this very reason. So Turkey wants to come along and wants to be the hero for the Islamic world. Turkey is the most powerful country in the Islamic world. This is a fact. It's the most powerful military in the Islamic world, the Turkish military, that is. And so Turkey wants to be the hero. And Hamas is an organization that respects Turkey. As I said, Turkey told Hamas to sign on to the ceasefire agreement. And through Turkey's negotiations, through Turkey's political influence and leverage, Hamas signed on to the ceasefire. So Turkey is a vital factor in all of this, a vital factor in America solidifying itself in the Gaza region. So America wants for Turkey to have a position. But the thing is that Egypt doesn't want to send soldiers into Gaza. Saudi Arabia doesn't want to send soldiers into Gaza. I don't think the UAE wants to send soldiers into Gaza. But Turkey has made it very explicit. We want to send soldiers into Gaza. We want to send soldiers into Gaza. So Turkey is a very willing player in this mission to deploy troops to stabilize Gaza. So if Turkey turns out to be the only willing player for this plan, then perhaps the Americans will say we have no choice but to allow for Turkish troops to be deployed. But if the Israel lobby is adamant enough and the Israel lobby has enough influence, then perhaps the Americans will not allow for Turkish troops to be deployed into Gaza. But even if that were to happen, the Americans will still allow for Turkey to have a position in Gaza somehow. So no matter how you look at this, Turkey is rising as a massive regional power in the Middle East. So it says here, but Turkey, with or without the conference in the Qatari capital, will continue to be involved, this is what I was saying, will continue to be involved in Gaza's future, even if its soldiers are not allowed in. That's because the Turkish enemy, in quotation marks, has been entrenching itself as one of Trump's strategic pillars, whereas Israel is increasingly being viewed as a burden. So Turkey is being seen in a more positive light. Turkey is being praised more. Turkey is being seen with much more high esteem because Turkey is a powerful regional player in the Middle East. Turkey is the country that controls the access from the Mediterranean from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean, meaning it is a very vital player for the American empire against Russian power in the Mediterranean and also in the Black Sea. Turkey is a massive Black Sea power. The two most powerful countries on the Black Sea, the two most powerful Black Sea regions are Russia and Turkey. So if you're going to go against the Russians in the Black Sea, you need Turkey. The biggest power in the Mediterranean is Turkey. The biggest naval force in the Mediterranean is the Turkish Navy. So you have to include Turkey in all of these deliberations. Turkey cannot be ignored. Turkey has to be a factor in this whole quagmire. And so Israel will say, well, Turkey is our biggest threat. Turkey could destroy us. Turkey. And America's saying, we don't care. We have to give power to the Turks because it's our biggest chess piece against the Russians in the Middle East and in the Mediterranean. And Israel is being seen as more and more of a burden to a great extent because Israel is becoming so hated. If you look at these TPUSA meetings where they have all these conservative youths come together and listen to various conservative speakers, you will always see young people asking questions about Israel. Not in a good way, but in a very negative way. You always see these young people, young guys, coming in and saying, well, Israel killed Americans when they attacked the USS Liberty, and what say you? And I saw this video recently, and it was at this TPUSA event. TPUSA is Charlie Kirk's event. That's Charlie Kirk's organization. And they're still running TPUSA, but now, they want to make sure that TPUSA just remains a totally Zionistic organization. Charlie's murder, say whatever you think about it, but Charlie's murder prevented TPUSA from becoming an organization that would criticize Israel. It prevented TPUSA from becoming an organization that would be critical of Israel. They want TPUSA to be a full-blown Zionist organization and all that stuff. But now you look at all these TPUSA events, and you always have young people asking questions about the USS Liberty, asking questions about Epstein and the Israel lobby and ethnic cleansing in Gaza, genocide of the Palestinians. And so, as I've said many times, the last remnants of the pro-Israel faction in the American conservative movement is trying to act as the bulwark against this tidal wave against Israel. They're trying to stop it, but they can't. They're not able to stop it. Glenn Beck has tried, he failed. Ben Shapiro is trying, he's failing. I don't give a damn how many pro-Israel bots Israel floods X with. They're losing. And for the first time since really the rise of Christian Zionism in the 1960s, over 50% of the American population, at least over 50% of the American population, has a critical view of Israel. They are not stopping what is coming. They cannot stop what is coming. They can't. So it is becoming toxic to one's political career to be pro-Israel. And as Ted Cruz said, I can't wish anyone a good morning on X without being flooded with anti-Semitic comments on X. And you know what? He ain't wrong. Go look at any one of Ted Cruz's posts on X. You'll see. Go read the comments. Thousands of anti-Israel comments. Thousands of anti-Zionism comments. They can't stop it. And as I've said numerous times, it's going to come to the point where if you are a politician who is pro-Israel, or if you get AIPAC money, you are going to be seen just like communists were seen in the 1950s Cold War era. This dude gets money from AIPAC. He gets that AIPAC money. He gets Zionist money. So it's becoming toxic. It's becoming toxic for America to support Israel. And the more that America supports Israel, the more unpopular America becomes. And America, as I've said before, America does not want to lose the world because of Israel and because of a bunch of flag-waving boomers. Because if America continues down this path of being totally gung-ho pro-Israel, Israel is going to go down inevitably. But if America continues on this path of being pro-Israel, if America continues treading upon this path of Zionism, Israel will drag America alongside it. Israel will drag America down into its own destruction. And by destruction, I mean Israel's destruction. And America doesn't want that. Because right now, Israel has lost the whole world. But America doesn't want to lose the whole world. But Israel doesn't care. Israel wants to drag America down with it. So, as this article says, Turkey is being uplifted, and Israel is increasingly being viewed as a burden. Well, we have to go fight Iran. Why? Well, we have to babysit Israel. Well, we have to go fight this other country. Why? Well, because, they're an enemy of Israel. What is the meme, right? What is the meme that we keep seeing on the internet? I don't want to fight in a war for Israel. This is what everyone keeps saying. I'm not fighting for Israel. I'm not going to die for Israel. I'm not going to go risk my life for Israel. I'm not going to sacrifice my children for Israel. This is what Tucker Carlson said. Tucker Carlson said, I'm not going to go send my kids out in a war to die for Israel. I'm not going to do it. So Israel is being seen as what? A burden that has to be babysat by the Americans. And there is even a saying that I've heard that I thought was pretty brilliant. It's not babysitting Israel. It's BB-sitting Israel because of Netanyahu. Israel is being babysat. America is BB-sitting Israel, having to watch over Israel. So it's seen as a burden. Whereas with Turkey, it's a rising power, has a massive military, doesn't have a small population like Israel does. Turkey can fight in a massive war if it had to. So America is saying, put the burden of the Middle East onto the shoulders of Turkey. Let Turkey rise up in power and let Turkey represent NATO's interest in the Middle East. And so Israel is saying, whoa, 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 you're allowing this massive existential threat to rise up in power. And America is saying, yes, absolutely. So it says here, that victory in Doha cannot obscure the series of blows that has been dealt to Israel. We had only just finished wiping off the spittle in the form of Trump's insulting demand that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu apologize to his Qatari counterpart for the failed attempt to kill Hamas's leadership in Doha. So Israel bombs Qatar, which is Turkey's biggest ally in the Middle East and is a major American ally in the Middle East. Qatar. Israel bombs Qatar, murders a Qatari security guard. And then Israel said, oh, we didn't attack Qatar. We simply were trying to kill Hamas. Oh, really? So let's see. Oh, do you know who lives in Israel? Jonathan Pollard. Jonathan Pollard lives in Israel. And Pollard is the guy who sold America's nuclear secrets to Israel, leaked American nuclear secrets to Israel, and put America's security at risk by doing so. The biggest leaker in American history of American nuclear secrets is Jonathan Pollard. There's no other case like that of the Pollard case in American history. This guy leaked out so many nuclear secrets. He leaked out so many secret documents to the Israelis. They say you can fill up an entire room. We're talking like, what is it? A 30-foot long room with the documents that this guy leaked out to the Israelis. And Pollard, for that reason, was sentenced to life in prison. And he was pardoned because of the pro-Israel and the evangelical lobby. Mr. Huckabee lobbied for Pollard's release. That's the evangelicals for you. So much for playing the guitar on Fox News. He plays the electric guitar on Fox News. Oh, yeah, I'm going to play the American national anthem on my guitar. I'm such a patriot. And this Hucksterby, Mike Hucksterby, lobbied for the pardon of Mr. Pollard. Pollard is an enemy of the United States. So Pollard lives very comfortably in Israel. Let's say, hypothetically speaking, America decides to drop a bomb on Israel or does an airstrike on Israel and airstrikes the area that Pollard is. Let's say Pollard is living in a apartment or he has a house. He has a home. He lives somewhere, right? So America says, you know what? We have decided that we're going to do an airstrike on Pollard's house. Well, his kids are there. He's got family living there. We don't give a damn. Israel does it to Hamas. We're going to do it to our enemies. But there's a bunch of Israeli civilians who are living around Pollard's home. We don't give a damn because really the ends justify the means, as they say. So we're going to become very Machiavellian about it like the Israelis are, and we're going to just do an airstrike on Pollard's home. America does an airstrike on Pollard's home. And Israel says, we've been attacked. No, I didn't attack Israel, says America in this hypothetical situation. I was only trying to kill Jonathan Pollard. Do you think the Israelis are just going to say, you know what? Oh my, America, you're so right. I mean, if someone leaked out Israeli nuclear secrets to Iran and that leaker fled to Tehran, and Israel did an airstrike on Tehran and killed the guy, and Iran says, hey, you guys attacked Iran, And Israel's going to say, no, we didn't attack you guys. We just killed one of our enemies who was in your country. So you think if America said, we didn't attack Israel, we just tried to kill Jonathan Pollard, that's it. You think the Israelis would say, oh, yeah, you're so right. Oh, yeah. No, they would be saying, America attacked us. America's our enemy now. So Israel attacked Qatar, bombed Qatar, murdered an innocent security guard, tried to murder the Hamas negotiators who were trying to broker a ceasefire between Hamas and Israel, bombed Qatar, even though Qatar was forced by the Americans to harbor the Hamas officials so that they could use Qatar as a site, as a center for the negotiation, for the peace negotiation. And Trump said, hey, Netanyahu, you have to apologize to the Qatari government. I'm sorry, Qatar, it'll never happen again. And that was the humiliation for the Israelis. So this article is saying, hey, we were just getting over the humiliation of having to apologize to the Qataris. And then it says here, a reprimand arrived over an operation that went wrong in Beit Jin in the Syrian Golan Heights. Next, Trump announced that he intends to look into whether Israel's assassination of Raid Saad, Hamas's number 2 in Gaza, violated the ceasefire agreement because Israel assassinated this Hamas leader. So now the Americans are saying, well, we're going to have to investigate to see if this was, kosher or not. And nothing's going to happen, more than likely. Let's see here. So it says here, shockingly, the U.S. president has also agreed to give the Palestinian Authority a role in running Gaza. So the Americans are saying, yeah, we're going to give a position to the Palestinian Authority, to the PA in Gaza, to govern Gaza. The Israelis don't like the PA, even though they work with the PA. The Israelis don't like the PA. But the Americans are saying, no, we want to give a position to the PA in the governance of the Gaza Strip. So it says here that should have been done from the start, but Israel, which arrived at the end of the war with its strategic arsenal empty, has found itself out of the game. In other words, Israel doesn't have a say-so over whether or not the PA is going to have a position in the governance over Gaza. The Americans do. So it says here, Trump has waved aside Israel's hardline positions on Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara as if they were comments on social media. Also, by the way, it was reported just recently that America just got rid of all of the sanctions that were being imposed on Syria. So before, Trump removed some of the sanctions. And then just recently, Trump got rid of all of the sanctions. He recently rescinded the rest of the sanctions that were not rescinded before. And the Israelis don't like this because the Israelis want to keep Syria weak. But the Americans were saying, no, we're going to get rid of all the sanctions that we imposed on Syria. Why? Because, well, Syria is being given over to Turkey. And so now Syria is a protectorate of the Turkish Empire, of the Neo-Ottoman Empire that we are witnessing the rise of. And so the Americans were saying, yeah, we want to see Syria at least grow economically because now Syria is Turkey's baby. Syria is not Russia's baby or Iran's baby any longer. When it was Iran's responsibility, of course, America wanted Syria to be economically weak and destitute. But now that Syria is a protectorate of Turkey, of the rising Neo-Ottoman Empire, America wants to see Turkey at least grow economically. So America, at the behest of Turkey, said we're going to cancel all of the sanctions. And Israel didn't want this because Israel sees Syria as a threat, and Israel sees a strong Syria as a threat. A weak and divided Syria is no threat to Israel. But a economically growing Syria is a threat, because if Syria grows economically, that would better Turkey's position politically in Syria as a protectorate of the Turkish government, and that would mean a powerful Turkey. So an economically healthy Syria would mean a strong Turkey in the Middle East, and Israel doesn't want a strong Turkey. Israel wants to see Turkey have no empire in the Middle East because Israel wants to be the most powerful country in the Middle East. So again, America wants to enable the revival of Turkish power in the Middle East because America wants to see a powerful NATO in the Middle East, and Turkey is an extension of NATO. So it says here that Trump has embraced the Syrian president like a prodigal son, removed all the sanctions on Syria, and isn't rushing to adopt Israel's demand for the establishment of a demilitarized zone between Damascus and southern Syria. Then, in the Christmas spirit, and because he felt like it, Trump approved the sale of F-35 stealth jets to Saudi Arabia. And this happened recently. And now the Americans are talking about bringing Turkey back into the F-35 program, in which, if this happens, Turkey will be allowed to purchase F-35s. That would mean Lockheed Martin making multi-billion-dollar deals with the Turkish government. Lockheed Martin wants to make billions of dollars. Lockheed Martin has a massive lobby. And Turkey wants to spend billions of dollars to buy F-35s. There's only one country in the Middle East that currently has F-35s, and that is Israel. But what happened? Turkey said, we want F-35s. And the United States has said, well, we're not going to sell you F-35s until you get rid of your Russian S-400s. Now, the S-400 is a very powerful missile launching system. It has the ability to fire missiles at a very, very fast rate. And it has the ability to launch intercepting missiles against incoming missiles. And it also has the ability to launch missiles at long-distance targets. So it's a very dangerous weapon to have. It's a very powerful weapon to have. It's one of the most advanced pieces of missile technology in the world. Now, the Russians already have the S-500, which is even more dangerous, but the S-400 is pretty efficient. And Turkey right now has its hands on the Russian S-400. It purchased the Russian S-400 back in 2018 or 19. And in 2017, Turkey announced that it was going to be purchasing a Russian S-400 or Russian S-400s. And the Americans said, you better not do it. If you do that, Turkey, we're going to kick you out of the F-35 program. Turkey said, we don't give a damn. And then they purchased the S-400, I want to say in 2019, if I remember correctly. Once they purchased those Russian S-400s, Turkey was subsequently kicked out of the F-35 program, which meant that Turkey was barred from being sold F-35s. So you have the American ambassador to Turkey, Mr. Thomas Barak, saying, hey, Turkey, how about you get rid of those S-400s and we'll sell you the F-35s? And Thomas Barak has said that he believes that Turkey will be reintroduced into the F-35 program in the near future, because he said that he's quite confident that Turkey is going to get rid of its S-400. Well, now they're talking even more seriously about Turkey getting rid of the S-400. And just recently, the Trump administration agreed to sell F-35s to Saudi Arabia. Now, is Saudi Arabia a massive threat to Israel? No. Is Saudi Arabia really an enemy of Israel? No. Saudi Arabia and Israel are actually allies against the Shiite Crescent, specifically against Iran. So Israel is not really too worried about Saudi Arabia. Israel is not losing any sleep. I'll put it that way. Israel is not losing any sleep over Saudi Arabia getting F-35s. But with that said, Saudi Arabia being allowed to purchase F-35s is not something that Israel is too happy about, because what it means is Saudi Arabia having fighter jets that are just as powerful as the fighter jets owned by Israel. And as I've said many times, as I've pointed out many times, Israel likes to be the biggest air force power in the Middle East because that gives Israel a distinct military edge over its neighbors. Israel's Middle Eastern neighbors don't have anywhere near the air power that Israel has. Israel has the most powerful air force in the Middle East currently. So, and the reason for that is because of the F-35. The F-35 is what gives Israel the element of surprise and the advantage of surprise, the advantage of an ambush that the F-35 enables Israel to launch. So the F-35 is not the best when it comes to actual dogfighting, but really ever since the War on Terror, the idea of dogfighting has been seen as really a thing of the past. I think that dogfighting is going to come back in the future, just like trench warfare has come back. I mean, because of the war in Ukraine, trench warfare, literally World War I style trench warfare is back. And dogfighting for the longest time has been seen as the thing of the past. It's been seen as something that was last done at a massive scale in World War II. And right now, dogfighting is not really on anyone's agenda, because when it comes to air power, what people want is the element of surprise. They want the ability to fly a fighter jet and from a long distance fire massive amounts of rockets and missiles into their enemy and slaughter thousands of people. That's what people want to do when it comes to air power. And the F-35 is right now the topmost fighter jet for that purpose, the purpose of doing an ambush from the sky. Israel has that element of surprise because of the F-35. If Saudi Arabia buys F-35s, and I think it will, I don't think Israel is going to be losing sleep over this. I don't think Israel is going to worry about Saudi Arabia doing an ambush on Israel anytime soon, but Israel is not going to like it because it would mean Israel no longer being the only possessor of F-35s. That's what it's going to mean. And it sets a dangerous precedent for Israel, because it would mean other countries may be able to purchase F-35s. So right now, Qatar is seriously talking with the United States about potentially buying F-35s. If Qatar is able to buy F-35s, if America sells F-35s to Qatar, it would really mean the end of Israel having this unique position in the Middle East. Sorry, I just said Saudi Arabia, so rewind that. If Qatar buys F-35s, it would mean the reversal of Israel's interest in the Middle East when it comes to air power. Because Saudi Arabia buying F-35s is not the biggest point of concern for Israel, because Saudi Arabia is an ally of Israel against the Shiites. Qatar, on the other hand, is an explicit enemy of Israel, because it is Turkey's biggest ally in the Middle East. And Turkey is, as I've said, Israel's biggest existential threat in the Middle East. If Qatar buys F-35s, it would mean Turkey's biggest ally being able to have the same firepower that Israel has. So it would mean Israel no longer having the military edge when it comes to air power over its enemies. That's what that means. Because in that case, a major enemy of Israel would have the same form of air power that Israel currently has, and that Israel currently has a monopoly over. Now, if Turkey is able to buy F-35s, that would really spell the end, because then that would mean America not having any qualms over selling serious firepower to Israel's biggest threat. It would mean America not having any issues over allowing Turkey to have really an edge when it comes to air power over Israel. It would mean the United States not having any issue with allowing Israel's biggest enemy to have a serious air force and an air force with capabilities to defeat Israel when it comes to air power. So that would spell really the end of Israel's massive amount of leverage in the Middle East. And I think we are currently watching really the gradual erosion of Zionist power in the world. Now, people say, Ted, you're so wrong, because well, in the Zionist lobby, is the biggest lobby in America. It's like nothing's happening, Theodore. See, people are so stupid. And I hate to sound very harsh and coarse, but the problem with people is that when you say we're seeing the end of the Israeli lobby, or we're seeing the end of the pro-Israel Zionist lobby, they think that if what you're saying doesn't happen by the next week or by the next 2 weeks, that you're wrong. We're talking about a gradual erosion of the Zionist lobby. We're talking about something that's going to take years to come to full fruition. That's what we're talking about. We're not saying, in the next 2 weeks, Israel's going to be gone, and then 2 weeks happens and nothing happened. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about we're talking about long-term in the future. We're talking about something that's going to occur years from now, not 2 weeks from now, not months from now, but years from now, maybe in the next 15 years, maybe in the next 20 years. we're going to see this sort of thing come to fruition. And by thing, I mean the end of Israel. And within that duration of time, we will see that erosion take place. And that erosion will eventually reach its apex. And that apex is going to be really the final downfall of the Judean power in the Middle East. And so if the United States says, okay, Turkey, we're going to sell you F-35s, that would also be an indication that would bespeak the decline of Israel's influence, because that would mean America not having any qualms over selling firepower, serious firepower, to Israel's biggest threat. And it would mean the United States not having any issue with allowing for Israel's biggest threat to have the technology that would give it air power equal to the air power of Israel. So you can see by what I'm saying that really that erosion is happening, but it's happening at a gradual rate. So it says here, Turkey will also be restored to the F-35 program. Now, this guy is saying this. He's saying Turkey will also be restored to the F-35 program. Now, I looked into this. I couldn't find any statement from the U.S. government saying Turkey will be restored emphatically. That's it. It's going to happen. I haven't seen any sort of statement like that. I've seen talks about potentially allowing Turkey to be restored into the F-35 program, but I haven't seen any emphatic declarations for that matter. But this Israeli journalist here is being very confident. He's being very emphatic. And he's saying very confidently and very self-assuredly that Turkey will also be restored to the F-35 program, which is quite amazing. And he says, since it has done great things in Syria, as Trump said in praise of his good friend, Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. So this guy is saying Turkey will be restored. And I think there are signs that indicate that. When you see Tom Barak, the U.S. ambassador to Turkey, and really America's biggest diplomat in Syria, saying that Turkey is going to give up its Russian S-400 system. And the reason why Turkey is going to give up its S-400, its Russian S-400 system, is because Turkey wants to be able to buy F-35s. I think it's quite obvious that America wants to sell F-35s to Turkey. It just doesn't want to sell F-35s to Turkey while Turkey owns very advanced Russian military technology. So this guy goes on to say, moreover, it seems that Qatar will also be able to buy these planes, F-35s, which gave Israel a military advantage. After all, that particular enemy state is deemed a major non-NATO ally by Washington, and it also gave the president a huge, expensive private plane. And remember what happened after Israel attacked Qatar. Remember what happened. The United States made a security pact with Qatar, saying, Qatar, we will protect you. Against who? Against Israel. We will protect you from Israel. America made this very clear. We're going to protect you from Israel. And this is yet another sign of the erosion of the American-Israeli alliance. And that's the end of the article. So it is quite interesting to see all this. I'll read your guys' comments, but it is very interesting to see all this play out. It's very interesting to see this. Now, there's something I want to show you here about F-35s. Let's see here. Here it is. This is from a French newspaper called Le Monde, but it's in French, and I'm trying to get the Google Translate to go back on. There we go. Google Translate. So this is what I was talking to you guys about. Turkey is seriously talking about getting rid of its Russian S-400 system, S-400 missile system. Why is Turkey seriously talking about getting rid of its S-400 system? It's because Turkey wants to buy F-35s. And America has made it very clear to the Turks, hey, we want to sell you F-35s. We just want you to get rid of the Russian S-400 because we're afraid that NATO information about the F-35 could be downloaded into the Russian S-400, and that could give Russia access to very vital information about NATO military technology, et cetera, et cetera. And so we just want you to get rid of the Russian S-400. And so Turkey is seriously talking about getting rid of it. And Tom Barak, the American ambassador to Turkey, has said that he believes Turkey will get rid of its Russian S-400 missile system because Turkey wants the F-35. And as I have said, if America sells F-35s to Turkey, it would mean the erosion of the Zionist lobby. It would mean it would mean a decline in the influence of the Zionist lobby, because Israel right now is lobbying the United States not to sell F-35s, because as I have said, if Turkey gets F-35s, it would mean Israel no longer having an edge when it comes to air power over its enemies. Turkey is an enemy of Israel. Qatar is an enemy of Israel. And now we have the United States talking about selling F-35s to those two countries, Qatar and Turkey. And if they sell F-35s to Qatar, it would mean America saying, hey, we don't have an issue selling weapons to an enemy of Israel. We don't have an issue with selling weapons to a country, giving that to an enemy of Israel, giving that enemy of Israel an edge over Israel, or at least making that enemy country somewhat equal to Israel's Air Force. We don't have that problem. So it would bespeak, really, like I said, the erosion of the pro-Israel lobby. Signing out. All right. Good night, sir or madam. So it says here, Ankara is also, so it says here, Turkey is considering returning its S-400 missiles to Russia in order to rejoin the American F-35 program. Ankara is reportedly preparing to return a batch of anti-aircraft systems to Russia, a possibility that worries the Ukrainian army. It worries the Israelis. Let's be real here. This is worrying the Israelis. Turkey is reportedly on the verge of returning 4 S-400 long-range air defense batteries to Russia in order to rejoin the U.S. F-35 fifth-generation fighter jet program, underscoring a desire to further strengthen ties with the United States. The return of these systems, the most advanced in the Russian military arsenal, was one of the topics of discussion between President Recep Tayyip Erdogan and Vladimir Putin in Ashgabat, Turkmenistan on Friday. So it says here, as a sign of the diplomatic pressures of recent months, the U.S. ambassador to Turkey, Thomas Barak, stated on X 2 days before the meeting between Erdogan and Putin that negotiations were underway with the aim of lifting the sanctions imposed on Turkey. Lifting the sanctions imposed on Turkey. What sanctions? What sanctions? It's talking about the prevention of Turkey, the preventing of Turkey from buying F-35s. That's what it's talking about. That's what it's talking about. That's the sanction that it's referring to. So Tom Barak, it says here that Tom Barak met with Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan. The following day, an American delegation led by Philip Gordon, former White House diplomatic advisor, welcomed the progress being made. Quote, I am in Ankara and I have the feeling that the Turks want to resolve the issue. What issue? The issue of the S-400. With the ceasefire in Gaza, the cooperation in Syria, the truce with the PKK, Kurdistan Workers' Party, the de-escalation of tension with Iran, the progress made in the Caucasus and with Greece and Cyprus, they see a real opportunity to improve their relations with the United States. The withdrawal of the S-400s would be a giant step. Now, Turkey, as I've said, is a vital player for the American empire. And this was clearly seen in the recent ceasefire that was brokered by the United States in the South Caucasus between Armenia and Azerbaijan. I've talked about this many times, but there was a war that broke out in 2020 between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Armenia is an ally of Russia. Azerbaijan is an ally of Israel and the United States, and it's also a major part of Turkish power in the Caucasus. It really is Turkish extension into the South Caucasus. That's what Azerbaijan is. In fact, there is a saying in Turkey in regards to Azerbaijan, and that is Turkey and Azerbaijan are one nation, two states. They both see each other as being the same people, just being under two different governments. And so Turkey and Israel backed Azerbaijan against the Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh in 2020, and all throughout the war, which eventually ended with the virtual complete ethnic cleansing of the Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh in the year 2023. And then this year, the Trump administration brokered a ceasefire between Azerbaijan and Armenia. And part of the agreement was that Armenia would allow for a corridor to be created between Nakhchivan and Azerbaijan. So Turkey played a huge role in that because, as I've said, Azerbaijan is seen as an extension of Turkish power. It's seen as being a part of the Turkish Empire in the South Caucasus. Russia lost in that war. Armenia is an ally of Russia. Armenia is a part of Russia's security pact. Russia was supposed to provide Armenia with assistance in that war with Azerbaijan, but it did not. And the Azeris, what they did was they took advantage of the fact that Russia was being bogged down in Ukraine. Turkey took advantage of the fact that Russia was bogged down in Ukraine and did not have the capabilities, nor the willingness, nor the manpower to enter into a war with Azerbaijan to defend the Armenians. Plus, keep in mind that Azerbaijan is a major commercial partner of Russia. Azerbaijan buys Russian products. Azerbaijan, I believe, also sells oil to Russia. And also keep in mind that Azerbaijan borders with Iran, and Azerbaijan is an access way for Russia to enter Iran. And so if Azerbaijan becomes an enemy of Russia, it would make it more difficult for Russia. It wouldn't make it super difficult, but Russia would lose that access way into Iran. And Russia doesn't want to have to go through an enemy to gain access to its ally Iran. So Russia has been playing the diplomatic game for years with the Azerbaijanis. But nonetheless, regardless of all that, the Russians did not come to the aid of their ally, the Armenians. And the Armenians were ethnically cleansed out of Nagorno-Karabakh by the Azeris in the war, which began in 2020 and ended technically, officially this year. And so the Armenians said, oh my God, where were the Russians? Where were the Russians? And the Russians lost. They lost. They lost faith. They lost the faith and the trust that Armenia had in Russia. And they lost a proxy war because their ally was defeated, which means that NATO and Israel and Turkey got the advantage in the South Caucasus and grew their power, further consolidated their power in the Caucasus region. That's a win for NATO, for Israel, for Turkey, for the United States, and that's a lose-lose. That's a loss for Russia and for Armenia. And so the Americans, of course, went through all of that. The Americans saw all of that. They saw how Israeli and Turkish technology was used to crush a Russian ally. They saw how effective the Bayraktar drone was against the Russian ally Armenia. And they said, wow, Turkey really is important for us in the Caucasus. And don't forget, Armenia is a major ally of the Iranians. Iran needs Armenia as an access way into the Black Sea, because and also an access way into Europe, because how does Iran have direct access to the Black Sea part of Europe? How does Iran have access into southern Europe? It has that access through Armenia. If you look at a map, you'll see that you have Iran, you have Armenia, and from Armenia you enter Georgia, which is a part of Europe. And from Georgia, you have direct access into the Black Sea. Iran needs that access way, and Armenia is that main access way for Iran. Without Armenia, Iran is further isolated from the world. So by Armenia losing, Iran also diminishes in its influence and diminishes in its leverage. So Iran loses. Israel becomes more powerful. Turkey becomes more powerful. And thus, America becomes more powerful. And so Israel got an advantage. Even though Israel and Turkey are enemies, Turkey in a way helped Israel by defeating Armenia, because Armenia is a major ally of Iran, and a major ally of Iran was defeated. So America sees all of that and says, okay, this is further proof of how vital Turkey is for us. This is further proof of how important and how pertinent and how necessary Turkey is for the American empire. And so Turkey is saying, America, you need us. You need us, Turkey, America. You need us. You need us. So America cannot afford to lose Turkey. You see, America cannot afford to lose Turkey. And Turkey is saying, listen, we're going to get rid of the S-400s, but we want to buy F-35s. And so here you have Tom Barak saying, hey, it looks like we're going to lift the sanctions that we've been imposing on Turkey. What sanctions? The sanctions that prevent Turkey from buying F-35s. And as I've said, if America sells F-35s to Turkey, it would spell the further erosion of the American-Israeli alliance. So that's it. Hold on a second, guys. Let's see here. So we read this article. I'm going to read your guys' comments now. Hold on a second. I want to see what's the next article I'm going to be reading. All right, let's see. I think they should have some support fighting these terrorist groups. They only have 9 million. Let's see here. I had several prime ministers and parties in Israel unfollow during the last 2 elections. I think they should have some support fighting these terrorist groups. One second, hold on. Let's see here. Turkey is facing a severe financial crisis with the economy crumbling, reserves depleting, and inflation surging. Over 50 million people are boycotting government policies, intensifying the turmoil. Turkey's growth is inflated by construction, while productivity and exports remain weak. Inflation has halved, but early rate cuts could reignite instability. Real recovery depends on reforms. Yeah, but you see, they're building a military economy in Turkey. I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. It's true what you're saying about the Turkish economy, but remember, a poor economy can still become a very powerful country, or a poor country, or a country that is having economic problems can still become a very powerful country militarily. And I know that everyone likes to bring up Hitler, but look at Adolf Hitler and what he did for his country. And they became a war country. They became a military economy. So I think the same thing is going to happen with Turkey. I think Turkey is going to become a military economy. And it's definitely growing its military industrial complex. Why do I feel like we're the bad guys when we help wage wars against Armenia? I mean, we are the bad guys in this regard. By the way, saying Turkey is not broke, look into it as well. By the way, saying Turkey is not broke, look into it as well. I had several okay, I already read this one. Are you sure? Look it up and prove me wrong. Yes, but Greece is broke. Turkey is not. Well, Greece is broke. Greece is a very economically diminished country, and it's heavily, heavily dependent on other countries for its economic well-being. It's heavily dependent on the European Union. Yeah, Greece is definitely a weak country. It's not a... I mean, I think it has a strong military, and I think it would be a very difficult country for Turkey to face in a war. That's for certain. But Greece is a country of 10 million people, and it's not the strongest country. So I think that in a war between Turkey and Greece, I think it would take a miracle for Greece to win, is my opinion. I think if Greece wins in a war against Turkey, that would be God intervening. Without a miracle, Greece would lose. The F-35's weakness is in dogfighting. The F-35 is not good for dogfighting. It wasn't designed for dogfighting. It was designed to do ambushes. That's what the F-35 was designed for. Whereas the European Eurofighter fighter jet was designed for dogfighting. The Eurofighter will crush an F-35 in a dogfight. That's already been proven in a battle simulation that took place a number of years ago, in which you had an American pilot versus a German pilot. And the German pilot defeated the American pilot. It was pretty amazing. At this point, Greece has a more capable air force than Turkey. Well, I'm pretty certain Greece has F-35s. But we're not talking about air forces in Europe. We're talking about air forces in the Middle East. If I was talking about air forces in Europe, then yeah, it would be a different discussion. But let's see here. Greece does not have F-35s currently, but they're going to acquire F-35s. But what type of air force does Greece have? What kind of fighter jets does Greece have? Let me see here. Let's see. So the backbone of the Greek Air Force is the F-16 Fighting Falcons. And let's see here. Turkey. What type of Air Force jets does Turkey have? Oh, and the Turks also have the F-16. The same type of the F-16, the F-16 Fighting Falcon. So maybe the Turkish Air Force is on par with that of the Greek Air Force. Let's see here. They have, let's see, 35 F-16C/D, 172 F-16 Block 40 and 50. They have 29. Turkey versus Greece military ranking. Let's see the military comparison. So according to this website, you are wrong. Turkey beats Greece in every dimension of warfare. If you look at, since we're talking about air power, let's see here. I'll show you guys the graph here. Let's see. So here's the graph comparing Greece with Turkey. Greece is the blue color and Turkey is the red color. Let's see here. Population-wise, Turkey has over 84 million people. Greece has just over 10 million people. Available manpower, Turkey could amass an army of 42 million people, over 42 million people. So we're talking practically an endless supply of men for war. Greece could amass an army of 4.9 million. If you round it off, it's just 5 million people. Let's see here. Fit for service. Turkey has over 36 million people who are fit for service, and Greece has just under 4 million people who are fit for service. And let's see here. Reaching military age annually. So Greece has 104,611 Greek youths who are reaching military age annually. And then Turkey has 1,430,000 young men or young people who are reaching military age every year. That's a lot. That's a lot of people. Let's see here. Let's go to air power since we're talking about air power. Air power. All right. So total aircraft, Greece has 558 aircraft and Turkey has 1,083 aircraft. So let's see, fighter aircraft, Greece has 178 fighter jets and Turkey has 201. So they're almost equal in their fighter aircrafts, almost equal. But Turkey still has the edge over Greece in every dimension of warfare. So you asked me to prove you wrong, and I think I did. Let's see here. I thought the F-35 sucked. The F-35, as I have said, is inferior when it comes to dogfighting. It is not inferior when it comes to ambushing. Signing out from the UK. All right. Cheerio. Rest well. F-35I was the standard for Israel from the beginning. Israel upgraded their F-35s. It's called the F-35I. Yeah, I know. But if a country buys F-35s, a lot of times they modify their F-35s. Nothing about ditching Turkish for Turkish or something. Let's see here. Yes. I love Theodore. Appreciate that, sir. Appreciate the love. Or ma'am. I don't know what gender you are. A little unrelated, but listening to Sam Shamoon on things from the Gaza crisis to the drama about Kirk Cameron. Interesting. Well, with Turkey, people might confuse it with the Big Bird. True. True. Turkey is buying Eurofighter Typhoons and some F-16s. Yep, you are correct. They are buying. They have made a deal with the Germans and the British to buy billions of dollars worth in Eurofighters, and the Eurofighter is a serious piece of fight. It's a serious piece of military technology. It's a serious weapon for air power. The Eurofighter is really no joke. It doesn't have the capabilities when it comes to ambushing that the F-16 or the F-35 has, but the Eurofighter could beat an F-35 in a dogfight. That is a fact. It could beat the F-35 in a dogfight. So Turkey having its hands on Eurofighters is pretty serious, and this is something that Israel does not want. Israel does not want Turkey to have Eurofighters, because it would mean Turkey having the ability to defeat Israel in a dogfight in the air. That's what that means. Let's see here. I thought it was. Let's see here. Mike Hucksterby. Yep. Biden would have pardoned Pollard regardless. Maybe, I don't know. But the fact is that Mr. Hucksterby wanted that guy pardoned. Does Pollard really matter? If it wasn't him, someone else would have done it soon after. It's like, you know, like, I saw someone's wallet on the floor. It has a bunch of money. Someone's going to steal it anyway, so I might as well just steal it. I mean, is that your moral standard? Really? If you see a wallet with thousands of dollars in it and it's lying on the street, do you steal the money because someone else is going to steal? I mean, let's just say you live in a bad part of town and there's a lot of thieves in the town, and you know damn well someone's going to steal the money. Does that mean you steal the money, or do you find the owner of the wallet and return his wallet back? One second here. One second, guys. Hold on. Trying to get all of your guys' comments here. Let's see here. Bibi told Congress last year that Israel's problems are America's problems. Then it got another standing ovation. Yeah, they're trying to drag America down with them. How many children do you have? None. I'm not even married. What if America knows it will lose part of the world? Okay. America is losing the world more for Trump than Israel, but Israel's definitely a part of that. It's because of Trump's pro-Israelness that it's for that reason, the reason of Trump's pro-Israelness, that a lot of people hate America. Every Greek island is a base. Okay. Israel has overstayed its welcome. I have a few Arabic friends, Yemeni and Lebanese, and surprisingly, I found out not all Arab countries like each other. No, they don't. I pledge allegiance to the flag, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what you're going off about. Mexico, Ukraine, yeah. Shame on Egypt. It actually has strong army. We do not want UAE. Egypt is like a Mediterranean India. Yeah, that's funny. Egypt is seen as an Israeli collaborator. Yep, that's true. They could always trust Yemeni soldiers. Yeah, exactly. When was the third temple built? And don't say it was Christ Church, because I'm actually talking about, I'm not talking about the third temple, I'm talking about the second temple. I never said it was Christ Church. I was talking about the second temple. The second temple was established by God. Yeah, I don't think they're going to build another third temple. Okay. During the 30 Years' War in Europe, the Persians and Turks had a big war. Isn't the third temple a dispensationalist view? Definitely part of it. Both Israel and Turkey will fall due to the arrogance. That's true. That is true. The internet helped break the spell of propaganda for those who were humble enough to admit some ideas were wrong, and it takes courage to change old beliefs. Appreciate that, Brenda Rosa. Do you think the do you think the remaining rebel groups in Syria will organize an attack against Lebanon? I have no idea. I don't know about that element, to be honest with you. Let's see here. What do you think about 3? I have no idea what you were talking about. Do you see the channel War on Beauty? Nope. Theo criticizes many people and institutions as he should. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Let's see here. Someone dropped a €50 note in a bar in front of me years ago. I had conflicting thoughts, but decided to pick it up and give it back to him. I mean, I'm glad you did. And if you didn't, you would hurt your own soul, and you would feel guilty about it. And that guilt would really eat you up inside. So it's good that you made that decision. Well, let's see here. I hope you live stream your wedding someday, Thea. I would never do that. Let's see here. New South Wales premiere in Australia. Chris Minns open to arming Jewish security group with links to Israel. Interesting. Let's see here. Let's see here. Police would steal the money. Police would steal the money? That's not my point. Again, I just pressed someone's broken record, and the broken record started playing. He mentioned something. Let's talk about the police now, guys. My point wasn't who would do it. My point was, would you do it, with the idea that it's okay to steal someone's wallet because someone else is going to do it anyway. I was challenging this idea of circumstantial morality. So there's an idea known as circumstantial morality, and that is that your moral principles depend on circumstances. So, for example, in this context, the circumstance is, well, I live in an area that I know someone is going to steal this wallet, so I might as well just steal the money anyway because someone else is going to do it anyway, so might as well just steal it and not return the wallet back to its original owner. That was my point. But you want to talk about the police because that is what's in your brain. And so you can't help yourself. You have to just play the record. But police would do it. I don't want to live in a society with people like that. Yeah, neither do I. Wouldn't hand it into police as they are mostly just as greedy as the rest. No one said to hand it over to the police. I said hand it over to the original owner. Why are you guys so dishonest? I don't know. The most small, cold pupils in her eyes. Most people, the black parts of their eyes get larger when they like who they are talking to. She hates you with those small eye type pupils. Interesting. I hand it in because someone else will steal it. Very good observation, Mr. Fod Media. That's exactly the reason why you would return the wallet. Someone else would have stolen it. Isn't that what the settlers say? Yep, that is settler logic and settler morality, and they have no morality, those people. French Rafaelas and updated F-16s, the best pilots in NATO. Look at the Air Force. Greece needs massive aid from the outside, kind of like when they had their War of Independence versus the Ottomans. True, yep, the Russians helped them out. That is true. Australia has 72 F-35s, yep. Australia is not in the Middle East, though. Greece also has French Rafale, later version. The French Rafale and the Germano, Anglo, Eurofighter are not bad fighter jets. They're not. Greek F-16 pilots had a kill on F-22, best pilots in NATO. Interesting. Love from Australia. Appreciate that, Clayton. True and good point, Theo, but a war economy is temporary, though, as we saw with the Third Reich. Yep, that's true. That's true. Turkey's growth is inflated by construction. Okay, I already read that. Then last month, I ran out of petrol, got out of the car, and found 20 euros. Interesting. Is that sociopathic behavior? Yes, it is. Very sociopathic behavior. The idea of, well, I can do this bad thing because someone else is going to do it, that means you have zero morals. You have no moral principles. You are bereft and absent and vacuous of any moral standard at all. And your decision-making is based on circumstances. That's what that means. So other people are doing mass murder. I can do mass murder. Other people are doing atrocities. I can do atrocities. This is actually the foundation of all Zionist morality is I can do evil because others do so. I can steal land because others are going to steal it. So let's talk about something else. So now that we are seeing the rise of Turkey, we are also seeing the growing of the Turkish... Sorry, the growing... Oh my god, dude. I'm so retarded today. I'm so sorry, guys. I really hate this. I said Turkey. Let's start again. All right. Let's start again. Let's make a clean slate. Let's start fresh. All right. So, now that we have seen the rise of Turkey, now that we are continuously seeing the rise of Turkey, we are now seeing the rise of the Greco-Israeli alliance against the Turks. The Israelis, the Greeks, and the Cypriots are deepening their security ties against the Turkish military in the Eastern Mediterranean. So let's talk about it. So here's an article that came out recently on this very subject, and it says, in move to deter Turkey, Israel explores creation of rapid response force with Greece and Cyprus. Now look at what it says here. The initiative is part of a broader effort to deter Turkey's military and strategic activities in the Eastern Mediterranean. Senior officials from Israel, Greece, and Cyprus are discussing the possibility of establishing a rapid response force composed of units from the armed forces of the three countries. Three people familiar with the matter told the Jerusalem Post. The initiative is part of a broader effort to deter Turkey's military and strategic activities in the Eastern Mediterranean, they said. It is intended to strengthen strategic military cooperation among the three countries amid rising regional tensions. The force would not be a permanent standing unit, but one that could be deployed quickly in times of crisis, on land, at sea, or in the air. So they want to use manpower. They want to use infantry, land soldiers. They want to use their air forces. They want to use their navies, all against Turkey. They want to prepare these dimensions, these branches of their militaries, army, navy, air force, against Turkey. So it's interesting because a lot of Greeks hate Israel. A lot of Cypriots hate Israel. They don't like Israel very much. But at the same time, Israel and Greece and Cyprus all have a common enemy, and that is this rising Neo-Ottoman Empire. So while the Greeks aren't really the biggest fans of the Jews, I mean, the average Greek doesn't really like Israel very much. Talk to any Orthodox Greek Christian. They'll tell you, Zionists are bad, Israel is bad, etc., etc. But the Greek government and the Cypriot government both understand that they have to make an alliance with Israel if they're going to be prepared to fight against this rising Turkish Leviathan on the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. And so who knows what's going to happen? The Turks are going to say, oh, look at these Greeks. You know, we hated them before, but now we hate them even more because, look, they are in bed with the Zionists. Let's see. It says here. Let's see, what else do we have here from this article? So it says here there is significant involvement from the IAF, the IDF Foreign Relations Department, and the Israel Navy, coordinated through inter-service and government channels, as informed source, blah, 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 blah. There's a reason why I didn't mark the rest of this article. Maybe I should have. It says here... Hold on. So it says here, on Monday, Defense Minister Israel Katz met with his Cypriot counterpart in Israel. Hold on a second. The concept they discussed envisions a unit of about 2,500 personnel, some 1,000 soldiers, each from Greece and Israel, and 500 from Cyprus, Greek news site Tenea reported. Discussions on the proposal are ongoing, two sources told the Post. So they want to get 2,500 Israeli soldiers and 2,500... My mistake. Oh my God, dude. I'm so sorry, guys. They want to get 1,000 Greek soldiers and 1,000 Israeli soldiers, and then they want to get 500 Cypriot soldiers and put them together as part of this force that would be in charge of responding in an emergency situation wherein they're dealing with some sort of an incursion by the Turks. And I wonder how all this is going to play out. I don't know. I wonder if Turkey will defeat Greece in a war, and then, again, this is just a hypothetical situation. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but perhaps what could happen is Turkey defeats Greece in a war, a lot of Greeks die, and then the Greeks say, you know who did this? The Zionists. And they'll go after any Israeli that they find in Greece or in Cyprus. I mean, they hate the Israelis enough. Go look at videos from Greece in regards to Israelis living in Greece. You'll see videos showing graffiti on the walls in Greece saying Zionists out, Israelis out. We don't want any IDF people here. We want them all gone. They don't like Israel very much. And so if some sort of a disaster happens in Greece where the Greeks are crushed by the Turks, maybe the Greek populace will say, hey, the Jews screwed us over and stabbed us in the back, and maybe something terrible could happen to all of the Israelis that are living in Greece. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. I'm just pontificating here. But this is what's happening. You have the Greeks, and you have the Cypriots and the Israelis uniting together against Turkey. Now, if Turkey wasn't such a threat to Israel, why is Israel doing this? Why is Israel making this coalition with Greece and Cyprus if Turkey truly wasn't a threat? I think it's quite obvious that Turkey is a massive threat against Israel. And let's see, do I have any articles pertaining to this subject? Because it is an interesting subject. Hold on one second, guys. Yes, I actually do. Yep, there is an article here that I read from the Israeli media. And look at what it says here. This was published just recently. Erdogan under pressure. Israeli missiles deployed on the Turkish border. The Greeks have positioned Israeli missiles in the Aegean Sea, right on the border with Turkey. So the Greeks and the Israelis really are in cahoots against the Turks. And this gives the Turks even more propaganda fodder to use against the Greeks, to really represent the Greeks as truly diabolical enemies of the Turks, because the Israelis did this genocide in Gaza, and so the Turks are saying, we're going to save the Palestinians from Israeli imperialism, from Zionist genocidal imperialism. And who's in bed with the evil Zionist genociders? It's those damn Greeks. In fact, the Greeks are pointing missiles at us. And who designed the missiles? Israel did. The Greeks are positioning, and they're pointing Israeli missiles at us. And so now, truly, we, the Turks, this is what they're saying. We, the Turks, are fighting a multi-front war, one with the Orthodox Christians, the Greeks on the Aegean and on the Mediterranean, and one with the Jews. And see how the Christians and the Jews are in bed against us. They're in cahoots against us. And they're pointing missiles at us. We have to do something about this. This is a threat to our existence. This is a threat to our security. And if you don't think a country will invade another country over missiles being pointed at it, look at what happened to Ukraine. After years of NATO missiles being pointed at Russia, and after talks about putting missiles in Ukraine and pointing those missiles at Russia, the Russians invaded Ukraine. And so you never know. One day you might wake up and read about, oh, Turkey and Greece are at war. Oh my God, Greece is using Israeli missiles against the Turks. What's going on here? And at that point, it would be very obvious about what's going on. It would be very obvious that what's going on is exactly what was always quite obvious. And that is that there is this very, very strong enmity between the Turks and the Greeks. And this goes back to history. The Greeks were under Ottoman rule for 500 years. And the Ottomans did horrendous atrocities against the Greeks. We're talking impaling people, mass rape, mass murder, atrocities, massacres, the whole thing the Ottomans did to the Greeks in 500 years of occupation. And the Greeks, with the help of the Russians, ended up getting their independence in the Greek War for Independence. But that history resonates in Greece, and it resonates amongst the Greeks, in the souls of the Greeks. And so they're still enemies. And Turkey sees these Greek islands on the Aegean Sea, and Turkey says those islands belong to us. And the Greeks say, no, they don't. They belong to Greece. And it's almost like we're watching a different version of the Trojan War. I mean, what was the Trojan War? It was a fight between the Greeks and the Anatolians over the Dardanelles, because the city of Troy was on the Dardanelles. And so they were fighting over the Dardanelles. And what happened in World War I? The British and the Turks were fighting over what? The Dardanelles. And the Turks and the Greeks today, they're enemies, just like in ancient times before Islam, in the Trojan War. The Anatolians and the Greeks hated each other. And what lies on the Dardanelles? Well, let's take a look real quick. Hold on. Istanbul is... Let's see, Istanbul on a map real quick. There you go. I was right. Let's look at the city of Troy. Where's the city of Troy on a map? Yeah, I was right, on the Dardanelles. Near the Dardanelles. Not exactly on the Dardanelles. Yeah, Jolly-Polly Peninsula. Yeah, pretty much the Dardanelles. But the Greeks believe that Istanbul belongs to them. Istanbul was originally called Constantinople. The Turks changed it to Istanbul after World War I. But the Greeks say, no, Istanbul is originally Constantinople and it belongs to us. And after World War I, you had Greek soldiers in Turkey, and they were talking about retaking Constantinople for Christianity, for the Eastern Orthodox Church, and for Greek glory. And so the Greeks and the Turks still have tensions over that very region. It's almost like history just keeps on repeating itself. It's very interesting how all this works. But let's go back to this article here. Hold up. Where did it go? There we go. Let's go back to this article here, guys. Let me know if the music is too loud or too low. So, it says here, Israel and Greece deepen security alliance. Israeli spike missiles have been deployed in the Aegean Islands and on the Greek-Turkish border, a move that worries Ankara and Erdogan. And Greece continues to tighten, and Erdogan, this is a translation from Hebrew, by the way. Let me lower this music down a little bit. Hold on. It says here that the alliance between Greece and Israel tightens. And it says here that The alliance between the Greeks and the Israelis continues to look west with anxiety. Erdogan continues to look west with anxiety. I'm trying to figure this translation out. It's a mistranslation. So it says here, after Israel provided air and naval defense systems, some of the most advanced in the field, Greece also deployed offensive missiles on islands on Turkey's maritime borders, a severe blow to Turkey's hold on the Eastern Mediterranean. So things are getting very serious. Turkey wants to dominate the Eastern Mediterranean. Turkey has a very strong naval presence on the Eastern Mediterranean. They have a very strong military presence in Libya. And so Israel is seeing all this, and they're getting very, very worried. Now, Turkey has this policy called the Blue Lake policy. And this idea of the Blue Lake policy basically says that the Mediterranean is Turkey's lake. The Mediterranean is Turkey's maritime territory. And the Egyptians are saying, no, what are you talking about? We also have a presence on the Mediterranean. We also have maritime territory on the Mediterranean Sea. And the Cypriots are saying the same thing. And the Greeks are saying the same thing. And the Israelis are saying the same thing. They're saying, hey, we all have our maritime borders within the Mediterranean. And Turkey is saying, no, we want to have our naval presence spread out within the Mediterranean Sea. We want to control the Mediterranean Sea. And so that is why, for example, Turkey will tell Greece, hey, Greece, some of those Greek islands belong to Anatolia. They belong to us. They belong to Istanbul. They belong to Ankara. And the Greeks say, no, those are Greek islands. Why? Because Turkey wants to control and dominate the Mediterranean Sea. So this is really a part of Turkey's Blue Lake policy. So Greece is trying to show strength. Greece is trying to flex its muscles against the Turks by placing Israeli missiles. And this is really the biggest middle finger I think that the Greeks have really given the Turks in a long time. It's the middle finger of, we're going to put Jewish missile technology right on your border. Not directly on, but right behind your border. We're going to put these Israeli offensive missiles, Israeli strike missiles, right next to your border, Turkey. I mean, this is really an act of aggression. I mean, this is, but again, remember, Turkey is also very aggressive against the Greeks. And the Greeks really have no choice but to be aggressive with the Turks, because if they don't, the Turks are going to just take over like they did when it had the Ottoman Empire. Remember, Turkey wants to revive the Ottoman Empire. We're talking about this revival of the Ottoman Empire. We're talking about this formation of a neo-Ottoman power. And so what was under the Ottoman Empire? Greece, for 500 years, a half a friggin' millennium, Greece was under Turkish power. And then eventually they fought for their independence and they won. And so the Turks want to revive their power. Well, that means Israel, because Israel was once part of the Ottoman Empire. It was called, I think, Ottoman Palestine or something like that. But that region that we call Israel today was once under Ottoman control. So was Greece. Greece was under Ottoman control. Turkey wants to retake these territories. So the Greeks are saying, we're going to put missiles. We're aiming the missiles at you, Turkey. And yes, those are Israeli missiles. So things are getting very serious, and they are going to continue to get very serious. So it says here, according to international reports, Greece has deployed Israeli-made Spike NLOS missiles on the eastern Aegean Islands and along the Ebros River. Now, where is the Ebros River, guys? Let's check this out. Let's pull out a map here, shall we? Where is this Ebros River? Let's check this out. This is very interesting stuff. Ebros River. Okay, the Ebros River is in Spain. This is a mistranslation. Hold on. This is definitely a mistranslation. Evros River. Sorry, the translation is a little messed up. Evros River. Where is the Evros River? Ooh. That's interesting. Check this out. Here's the Evros River, guys. The Evros River flows right in between. It flows right through Greece and Turkey. So there's the Evros River. This is Turkey. This is Greece. It flows right through Greek and Turkish territory. By the way, this used to be part of Bulgaria. This little thing here, this used to be part of Bulgaria. And then after World War I, or was it after or during? Around the time of World War I or so, the Turks took it. I think this was during World War One. I'm not sure, but the Turks took it. It used to be part of Bulgaria. And this river goes right through it. So the Greeks are putting Israeli missiles right on their side of the river. That's interesting. There was another map here that showed more of the island. Here's the Evros River. That's Erdeme. I think that's, yeah, here's Bulgaria right here. This used to be part of Bulgaria. This is Turkey, Greece. Here's the river. And so, yeah, they're putting their missiles right on their side of the river. So they really mean business, the Greeks. I mean, they really do. And they're putting their missiles right, they're aiming their missiles right at Turkey. Here's the same river for a closer shot. Here's Turkey. Bulgaria's here. Here's Turkey. Here's the Evros River. Well, so it goes from the Aegean into Turkey, and then from Turkey, it goes into Greece. And from Greece, it goes through Turkey and Greece, and then from there, it goes right into Bulgaria. It goes right into the Balkan region. Very interesting. Very interesting stuff. So let's get back to the article here. Where is it? Here it is. So it says here that the Evros River, let me see if you guys can, okay, you guys can't see it, never mind. So it says here that from the Evros River, it says the Evros River, which forms a sensitive land border between Greece and Turkey. These are long-range precision missiles capable of hitting land and sea targets from a distance of tens of kilometers, and are considered one of the most advanced offensive and deterrent tools of their kind. The deployment comes amid ongoing tensions between Athens and Ankara, including territorial disputes, struggles for control of exclusive economic zones, and returning friction over military activity on islands off Turkey's coast. For Turkey, the deployment of advanced Israeli weapon systems close to its borders represents a shift in the regional balance of power. While Erdogan is working vigorously to advance control over Syria, thereby creating a de facto land bridge to Israel in cooperation with Greece, Israel is also placing armaments on Erdogan's doorstep. So this is not just Greece doing this. This is Israeli policy. This is Israel having its missiles pointed right at Turkey from the Evros River, from the Greek part of the Aegean Sea. And it's a way for Israel to flex its muscles against the Turks, to show, hey, Turkey, we know that you have this big navy. We know that you have this big military presence in Syria, and you're right next door to us now because you're in Syria, but we have missiles pointed at you. But remember, Israel is also a country that is filled with hubris, filled with arrogance, filled with hubris. They think they're always going to win. Talk to the average Israeli. They'll tell you, no one's going to beat us. Everyone's going to lose. So anyone who goes against us is going to lose. And all Turkey has to do to really crush the Israelis is to hit Israel's nuclear facility. And Iran can do the same exact thing. And if Iran or Turkey destroys Israel's nuclear facility, then Israel's completely screwed. I mean, completely screwed, because that would mean Israel losing its nuclear edge, and that would put Israel totally on par with Turkey militarily. That's if Turkey gets itself a very powerful air force, which I think it will. It will get its hands on a powerful air force in the future. And Israel will lose. That's it. Because remember, you see, Israel thought, well, we're going to take out Assad. And Assad is our enemy because Assad's an ally of the Iranians. And then what happened? Assad got taken out. Israel was filled with exuberance and excitement over that. And then what happened? Turkey took over Syria. With America's blessing, Turkey took over Syria. Israel said, we're going to cripple Hezbollah. We're going to get rid of Hezbollah. And they assassinated Nasrallah. And they said, we defeated Hezbollah. Look, we crushed them. And then what's happening now? What's happening now is Turkey is filling the vacuum in Lebanon. And Turkey is beginning to really show itself as a powerful country within Lebanon. And so Israel continues to enable Turkish power. They said, we're going to defeat Hamas. We're going to kill all these people. And they killed at least tens of thousands of people, but the real number is probably a lot more than that. It's probably at least 100,000 people that Israel slaughtered in Gaza. And then what happened after the ceasefire was agreed upon? America said, we're going to give Turkey a role in Gaza. What? Yeah, we're going to give Turkey a role. We're going to further empower the Turks in the Middle East against the interest of Israel. We're going to further empower the Turks in Syria. We're going to further empower the Turks in the Mediterranean Sea. And remember, Israel wanted Gaddafi to be overthrown in Libya. Yes, they wanted Gaddafi to be overthrown. Gaddafi was on the hit list of the Israelis. Gaddafi was on the list of Middle Eastern leaders that Israel wanted toppled. Saddam Hussein, Bashar al-Assad, Gaddafi, Israel wanted these guys gone. And so what happened? They toppled Gaddafi. Which was to the interest of Israel. And then what happened? Turkey went into Libya. So everything Israel has done so far has only empowered its biggest existential threat. Oh, they're deepening security ties with the Greeks. Oh, look, Israel has its missiles pointed directly at Turkey from the Ebros River and from the Aegean Sea. Okay, so Turkey's going to say, we're a massive NATO power. We're the second biggest power in NATO. We're growing our military-industrial complex. We're working with the British. We're working with the German military industry. We're going to integrate our military industry with the German military industry. We're going to have Germans manufacturing weapons for us. We're going to manufacture weapons for the Germans. The Germans almost exterminated the Jews in the past, and now they're going to work with us. And we're going to work with the Germans, and we're going to become even more powerful against you, the Jewish state. Your enemy from the past, Germany, is working with us, and we're against you. And the Germans don't give a damn. It's almost like the demons of the past were never really fully buried. And so Turkey's just going to say, okay, well, we're going to get more powerful. We're going to get more powerful. India destroyed our Bayraktar drones in its little spat with Pakistan. Okay, we'll make a more advanced Bayraktar drone. America says that it'll start selling us F-35s if we get rid of our S-400s. Okay, we'll talk about getting rid of the Russian S-400s that we own. But even if you don't sell us F-35s, we're just going to make our own fifth-generation fighter jet called the Khan fighter jet. That's what it's called, the Khan fighter jet. You can look this up. K-A-A-N, the Khan fighter jet. And the Khan fighter jet will be a fifth-generation Turkish fighter jet, the first indigenously made fighter jet in Turkey. Okay. Everything Israel has done has empowered the Turks. Everything. From pushing for the removal of Saddam Hussein, that empowered the Turks. The Turks entered Iraq. They toppled Assad, the Turks entered Syria. They killed Nasrallah, the Turks are entrenching themselves deeper in Lebanon right now. They got rid of Gaddafi, Turkey entered Libya. Now you have thousands of Turkish troops in Libya right now. The biggest contributor to the revival of Turkish power has been the Zionist state. And now the Greeks are having to deal with this contribution of the Zionist state, which is this massive Turkish power. They got rid of all the Arab dictators, Saddam, Mubarak, Gaddafi. All this has done is grow the power of Turkey and empower the Turks and give the Turks the opportunity and the leeway to revive their power. So this Turkish power that we see rising up is really a monster of Israel's making to a great extent. And this Frankenstein that Israel has helped to put together is going to eventually really slay its own creator. It's eventually going to slay Israel. Just like in Shelley's Frankenstein book, which they made me read in high school, which actually I will say was a very enjoyable read. But this man creates this monster called Frankenstein. He goes to a graveyard. He gets body parts. He puts the body parts together, and somehow he creates a human being. But this artificial human being is a monster, and this monster destroys every person that the creator loves. And eventually the Frankenstein kills its creator. So Israel is creating this Frankenstein. Israel has been creating this Frankenstein. And the reason why Israel continues to walk upon this path of its own downfall is because of its hubris. That's it. Because of Israel's hubris, its arrogance. Israel continues to tread upon the path of its own demise. Because it believes it's always going to win. Sure, yeah, Turkey's going to rise if we get rid of these leaders, but we'll defeat the Turks. America will always have our backs. This is the Israeli mentality. They never think seriously about the future. They're very smart. The Israelis are very smart. Don't get me wrong. Very good in technological innovation, engineering, medicine, pharmaceuticals. Very smart people. Agriculture, they're very smart about all these things. But they don't have wisdom. They're very smart, but they're not wise. Just like I'm sure Judas was a very smart guy. I mean, Jesus put him in charge of the purse. He must have been a smart guy, but he wasn't wise. Wasn't wise. Haman was a smart guy, but he wasn't wise because the noose that he made for Mordecai ended up being put around his neck. Absalom, I'm sure, was a smart guy. He was a smart guy, very cunning man. He was able to start a very successful revolution against his father, King David. He got almost every person in Israel to go against his father, King David. And he convinced virtually all people in Israel to side with him against King David. Very cunning, very smart guy that Absalom was, but he wasn't wise because he was defeated in the end. And so Israel says, well, yeah, we can get rid of Saddam. Yeah, get rid of Saddam Hussein. Well, hold on. If you get rid of Saddam Hussein, you're going to cause a massive power vacuum that's going to destabilize the Middle East. It doesn't matter. We'll manage it. So destabilization commences, and that destabilization boils over into Syria. And then what happens? You have a Syrian uprising against the Bashar al-Assad government, and Israel supports it. And Israel says, yeah, topple Bashar al-Assad, topple him. Hold on, but you're going to cause a big power vacuum. Al-Qaeda is going to rise up. It doesn't matter. We'll deal with Al-Qaeda later. So they topple Bashar al-Assad. Well, topple Gaddafi. Before that, it was topple Gaddafi. They toppled Gaddafi. What happened? In every single case, be it in Iraq, be it in Libya, be it in Lebanon, be it in Syria, and every one of these cases where Israel wanted a leader to be toppled, Turkey got more powerful. And so now Turkey is creating this, Israel is creating this monster, and now Israel is facing the Frankenstein that it put together. And so the end result is going to be what? It's going to be Israel facing this Frankenstein and Israel facing its end, really. Now, if you guys want to see more information about what I'm talking about, check this out. This is very interesting. Let me see here. Look at this. Right here. The wolf in a suit, why Turkey is the new threat swallowing Lebanon whole. So they killed Nasrallah because Hezbollah was the big bad guy and Israel was terrified of Hezbollah. And really, to a great extent, Israel is still terrified of Hezbollah. That's why Israel doesn't want to fight Hezbollah in a land battle. They don't want to fight Hezbollah in a land war because they know they'll have to face Hezbollah's snipers. And the casualty rate for Israel in a war against Hezbollah, in a serious land war against Hezbollah, would be much greater than its war in Gaza. Because the Hezbollah guys are much better trained, they have much better weapons, they're much more wealthy, and so Israel is terrified of the idea of an actual land war with Hezbollah. But with that said, they killed Nasrallah because, he was horrible and evil and one of the great epitomes of evil. And now who was rising in Lebanon? Now that Iran's influence has been diminished, The same power that always rises in every country where a leader that Israel didn't like got toppled, and that's Turkey. So it says here, as Hezbollah weakens, Lebanon risks trading Iranian domination for Turkish Islamist influence. A shift that could reshape the Eastern Mediterranean and create a new, quieter, but more dangerous threat on Israel's northern border. So it says here, as the smoke clears from the latest conflict and the rubble settles in a post-Assad Syria, the region is undergoing a tectonic shift that demands an immediate update to the strategic threat matrix. Hezbollah's grip is weakening. Its Syrian lifeline has been severed. Yet nature and geopolitics both abhor a vacuum. As the turban recedes, a new, arguably more insidious threat is emerging from the shadows of the Levant. And that is this guy, the Turkish government. This new occupier does not chant death to America or burn flags at the airport because Turkey is a lot smarter. Turkey, people don't realize this, but Turkey is not really part of the Middle East. Turkey is a part of Europe. Turkey is a European country. So being a European country, it acts more like a European country than it does a Muslim country. Even though it is predominantly a Muslim country, it does not act like your general Islamic country does. It doesn't act like those people that you see in other Muslim countries burning flags and all that stuff. It has a more European sophistication, and it is much better in the art of diplomacy than other Muslim countries are. And so because Turkey is European, it's able to mix its Islamic culture with a European face. And that makes it much more powerful because Westerners and Americans see these Turkish guys with suits and they say, they look white, they look European, because they are. And it looks like we can work with these guys. We like working with these guys. Yes, there is a bias that's in favor of European aesthetics and European physiology in the Western world. I don't make the rules, it's just a fact. And that is the reality that we live in. And so they see these people, they say, wow, they look European, they are European, they dress up in suits, they don't act neurotic all the time. Let's work with these people. And that's one of the reasons why Westerners love working with Turkey, because it has that European sophistication. Now, I don't want to deviate into a different subject, but just to talk a little bit more about this subject matter, about this phenomenon, a lot of this goes back to the Young Turks. The Young Turks took over Turkey. They took over the government of the Ottoman Empire, and they overthrew the Sultan. And what the Young Turks did was they looked to Japan. You see, this is something that they don't talk about when it comes to Turkish culture. The Young Turks loved Japan. They were absolutely fascinated, and they were utterly fixated with all things Japanese. And their dream was to mimic Japan. They wanted to make Turkey into the Japan of the Middle East. And what they liked about Japan was Japan's ability to retain its Asianness while at the same time absorbing Western innovation. So during the Meiji era of Japanese history, the Meiji era was when Japan went through massive reforms. It unified itself as a country. It rejected the samurai culture. It basically got rid of a lot of the samurai culture. This is the context in which the film The Last Samurai is in. It adopted Western technology during the Meiji era, and it became more European. That's why you see these videos of Japanese guys walking around with suits, and they're smoking pipes, and they're smoking cigars, and they started to adopt Western ways about them. Now, they still retained a lot of their Japanese culture. They still retained their Asianness, but they adopted and absorbed Western innovation. So the Young Turks said, we're going to do the same thing. We want to retain our Middle Eastern or our Asianness or Asiaticness, But at the same time, we want to be European in our innovation, get that Western technology, because that's what's going to allow for Turkey to be a powerful country. You cannot be a powerful country without adapting to the military technology of your era. So that's what the Young Turks did. And so this Europeanness that you see in Turkish culture can be traced back to that reform that the Young Turks had Turkey undergo. Anyway, just a side note. So I'm going to get back to this. So it says here, damn, I did not underline other things. Let's just read the article. It's pretty short. So it says here, while the West and Israel celebrate the weakening of the Iranian axis, Lebanon is walking blindfolded into a trap, trading the Shia Islamist prison of Iran for the Sunni Islamist cage of the Muslim Brotherhood. The danger for Israel is that while it marks the defeat of the proxy, it may be missing the arrival of the empire. So yes, we got rid of this Iranian proxy called Hezbollah, but we have now enabled the rise of Turkey in Lebanon. Now, the thing about Lebanon is, Lebanon already has Turkish troops within its borders. People don't talk about this, and someone actually denied this in my comment section not too long ago. Someone said, oh no, Ted, you're wrong. There aren't any Turkish troops in Lebanon. There are. There are definitely Turkish troops in Lebanon right now. Go look it up. In fact, just recently, the Turkish government stated that they want to, in fact, increase the number of Turkish troops within Lebanon. I wonder why that is. Why does Turkey want to widen its military presence within Lebanon? This right here. Because they know that the power vacuum has been formed by the diminishment of Hezbollah's and, in turn, Iran's position in Lebanon. So Turkey wants to consolidate and further entrench itself within Lebanon's borders. That would mean a greater Turkish presence and a more powerful Turkish presence right across the northern border of Israel, because Lebanon is north of Israel. It's right across the northern Israeli border. And so if Turkey increases its military presence in Lebanon, it would mean Turkey having a greater military presence just north of Israel. And like I said, if America allows Turkey to have troops in Gaza, then that would mean Israel being completely encircled. But even if America says, okay, Turkey, we're not going to allow you to have troops in Gaza, but we will allow you to have a political presence in Gaza, a sort of diplomatic presence in Gaza, that would still mean Israel being totally encircled by Turkey. Because you have Turkish troops in Lebanon, and Turkey has said that they want to increase the number of troops in Lebanon. You have Turkish troops in Cyprus. You have Turkish troops in Syria. And so if Turkey entrenches itself in Gaza, as the Americans want, that would mean Israel being fully encircled by Turkey. And this really does spell the end of Israel. So Israel's power in the Middle East is diminishing. Its massive political leverage within the Middle East is diminishing. And it is being eclipsed by a new dawn. And that is the dawn of the Neo-Ottoman Empire. So it says here, let's read some more of this. It says here, the first shot of this new occupation was not fired from a Katyusha rocket, but delivered through a diplomatic veto that should send a chill through Western capitals. Now, again, this is an Israeli publication, so this is very pro-Israel. So everything that's being said here is said in a way that's doom and gloom for Israel. So the Israelis are worried about this, is what I'm saying. On December 16th, diplomatic channels buzzed with reports of a sharp rebuke from Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan to Lebanese Prime Minister Nawaf Salam. The trigger was Lebanese President Joseph Aoun's courageous move to operationalize a maritime demarcation agreement with Cyprus. Ooh, interesting. So Lebanon told Cyprus, hey, let's demarcate, let's outline what our maritime borders are on the Mediterranean. Let's mark where our borders are on the Mediterranean. And Turkey doesn't like that. You know why? Because Turkey wants to control the Mediterranean. Lebanon, don't mark out what your maritime borders are on the Mediterranean. Cyprus, don't mark out what your borders are. Don't demarcate your border on the Mediterranean Sea. Why? Because we don't want any borders on the Mediterranean Sea for Turkey. Because we want Turkey to dominate the entirety of the Mediterranean Sea. This goes back to Turkey's Blue Lake policy, which basically says that the Mediterranean is Turkey's lake. And they like to use the color blue because blue was the color used by the Seljuk Turks who invaded the Byzantine Empire many centuries ago. So Turkey wants to control Lebanon, wants to take it over. That's what Turkey wants to do, which really wouldn't be that difficult for Turkey to do. Turkey wants to fully control Cyprus. Half of Cyprus is controlled by Turkey anyway. Half of Cyprus is really an extension of Turkish power anyway. Half of Cyprus is called Turkish Cyprus for a reason. Not all of Cyprus is Greek. Half of Cyprus is Greek. The other half is Turkish. But Turkey wants to take over all of Cyprus. Turkey wants to take over all of the Aegean Sea. Turkey wants to control Gaza because Turkey wants to control all the land that we once knew as Palestine. It wants to revive its empire. That's what this is about. So it says here, Ankara's message was chillingly clear. Lebanon does not have the right to define its... Hold on a second, guys. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Oh my God, hold on one second. Oh, are we back? Are we back? Are we back? Okay, we're back. We're back. Sorry about that. Man, what did I say before we lagged? Turkey wants to fully control Cyprus. Half of Cyprus. All of the Aegean Sea. Turkey wants to control Gaza. Because Turkey wants to control all of the land that we once knew as Palestine. It wants to revive its empire. That's what this is about. So it says here... I just want to see where I lagged. Okay, so now I see where we lagged. All right, hold on. Merry Christmas to you too, sir. Let's go back. So I started lagging right when we started talking about right here. This is where I lagged. So I'll resume right here. Ankara's message was chillingly clear. Lebanon does not have the right to define its own borders without Turkish approval. Under President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's Blue Homeland Doctrine, the Eastern Mediterranean is treated not as an international waterway, but as a neo-Ottoman lake. Yup. This is exactly what I was talking about. A neo-Ottoman lake. I said Blue Lake, but it's really Blue Homeland. Effectively the same thing. But this is how Turkey sees the Mediterranean. Turkey sees the Mediterranean, or the Eastern Mediterranean, as belonging to Turkey. Not having any sort of ownership by Cyprus, or by Greece, or by Egypt. And the thing is that there's a lot of natural gas in the Eastern Mediterranean. This is why Turkey took over Libya. This is why you have Turkish soldiers by the thousands in Libya. Why? Because Turkey wants to take the natural gas from Libya. There's natural gas in the Eastern Mediterranean. Turkey wants it all. It doesn't want to allow Egypt to have any sort of say-so on the natural gas on its own in its own maritime territory. It doesn't want Greece or Cyprus to have any sort of say-so on their own natural resources in their maritime territories in the Eastern Mediterranean. Turkey wants it all. So we see, it's very interesting. We see this, we see these different forces rising up in this part of the world. We see the rise of Jewish fanaticism, murderous, violent Jewish fanaticism, and we saw the results of that fanaticism in these past years, going all the way back to 2023. We saw the result of this fanaticism this year as well, in the slaughterhouse of Gaza, created by Israel. And that slaughterhouse is what gave the propaganda fodder to the Turks to say, we need to rise as a power, because if we don't, then we'll be facing a serious threat from the Zionist state. And so Turkey rose up to go against the Israelis. And so we see the rise of neo-Ottomanism, but we also see the rise of Jewish fanaticism. And we have seen the rotten fruits of Jewish fanaticism, which is the slaughterhouse of Gaza, which we began to see in 2023, and which we are still seeing, albeit it has slowed down tremendously because of the ceasefire. Israeli snipers murdering children, murdering the elderly, using drones, just horrific stuff. But that's Jewish fanaticism. But now we're seeing the rise of neo-Ottoman fanaticism, and it is rising by leaps and bounds. So you have these two forces, both of which are evil, by the way, because we saw the rotten fruit of neo-Ottomanism in Nagorno-Karabakh in 2020. We have seen the videos of Armenian civilians being beheaded by Azeri Turkish soldiers, beheaded to the cheers and the whistling of Azeri soldiers. And I don't recommend that you guys watch those videos. They're horrific, very horrific. So we have seen the rotten fruits of both. And as they rise up, they are competing with each other, competing with one another. And so they both can't be the most powerful forces at the same time in the Middle East. One is going to defeat the other. And the biggest one is Turkey. They have the biggest military presence in the Middle East. And so eventually, Israel is going to have to face this monster. That's why they have their missiles on the Ebros River between Greece and Turkey. That's why they have their missiles on the Aegean Sea pointing to Turkey. That's why they have a security alliance with the Greeks and the Cypriots. That's why the Egyptians and the Israelis and the Greeks and the Cypriots are talking about how they need to protect each other's maritime territories against the encroachments of the Turks. And you see the Turks are looking at the Egyptians, and the Egyptians have made it very easy for people to support Turkey against Egypt. Because the Egyptians are saying, well, we have our maritime territory on the Eastern Mediterranean. We have to protect our natural gas resource on the Mediterranean against Turkish advancement, against Turkish expansion. And the Egyptians were being asked to allow for aid to be sent into Gaza through its border with Rafah. The Egyptians did not open their doors for aid to help the Gazans. And for that, they have received the ire and the animosity and the resentment of the Islamic world and against really anyone who despises what Israel has done and what it is doing in the Gaza Strip. And so to make it worse for Egypt, and this is really the doing of Egypt wants to deepen its security ties with Israel to defend its position in the Eastern Mediterranean against the Turks, just like the Greeks and the Cypriots are also working with the Israelis. And so now the Turks have even more propaganda fodder to lodge against the Egyptians to justify a war against Egypt, in which the Turks can say, hey, Israel was starving the Palestinians. Egypt did not help their fellow Muslims. They did not allow for aid to be transferred through the Rafah border to help the starving Palestinians. And the Egyptians are cooperating and they're coordinating with the Israelis against the Turks in the Eastern Mediterranean. And Turkey will invade Egypt. Turkey will invade Egypt. Turkey will go to war against Egypt and invade it as part of its revival of its former glory. And it will do so under the pretext of enacting righteous vengeance against the Egyptians for them not helping the starving Palestinians. And under the pretense of enacting vengeance on the Egyptians for working with the Greeks and for working with the Israelis, especially the Zionist murderers against the Turks. And the world will look on and say, you know what, Egypt, you deserve it. You starved the Palestinians. You watched as the Palestinians starved to death and you did nothing. And to make matters even worse, to really further expose your own evils. You exposed yourself. You exposed your own evil by working with the Israelis against one of the very few countries willing to go against Israel, and that is Turkey. So you know what, Egypt? You deserve your comeuppance. And the Muslim world will not weep for Egypt. And with Turkey's expansion into Egypt, Turkey will further grow its empire. And then at that point, Israel will be even more screwed. And the inevitable downfall of Israel will be even more clearly seen. Let's see here. Go back to this article. Let's see. Okay, so this danger is magnified by seismic shifts next door, the fall of the Assad regime, and the rise of a transitional government led by Ahmed al-Shara, formerly the jihadist Abu Muhammad al-Jalani, have electrified the Sunni street in Tripoli, Lebanon, and Beirut. There is palpable euphoria, a sense that the Shia crescent has finally been broken. So the Israelis are saying, look, we broke the Shiites. We broke the Shia crescent. We cut it in half. But you have given rise to the Sunni crescent. And the Israelis knew that this was going to happen. Everyone knew that with the toppling of Assad, you would see the further rise of Turkish power. Everyone knew this. NATO knew this. You could see this in the WikiLeaks. The French knew this. The Germans, the British. Everyone knew that with Bashar al-Assad toppled, that Turkey will fill in the vacuum left by the toppling of the Assad regime. So really, this goes back to what I was telling you guys about the hubris of the Israelis, about the arrogance of the Israelis. They knew Turkey was going to rise up. They knew that. But they thought, we'll deal with Turkey later. We'll deal with those Turks because we can beat anyone. We can beat anyone and everyone. No one will win against us. No one will stand against us. This is the typical view in Israel. This is the narcissism of the Israeli nationalists. And they are relying on their biggest ally, and that is the Americans. The Americans will help us. The Americans will save us. Well, Iran pounded you guys early this year. Iran pounded Israel in the summer of this year. Did America go to war against Iran? I mean, a serious war. No, America didn't. Why? Because Israel has become so unpopular in the United States. And it continues to grow in unpopularity. And the disdain against the Israelis in American society continues to grow with such ferocity that it is extremely politically disadvantageous to advocate for a conventional war for the sake of Israel. That's the reason why. So the big wild card called America is not fully gripped by the hand of Israel. The grip that Israel has had over the United States through its influence by its proxy, the evangelical Christians, is becoming loose. It's loosening. It's slipping away. And when Israel is fully thrown under the bus, Israel is going to look like Scar from The Lion King. When Scar thought that he had the hyenas on his side, and then in the end, he is surrounded by the very hyenas that he was using, and those hyenas devour him. And that is really going to be the end of Israel. So they thought, well, we defeated the Shiites. Okay, you defeated the Shiites. Well, now you're going to deal with the most powerful country in the Islamic world, and that is Turkey. So you were better off dealing with that eye doctor, Bashar al-Assad. And amazingly, the Najal Committee, I don't know why the people running the Najal Committee in Israel are not running Israel. Because they're more wise. Notice I don't say intelligent. I don't say smart. They are more wise than the people running Israel. The Najal Committee said, and it was very clear, very emphatic. It said, because Bashar al-Assad has been toppled. We are now dealing with something more dangerous than Iran. And that's Turkey. And the Americans are helping the Turks. That's the thing. The Americans are helping the Turks. So now you're dealing with something more dangerous than Iran. And on top of that, to make it worse for Israel, it is a threat that America is supporting. So you were better off. Israel was better off just leaving Assad alone. Because, hey, at least Assad was willing to negotiate with the Israelis. And at least Assad was considered an enemy of the United States. And America wasn't going to be supporting Assad. America wasn't going to give aid to Assad. America wasn't going to lift the sanctions from Syria. But under Turkey, America has lifted all the sanctions that it was imposing on Syria, allowing and enabling Syria to thrive economically, to grow economically at least. America has supported Turkish control and expansion into Syria from the Idlib province in the north, which Turkey militarily occupied for many years before, and now into much of the rest of Syria. America is backing Turkey wholeheartedly. So now it's worse for Israel because now America is saying, okay, well, we want to support Turkey because we want to use Turkey against the Russians. And Israel, you're trying to get into the way. You're trying to get in the way. You're trying to impede our policy of empowering the Turks, and we can't allow you to impede that policy. So you're going to have to step out of the way and allow Turkey to eclipse you. At least when Iran was in Syria, America totally backed Israel's policy against the Syrians. And did not say, hey, Israel, you got to allow the Turks to control Syria. No. They wanted Israel to have involvement in Syria because Iran was deeply entrenched in Syria. So the Israelis were just better off allowing Assad to rule because at least they had the backing of America against Syria. Now they don't. And now America is backing its biggest threat, Israel's biggest threat, which is Turkey. So Israel just continues, because of its hubris, because of its arrogance, Israel just continues to screw itself over yet again. And you know what? Israel really has asked for it because it's arrogant and it's filled with hubris and it is murderous. They thought, well, we can kill as many people as we want in Gaza. No one's going to stop us because, look, we have America. America's always going to be with us. And even America told Israel, listen, Israel, you're losing the world and you cannot beat the world. This is what Trump told Netanyahu. And even America had to get involved and broker a ceasefire to get Israel to stop with all the carnage. Because, like I said, America is a global empire. America doesn't want to lose the world. Israel has lost the world already. America doesn't want to fully lose the world. If you're a global empire, the last thing you want is for the whole world to hate you. But the thing is that Israel wants to drag America down with it. And America is saying, no, Israel, you're not going to drag us down to your path of the whole world despising you. We can't afford to have that as a global empire. We want to keep our global empire. And Israel is saying, no, America, please, we'll get 1,000 pastors here. We'll get 1,000 flag wavers, and we'll get together with Mike Hucksterby and Pete Hegseth, and we'll try to revive that evangelical Zionist spirit. And America is like Sean Connery in the Indiana Jones movie. Indiana Jones is the pro-Israel American. Sean Connery is the intelligent American. The golden cup that Indiana Jones wants is Israel, the whore of Babylon. I just made this up. And the intelligent American is telling the evangelicuck who's being led by Hucksterby, Indy, let it go. It's time to let it go. And the German woman, the Austrian woman who slept with Indiana Jones, she wanted the golden cup, right? Remember that? She wanted the golden cup. Oh, damn. She wanted that golden cup, right? Because she was a gold digger. She was a gold digger. And she wanted the cup, right? Remember that? And then she fell down to her death. That is any country that zealously, religiously, and fanatically continues to tread upon the path of Israel. Anyone who will continue to tread upon the path of Israel will be dragged down along to Israel's demise. They will be dragged down with Israel. Israel will pull them down. Israel is the golden cup in Indiana Jones. So the whore of Babylon, this German, Austrian, sorry, you can't, not German, she's Austrian, damn it, don't get it wrong. It's not like they're the same thing. No, they're so different. The Austrian whore of Babylon wanted the cup. She's like, I want it. The cup is Israel. I want it, damn it. In fact, the book of Zechariah says that Jerusalem will be a trembling cup to the nations. Jerusalem, it will be a trembling cup to the nations. And anyone who fixates on this trembling cup will be cut to pieces. This is what it says in the book of Zechariah. And so the Austrian woman fixated on the cup. She's like, I want it. Indy, I want it. And Indiana Jones was such a simp in this movie. He's like, no, Olga, whatever your name is, grab my hand, Olga. And Olga falls down to her death. And Indy, he goes, I need the cup. I need the cup. I need it. He's obsessing over Indiana Jones is the Zionist who has yet to be disillusioned by Israel, right? He's about to awaken. Sean Connery is the enlightened American. And he tells Indiana Jones, Indy, it's a great scene, by the way. It really is an amazing movie. He says, Indy, let it go. Let it go. Because you're going to get dragged down that pit and you ain't going to make it. You're going to die. And so Indy listens to his father. And he goes out of that pit. He saves himself from falling into that pit, but he wanted that golden cup so badly. I mean, listen, you look at the Lord of the Rings. What is the Lord of the Rings? The ring is Israel. You have all these people who are making interpretations for the Lord of the Rings. Oh, like the eye of whatever, Saruman, that's the military industrial complex. Like, I'm going to make my own interpretation. The ring is Israel. That's what the ring is. The ring is Israel. And anyone who fixates on the ring ends up destroying themselves. Anyone who fixates on Israel will end up being dragged down along with Israel. In fact, there is a verse that I want to read to you guys from the Bible. There is a verse from the Bible in the book of Isaiah that speaks about Israel so accurately. And it says, anyone who eats the eggs of Israel dies. Let's read that verse real quick. Hold on. Isaiah. Anyone who eats eggs dies. Isaiah 59. Check this out. Let's go to Isaiah 59. Let's go see 58. What does it say in 58? Okay, let's just go straight to 59. Hold on a second. Yep, here it is. Isaiah 59. It describes the evils of Israel. Isaiah 59. Are we good, by the way? Is the connection good? Let me just make sure. Hold on. I don't want any sort of connection issues. Are we good? Israel. Isaiah 59. Are we good, by the way? Is the connection... Okay, I just want to make sure. All right, we're good. Okay, I just want to make sure, guys, because sometimes you have lagging. I just want to make sure we're not having any lagging. Let's go back to the Bible. Isaiah 59. Let's read the Bible. Look at what it says here. Isaiah 59. Look at what it says. This is very interesting. I have never seen a preacher or a Bible study leader ever quote this, ever. Behold, the Lord's hand is not so short that it cannot save, nor is his ear so dull that it cannot hear. But your wrongdoings, it's addressing Israel, by the way, no one else. Your, Israel's wrongdoings have caused a separation between you and your God. There is separation. So Isaiah is saying there is a demarcation. There is a chasm between Israel and God. Separation between Israel and God. And your sins have hidden his face from you so that he does not hear you. He doesn't hear your prayers, Israel. For your hands are defiled with blood. That sounds like Gaza. Oh my God. That sounds like Gaza. Your hands are defiled with blood, and your fingers with wrongdoing. Your lips have spoken deceit. Isn't that all? Isn't that all these Hosbrats who defend Israel online? Filled with deceit. Oh no, they're not slaughtering civilians. No, they don't slaughter civilians on purpose. No, Israeli snipers aren't shooting people. No, they're not using drones to murder elderly folks. No, they're not murdering toddlers. No, that's not true at all. They're just fighting terrorists, damn it. It's all just terrorists. Your lips are full of deceit. Your fingers are dipped in blood, covered in blood. Look at this. No one sues righteously. Lawsuits. What do lawsuits remind you of? No one sues righteously. I'm going to sue you. No one sues righteously, and no one pleads honestly. They trust. Look at this. Look at this. They trust in confusion. Isn't that what Israel does all the time? They trust in confusion. People are confused about what's going on in Gaza. What's happening? They take advantage of that confusion. Well, nothing's happening. Everything's great. We are the heroes here. They conceive trouble and give birth to disaster. They hatch viper's eggs and weave the spider's web. Spider's web of what? Deception. The one who eats of their eggs dies. And from what is crushed, a snake breaks out. The one who eats of their eggs dies. Whose eggs? Israel. Anyone who eats of their eggs dies. And that is the fate of anyone who's going to cling on to the synagogue of Satan. I'm not saying you're going to literally die, but you're going to be dragged down into something very terrible. Well, we have to support Israel no matter what. We have to support Israel. Look, and I can see this happening in the future. Look, Turkey is invading Israel. We have to go on crusade to save the Holy Land. Could you not see this sort of thing happening? I can see it happening. What happened when Russia invaded Ukraine? All these dumb Americans, a lot of them were neo-Nazis. They said, we're going to go to Ukraine and go help the Ukrainians out. And they went out and they joined the Nazis in Ukraine. Yes, they joined the ranks of the Nazis. They joined the ranks of the Azov Battalion, Right Sector, and the rest of these neo-Nazi militias in Ukraine. And you know what? A lot of those Americans didn't make it back. So if Turkey invades Israel, you're going to have a bunch of wackos, a lunatic, fanatic, evangelical Zios saying, we have to go on crusade and liberate Jerusalem, fight for Israel. And you know what? They are going to eat of Israel's eggs. And they're not going to have a very good outcome. Whoever eats of their eggs dies. Whoever eats of Israel's eggs will be met with disappointment. Oh, I want to support Israel and do the right thing. Oh, great. Here's all this money, funds, donor funds, donations, Zionist money. Here you go. Take it. Take the money. Oh, man, I'm swimming in all this cash. And then all of a sudden, your conscience speaks to you. And you say, well, didn't you see that story of some Israeli soldier mowing down kids and using drones to kill civilians, and you start reading about the slaughterhouse that they have made Gaza into, and you go, well, I don't like this very much. And then you read about what the donors that are helping you are also supporting. They're supporting other evil causes. They're supporting Sodom. They're supporting the genocidal policy of Israel. And then you say, this is wrong. And then what happens? The donors say, shut your mouth. And they try to use money to control you. And you say, well, you guys are using money to control me. What's going on? What's going on is you have eaten of the eggs of Israel. That's what's happening. Their webs will not become clothing, nor will they cover themselves with their works. Their works are works of wrongdoing, and an act of violence is in their hands. Their feet run to evil. Isn't that true? Is that not true? Supporting the massacre of the Palestinians, they run to that evil. They love it. They embrace it. They support Sodom. The Sodom movement, the Skittles movement, they support that. They run to that evil. They run to that evil. An act of violence is in their hands. Their feet run to evil, and they hurry to shed innocent blood. Ooh, isn't that the IDF? Hurrying to go shed innocent blood. They want to snipe kids, snipe civilians. Oh, Gazans, you're hungry? Here's a nice aid distribution center for you. Come, get some food. And the people come to get their food, and then what happens? The Israeli soldiers mow them down, and they killed over 1,000 Palestinians this way. Just like how the Germans said, oh, you want a shower? Come take a shower. And they poisoned those people. Devastation and destruction are in their paths. This is talking about Israel, by the way. And if you say, no, it's not talking about Israel, it's talking about something else, this is a misinterpretation. Really, asshole? Really? Then what does this mean? Verse 2. Explain verse 2 to me. But your wrongdoings have caused a separation between you and your God. Whose God? Whose God? The God of Israel. And who is the your and your God? Who is the your? Who's it talking about? Israel. This is describing Israel to a T. Their feet run to evil. Devastation and destruction are in their paths. That's Israel. They do not know the way of peace, and there is no justice in their tracks. They have made their paths crooked. Whoever walks on them does not know peace. Whoever walks on the path of Zionism will be met with a reality wherein they will say, either I follow my conscience and I walk away from this Zionist movement, or I stay on the path of Israel. If you stay on the path of Israel, the verse says it. The verse says it. We can read the rest of it. Let's go back here. Hold on. Did we read the rest of this? Hold on. Let's see here. Oh yeah, okay, we read this about Lebanon. What is wrong with this music? Is it what is wrong with this thing? There's something wrong with it. Okay, so we read about Lebanon. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, let's go back to this article real quick. Hold on. So it says here, but analysts warn this is a dangerous illusion. By illusion, it's talking about the defeat of the Shiites. Al-Shara represents a joint venture of the Turkey-Qatar axis. If Lebanon pivots from Tehran to Ankara in a desperate search for Sunni balance, it will merely exchange one form of Islamist authoritarianism for another. The warning signs are already visible as Turkish intelligence expands its footprint in northern Lebanon, and groups such as the Fajr forces drift back toward their ideological roots, creating a new multi-headed threat along Israel's northern border. In other words, Turkey is rising in Lebanon. And this is because of Iran's defeat in Lebanon by Israel. So Israel has contributed to the rise of Turkey. And perhaps Israel thinks, well, you know, Turkey's not that big of a deal because, well, you know, Turkey is an ally of Azerbaijan, and we are also a major ally of Azerbaijan. And so we have that common ground. We have that overlap between ourselves. And so perhaps we can work something out, and we can both agree to work together to counter Iranian power. Well, Turkey and Iran are definitely rivals, that is true. But at the same time, the Turks and the Iranians are deepening ties against Israel. Yes, that's correct. But first, I'll read your guys' comments here. Hold on a second. One second. I'm trying to get all of your guys' comments. I don't want to miss anyone. The blue homeland policy, yes, you're correct. If Ted ran for president, I would never win. It's impossible. Save your vote for the winning side. But I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. No, Greek says Istanbul. Yeah, I know. Constantinople. I know. Anatolians were not Turks. Yeah, but neither are the people living in Turkey today. They're the descendants of the Anatolians, the Indo-Europeans who were living there, and also they're mixed with Persian. I wish I would have had a history teacher like Theo, such a comprehensive understanding of history and today. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you. That means a lot, actually. If Greece is serious, they should make friends with Russia. I think they definitely are friends with Russia. They share the same exact religion. Israel is going to end up making 3 enemies at once. Let's see here. There's a fruit fly in my room. As a history lover, I have a soft spot for Greeks, but this is just stupid. Greece needs to get its act together. Greek government, not the Greeks. Yep, I understand that. Cyprus, already carved up as the appetizer. The real course is the mainland itself. Greater Tel Avivopolis 2.0, Athens, Atenyahu. That's pretty funny. Thessaloniki, Shalomoniki. Thessaloniki becomes Shalomoniki, the Acropolis, the Talmud. Oh, that's great. That's really good. That's really funny. Poland strong. Yep. What a mess. Yep. I hope the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is resurrected. Oh, damn. The Russians wouldn't like that. Another beautiful thought. Let's see here. I feel sorry for the Greeks. Yep. I'm rooting for nobody. Yeah. My enemy's enemy is my friend. Yep. The Greek government is bent. Didn't Bibi hide in Greece while Iran was raining missiles? No, that's a rumor. It's never really been substantiated. A suitcase full of cash is very suspect. Obviously ill-gotten and dirty. If you found a suitcase full of money with no way of identifying who it belonged to, what would you do? If I found a suitcase full of money, I would stay the fuck away. If there's one thing that I learned from the film No Country for Old Men, it's just that. No Country for Old Men taught me that lesson. If you see a suitcase full of money, get the fuck away. Because if you take that suitcase, you might have some Shagor guy with a silenced shotgun after you. I'm the guy who lost the wallet and someone from the police station called me to return it and all the money was there. That's a very good story. And I'm glad that you said that because I said, hey, you should return the money back to its original owner. And automatically you have people saying, the police would steal it. Police are bad. Cops are bad, guys. We don't need cops. We just need more gangsters running the world. Cops are bad. And yeah, cops for the most part are not bad. Cops are absolutely necessary. And yes, if you give your wallet to the police station, the cops will actually try to find the owner. But again, you have people who hate cops because they hate authority and they love chaos and they're evil, so they just want they just want to they want lawlessness. I don't know what else to say. Miss Russian is not here yet. I don't know who you're talking about. Oh, gosh, Jesus, okay, the atonement for our sins, repented, we got it, okay, relax, we got it, we get it, okay. This is like when you watch a football game, there's some guy holding a sign that says John 3:16. It's like, we've all heard this, dude. Everyone on this chat has heard this. Yep, gotcha. Gotcha. Cozy in the Cut. I'm sorry, dude. Your username sounds like a band. It sounds like one of those indie bands from Austin. Cozy in the Cut. Playing live here tonight from Austin, everyone. Cozy in the Cut. Okay, hold on. Oh, man, I need a drink. So, let's talk about... Let's see here. That's not even counting the Nordics. The truth shall set you free. Greetings from Austria. Guten Tag. I just noticed the Capcom shirt as I was playing DMC5. Yes, I love Resident Evil. That's my favorite video game universe. I have played all Resident Evils from Resident Evil 4 onwards. I've never played the OG Resident Evil game. Well, I played a little bit of Zero. It's okay. The problem with the OG Resident Evil, but the problem with Resident Evil games before RE4 was the camera angles. I do not like the constant shifts in the camera angles. It makes me nauseous and it gives me a sense of nausea and I just hate it. I don't like camera angles constantly shifting. So you'll be controlling the character and all of a sudden the camera goes from behind the character to in front of the character and then to the side of the character. And then all of a sudden the camera is above the character at a certain angle. And then it goes back to behind the character. And it's just, I don't like that. I don't like that feeling. It makes me feel nausea. I don't like it. So I just don't, it's not fun. It does not make for an enjoyable experience. It doesn't make the game scary or in any way. It just makes the game feel tedious and annoying. And I don't like that. Some people think that horror games are just annoying games. Like the game has to annoy you and give you a sense of tediousness to be scary. And I just don't agree with that at all. The game has to be enjoyable while at the same time having a very intense buildup of suspense and horror. And that's what makes a good scary game. And I think RE4 was really the beginning of Resident Evil 4, or sorry, it was the beginning of the Resident Evil games actually becoming enjoyable for most people. That's why most people who are into Resident Evil right now started with RE4. A lot of people. Before RE4, Resident Evil was sort of it was not as popular as it got once RE4 came out. It just wasn't, because I think it's because of those annoying camera angles. And when people saw RE4 and they saw that nice, steady camera, that over-the-shoulder camera angle, and how it just remained consistent throughout the whole game, it felt just more comfortable for the eyes, and it made for a more enjoyable and more accessible experience. So I have played every Resident Evil game from RE4 and onwards. And I have played the RE2 remake, I played the RE3 remake, I played RE5, I played RE6, 7, 8, played RE Revelations 1 and 2, I played Resident Evil Raccoon City. I've played all of them. And they're all great. I mean, they're all good games. My favorite one is, of course, RE4. I do think the RE4 remake is better than the original RE4, just given how it has better graphics and better fight mechanics. But still, RE4, the OG RE4 is a classic and still an enjoyable game. And I really, really love RE Revelations 2. I don't think RE Revelations 2 got the praise that it deserved, but it's my second best Resident Evil game. It's my second favorite Resident Evil game. It's such a great game. And it has, I think, out of all the Resident Evil games, RE Revelations 2 has the best horror atmosphere. It has the best horror vibe than any of the other Resident Evil games, other than RE4, of course. That's my opinion. But I know you guys don't come to me for video game opinions. You guys come to me for political, geopolitical opinions. So I have to change the subject. Fixed camera angles is better than soulless FPS of RE7 to RE8. I really enjoyed RE8. I think RE8 Village was an amazing game. I actually streamed that game a little bit here not too long ago, or a number of years ago, and I think it's one of my favorite Resident Evil games. It had a great horror vibe to it, a great horror atmosphere. I love the atmosphere and the vibe of the village and the castle, and I really enjoyed fighting the werewolf creatures in the village. I think they're creepy, and I think that the sound of their growls makes for a very creepy atmosphere. RE5 is peak RE for mercenaries mode. Yeah, that's what I keep hearing from people. RE5 was okay. RE5, out of all the Resident Evil games that I've played, RE5 is actually my least favorite. I don't know. It's my least favorite Resident Evil game that I've played. I just don't like the vibe. I don't like the bright colors of RE5. It's too bright. It's too deserty. I love the dim, gloomy, dark vibes of Resident Evil 4, Revelations 2, RE Village, RE7. I am looking forward to playing RE9, but my prediction is that RE9 is going to be $70, and if it is $70 or anything above that, I will wait for the game to lower in price, because I noticed for the first time this year video games being charged, video games being priced at $70, and I think that's a little bit too much. So, Merry Christmas, Catherine. Let's see here. Cozy in the Cut. That is a band name. If I ever make an indie band, I will call it Cozy in the Cut. What does it mean? I don't know. It's just a username that I saw on some random live stream chat. Let me see here. I do like some of the story in RE5, though, to be fair to the game. I do like how the guy's dad, I forgot his name, but he's sort of the founder of, I think he's the founder of the Umbrella Corporation or something. And he says, I will become a god. It's a great illustration of the Nazi elitist Silicon Valley people like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel. I used to play Nemesis on the big screen and in surround sound while in the dark. Scared the crap out of me. Resident Evil Revelations 2, the remake, is really good. It's a really good game. RE2 remake is amazing. And the one thing I love about RE2 remake is how you're walking through this abandoned police station. I think that's the best part of the game, is the abandoned police station. It's so creepy, and you go into these super dark rooms where you can barely see anything, and there's zombies in the room and you can hear them, and you also hear this ginormous zombie creature walking, and you can hear its footsteps, and sometimes you don't hear it, and then all of a sudden you'll hear this, and those footsteps are getting louder and louder and louder. And so you have to go hide somewhere. And it just makes for great suspense for a video game. Pure cinema. Yeah, my favorite part of RE5 is when Chris punches out a boulder. Yeah, that's classic. That's classic. And then in RE8, one of the bad guys, I forgot his name, he says, because you play Chris Redfield a little bit in RE8 Village, and you're fighting this boss, and the boss says, Chris, you boulder punching asshole. And, Capcom totally just played into that meme. Let's see here. Hold on. I will check it out and have the crap scared out of me again. Thanks for the recommendation. Yeah, RE2 was a great game. Great game. I think the praise for RE2 is much deserved. I really enjoyed it. I found RE2 to be one of the most nerve-wracking games I've ever played. DayZ is great. I've never played DayZ. I don't have a PlayStation. But it looks good, DayZ. I've seen some of the gameplay online. Let's see here. Let's go back to Let's go back to the news, guys. We're talking too much about games, and if I talk too long about video games, people are going to abandon the stream. They're going to say, this guy's talking about games. Where's the politics? Let's get into it. All right, let's get back into the politics of it. Let's see here. Where is that article? I had it just now. Here it is. Got it. So, we are seeing the deepening of security ties between the Turks and the Iranians against Israel, because you had the toppling of the Bashar al-Assad regime in Syria. That allowed Turkey to fill in the vacuum, the power vacuum in Syria. We saw the defeat of Hezbollah by Israel in Lebanon, the assassination of Nasrallah. That has allowed for Turkey to further entrench itself in Lebanon and try to fill up that power vacuum. We saw years ago in 2011 the toppling of Gaddafi, and that enabled Turkey to have a massive military presence in Libya. Same thing goes with Iraq. The toppling of Saddam enabled the Turks to have a military presence in Iraq. And so we're seeing this rising neo-Ottoman power, and we're seeing the diminishing of Iran. But Israel likes the fact that Iran has been diminished in its power, because Iran has been a major threat to the Israelis. I mean, hell, Iran did bomb Israel early this year. And so Israel is happy for the decline of the Shiite power, or the Shiite crescent in the Middle East. But its defeat, or its diminishing of Shiite power in the Middle East, has enabled the rise of Turkish power, and really the revival of Turkish power and the rise of this neo-Ottoman empire. So Israel got rid of, Israel really weakened one threat, but by weakening that one threat, the Shiite threat, it has enabled an even greater threat, because Turkey is much more militarily advanced than Iran is, so therefore Turkey is a bigger threat than Iran for the state of Israel, because Turkey is a massive NATO power, the second biggest power in NATO. So perhaps the Israelis think, yeah, our policy has enabled the power of Turkey, or has enabled the rise of Turkey, but maybe this is good because the Turks could keep the Iranians in check. Perhaps people are thinking that. But even with the decline of Iranian power in the Middle East, the Turks and the Iranians are deepening their ties to go against Israel. So the Israelis thought, well, we're going to diminish the power of Iran, and that's going to make us safer. But all you did was you enabled the power of Turkey. And because now Turkey is the existential threat to Israel, Iran now wants to get closer to the Turks to defeat the Israelis, because the Israelis are the biggest threat for the Iranians. So what the Israelis are doing is they're bringing Iran and Turkey closer together against Jerusalem. That's what's happening. And so before, yes, you had this Shiite crescent. Yes, Iran was in Iraq. Yes, Iran was in Syria. Yes, Iran was in Lebanon, still is. And so they thought, okay, we'll topple Bashar al-Assad. So then Iran will no longer be in Syria. So they got rid of Bashar. That enabled the rise of Turkey. They got rid of Gaddafi. That enabled the rise of Turkey. They got rid of Nasrallah. They killed Nasrallah. That has enabled the further rise of Turkey. So they made it worse, is what the Israelis did. They just made it worse. They made Turkey even more powerful, and they have brought the Iranians and the Turks closer together against the Israelis. So the Israelis were better off just working with the eye doctor, Bashar al-Assad, than they were toppling the eye doctor. They toppled the eye doctor, and now they're missing the eye doctor. They want him to come back. But the eye doctor is gone. He's in Moscow playing Call of Duty. He's live streaming on Twitch, perhaps. We don't know. And now you have this powerful Turkey in Syria, and you have an Iran that is getting closer to Israel's biggest existential threat, and that is Turkey. So it's much worse for the Israelis. And this is really the doing of the Israelis. This is the outcome of Israeli policy. This is the outcome. This is the fruit. So Israel is being hated by the world. Israel is being hated by the majority of Americans. Israel is being hated by the vast majority of Americans under the age of 50, even by the vast majority of Republicans under the age of 50. And so no matter what Israel does, it's just losing. It decided, okay, we're going to be barbaric. We're going to slaughter all these people in Gaza. Boom, its popularity rate went straight down to hell. And so Israel now is facing multiple dimensions of warfare. It's facing a physical war with Turkey and Iran, and it is facing a propaganda or information war with the rest of the world, with the American youth, with the Western youth, and it is losing in both dimensions of warfare. Information war and physical war, it is losing. My music is acting a little bit retarded. Let me just change this music real quick, guys. Sorry about that. We're gonna play a little bit of the Elder Scrolls music. So this is the reality that Israel is facing. It's a losing war. And so it says here, Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan, hosted in Tehran by his Iranian counterpart Abid Arakji, declared that both countries see Israel as the biggest threat to stability in the Middle East. And imagine, people hear this. People hear the Iranians saying, hey, Israel is the biggest threat. Israel is the biggest threat. And they see the Iranians actually bombing Israel. They see the Iranians actually doing what they said they were going to do, which is to bomb Israel. And was this met with consternation by the world? Was this met with criticism from the world? No. It was met with the sound of Persians, I salute you. That's how the Iranians were met. And people were inspired by Iran. No joke. They were inspired by what Iran did to Israel. They were inspired by the sight of seeing missiles raining down on Israel. Even though the Iranians were not this absolute victor, they were inspired by that. That's the reality. You can read mainstream media sources talking about how, oh, this is terrible and this and that. It's a different view on X. It's a totally different story on Instagram. You go onto Instagram right now, they're praising Iran. They're praising the Ayatollah. They're praising Hamas because Israel is losing the information war, and it's only going to get worse. And so what happens when this defeat for Israel and the information war just gets worse and worse? What's going to happen? Look at Erica Kirk. I mean, my God, guys, look at what's happening to Erica Kirk. It is I was thinking about doing a video about Erica Kirk, and I thought there's been so many videos making fun of this woman. What is the point, right? Like, what can I say that hasn't been said already? But maybe I can add something to this whole discussion in this wave of anger against her. Her husband was nearly decapitated by a rifle bullet, and now she's doing a book tour. It'll be weeks after her husband was murdered. She was giddy and giggling in a podcast with Andrew Colvett, the producer of TPUSA. I mean, it's just crazy, right? So people see that, and what are people saying? They're saying, she's in line with them, isn't she? She's in bed with the Zios, isn't she? Figuratively speaking, she's in bed with the Zios, isn't she? She's one of them, isn't she? And they hate her. Is Erica Kirk popular? Is she loved by the American people? Is she being embraced? Initially she was, but after her behavior, just 2 weeks after her husband's near decapitation, she's giddy and giggling and acting like nothing happened. Very strange behavior coming from a woman who had just seen her husband getting murdered, and now people hate her. And they see her as being in bed with Israel. And she's still promoting the pro-Israel stuff. People aren't buying it. People aren't drinking the Kool-Aid. People are not embracing her. Why not? Because Israel is hated. That's the reason why. And she can worship the Wailing Wall every single day of her life. It is not going to help her. It's only going to ruin her. It's like the 1,000 pastors. Were those 1,000 pastors met with applause? Were they met as heroes? Were they met as returning heroes? Like Odysseus coming back from the Trojan War? Coming back from his Odyssey? No, they were met with hatred. In fact, I did a video about the 1,000 pastors, and I got nothing but positive comments from people because I was criticizing the 1,000 pastors, saying that they were just fossils from an old era, the old era of Zionism. I got hundreds of comments on that video. Hundreds. Not one negative comment. Maybe you'll find one or two pro-Israel people. Virtually all of the comments agree with me. Why is that? Because Israel is not popular. That's the reason why. And a YouTube video is almost like a statistic. It's almost like you're doing a study, because you put the video out there and then you see how people respond. And the video has over, 16,000 views last I checked. And you look at the comments. These comments are from people from different countries, from different parts of the United States. Most of them are American. And they're agreeing with me that the 1,000 pastors are a part of a dying breed of American, and their Zionism is going to effectively disappear alongside their boomer generation once the millennials and the Zoomers fully take over politics. This is my prediction. And the fact that the overwhelming majority, really virtually all of the commenters agree with me, tells me there's something very, very indicative of these comments. They indicate to me that Israel is losing miserably and they're not going to win. So the Iranians are being praised by American. You have white boys from America praising Iran. If you told me 20 years ago, you're going to see white, right-wing Americans praising Iran, I wouldn't have believed you. But here we are, and it's happening. What is happening right now has never been seen before in the history of the post-World War II world. It's never been seen before, ever. And so you have Iran being praised, and Turkey and Iran are uniting together against Israel. What's going to happen when Turkey and Iran double team against the Israelis in a serious war? You think the average American is going to say, well, we have to go fight for Israel? It's not going to happen. Israel is going to be left destitute and abandoned. Mark my words. That's the future of Israel. So it says here, Ankara is increasingly angry over Israel's military operations in Syria, which it considers a threat to security. With the Iranian-backed Syrian regime overthrown and Iran's diminishing influence in the Caucasus, another region of competition with Turkey, Tehran is viewed by Ankara as less of a threat. So, I've talked about this before, but I'll say it again. Turkey defeated the Armenians through its proxy Azerbaijan. The Armenians are allies of the Iranians. So the Turks defeated an Iranian ally, a major Iranian ally, Armenia, very important geostrategically for Iran because of Armenia's access way into Georgia, and from Georgia you access the Black Sea. So Armenia is Iran's access way into the Black Sea region. That's what Armenia is. So Turkey defeated Armenia. It defeated an Iranian ally. And so Iran is weaker in the South Caucasus than it was before. So Turkey no longer sees Iran as a major competition for it. So it's saying, okay, Iran, since you're no longer a serious competitor for me, let's work together. I'm not really worried about you being a serious rival to me because you've been diminished, you've been weakened. Your power has declined in the South Caucasus. Your power has declined in the Middle East, thanks to Israel and thanks to me. So we're now going to work together. So it's almost like Turkey is playing this, I guess you could say, 3D chess game, where Turkey and Israel, they both have an overlap in their geopolitical worldview, in the sense that you have Armenia in the South Caucasus. Armenia is an ally. Let's pull up the map here real quick. Real quick, guys. I don't want to make this into a whole map session, but we'll real quick bring up the map here. Hold on a second. Let's bring up the map real quick here. Hold on. Map of Caucasus region. All right, let's take a look at this. All right, so let's just look at this map. Caucasus region, Black Sea. All right, this is perfect. This is a perfect map right here. Now check this out. So here we go. So Israel hates Iran. Iran is right down here. You see this? Tehran is over here in the north. You have Israel. Israel's down south. So Israel hates Iran. Armenia is a major ally of the Iranians. Why is Armenia a major ally of the Iranians? It's because of geopolitics. That's the reason. And as I've said before, let's take a look at this map again. Hold on. It takes forever to get to this map. So here is Iran. And here is Armenia. Armenia is a direct pathway into Georgia. Georgia is a Black Sea region. So Armenia is Iran's access way into Europe. And it is Iran's direct access way into the Black Sea region and from Georgia into the Black Sea itself. So Iran needs Armenia to not be fully isolated. Here's Azerbaijan. Now, Azerbaijan is a major ally of the Israelis. 40% of Israel's oil comes from Azerbaijan. Israel is a major buyer of Azerbaijani oil, and Azerbaijan is a major source of energy for the Israelis. Israel needs Azerbaijan. So Israel gets its oil from Azerbaijan, and Israel needs Azerbaijan as an outpost against the Iranians. How do you think Israel gets a lot of intelligence on Iran? It gets its intelligence from Azerbaijan. Israel has its agents in Azerbaijan. From Azerbaijan, they watch Iran. So Azerbaijan is a major intelligence outpost for the Israelis. So they need Azerbaijan for the energy and for the fact that it's positioned right next to northern Iran. So Israel aids Azerbaijan in its war against Armenia, which began in 2020. And Turkey says, hey, Israel, we both hate Armenia. We do. We both hate the Armenians, and we both are allies of the Azeris. So the Turks and the Israelis helped Azerbaijan in its war against the Armenians. By defeating the Armenians, they weakened Iran. They weakened an Iranian ally. Turkey became more powerful in the South Caucasus, which is this region right here. And Israel weakened Iran's position in the South Caucasus by defeating a major Iranian ally, and that is Armenia. So Turkey and Israel both worked together. Turkey provided Bayraktar drones to the Azeris. Israel provided a lot of weapons to the Azeri military. So they both help Azerbaijan against Armenia. And they both had the agenda of weakening Iran in the South Caucasus region. And weakening, really, the Shiite crescent in the region in general. So the Israelis and the Turks both had the same goals against Iran. But, as I have said many times, everything Israel does helps get Israel further and further to its own demise. Because by working with the Turks against the Armenians to help the Azeris to weaken the Iranians, the Israelis also enabled the further rise of Turkish power in the South Caucasus. And so now Israel is further having to deal with a rising neo-Ottoman power. It was better off just letting the Iranians have Armenia. But now that Turkey defeated the Armenians, and now that Donald Trump got involved and brokered a ceasefire between the Azeris and the Armenians and forced the Armenians to allow for a corridor to be built from Nakhchivan here to Azerbaijan, which is Greater Azerbaijan, now Turkey has direct access into the Caspian Sea from Nakhchivan here through Armenia into Azerbaijan, into the Caspian Sea, from where it can import Central Asian oil from Kazakhstan into Turkey, and Turkey can become a major transit route for the exportation of Central Asian oil and natural gas, thus making Turkey even more geopolitically powerful, not just for the South Caucasus and the Middle East and Central Asia, but also very powerful for the rest of Europe, because now instead of the Europeans getting natural gas and oil through Russia, they can get the oil and natural gas directly through NATO, which is Turkey. In this case, Turkey. From Turkey into the rest of Europe. So now Turkey is going to have even more political leverage Because once Turkey becomes a major point, it becomes the major point for the exportation of oil from Central Asia through Turkey into the rest of Europe, then Turkey has more political leverage in Europe and can say, okay, Europe, we want you to do this for us. Okay, Europe, we want you to work with us, make or help get our military more powerful. Germany will work with you. Buy Turkish weapons, and we'll buy Turkish weapons. And Germany is going to say, well, we need the Turks because they are our transit point to import Central Asian oil so that we don't have to import oil through the Russians. And we don't have to import natural gas through the Russians. We need Turkey now. Turkey becomes even more vital for the Europeans. Turkey becomes even more vital for the Americans. And so Israel's going to say, but Turkey's becoming too powerful. Now they're working with the Iranians. America, help us. And America's going to say, no. You guys wanted this. You guys wanted the toppling of Assad. You guys wanted the toppling of Gaddafi and Saddam and Nasrallah and Hezbollah. And now you weaken the Shiite crescent. And now Turkey is the most powerful region in the Middle East. It's one of the most powerful countries. It's second to Russia in the Black Sea. It's going to be second to Russia in the Caspian Sea because of its future influence in the Caspian region that is currently growing, and it's going to grow even more. And Turkey has this aspiration of establishing this Central Asian power, this Turkic NATO, if you will, this Turkic power, where you have, now let's look at a map. Now we're in the map world now. Turkey, Central Asia, map. Let's look at the map. Right here. Look at this map, guys. You have, man, can I just get a freaking decent map for once? I like this map better. But you know, let's use this map. Let's just use this map. You have Turkey and Central Asia. Turkey here. Hold on, let me just make myself a little bit. You have Turkey here, Central Asia here. Central Asia is a massive region. The Turkic world, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Tajik. Now I know Tajiks are Turks, okay, but it's still part of Central Asia. Kyrgyzstan, okay, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan. This is the motherland of the Turkic race. The Turkic race does not come from Turkey. The Turkic race comes from Central Asia. They migrated at one point in time in history, back in the Middle Ages. The Turks came from Central Asia. They invaded Iran, and they eventually invaded the Byzantine Empire in this region that we today call Turkey, which back in the day was known as Anatolia. So they destroyed the Byzantine Empire. Now, what Turkey wants to do is become the major power on the Caspian Sea. So it defeated the Armenians, which is right here. They defeated Little Armenia, which wasn't that difficult, sadly to say. And you see, I've talked about this before, but I'll bring this up again. The Nakhchivan region right here, which is vital for Turkey because the Nakhchivan region is a Turkic region inhabited by Azeri Turks. And it is a part of Azerbaijan right here. What Azerbaijan wants to do is create this idea of Greater Azerbaijan. Part of Azerbaijan is Nakhchivan. So Turkey says, okay, now that the Armenians have been defeated, and the Americans have gotten the Armenians to agree to allow for a corridor to be constructed, connecting Nakhchivan with Azerbaijan. That is going to give us, the Turks, a direct route into the Caspian Sea from Baku, this little oil port area, into the Caspian Sea. Plus, remember, Azerbaijan is a major exporter of oil. So it's not just Central Asian oil that we're talking about here. We're talking also about Azeri oil. That Azeri oil can be transferred from Azerbaijan through Armenia into Nakhchivan right here into Turkey. From Turkey, you have a direct pipeline into the rest of Europe, thus isolating Russia as a major exporter of oil. This is what's going to help weaken the Russians as a major oil exporter, oil and natural gas exporter. So you can get the oil and natural gas directly from Central Asia through a direct pipeline running from Azerbaijan through Turkey into the rest of Europe. You guys know the drill. So what this is going to help do is enable Turkey to establish a Turkic power, a Turkic power that runs from Istanbul here across through Turkey into Nakhchivan through Armenia. Armenia, of course, will be excluded because it's not a Turkic country. Into Azerbaijan, which is a Turkic country, through the Caspian Sea into the Central Asian Turkic region. And they want to create a massive Turkish power consisting of all of these countries: Turkey, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan. Now, the Americans wouldn't really mind this because that would mean a super powerful ally being right there next to China, which is right here, as you can see. Now, China, in northern China, the area here that borders with Kazakhstan, you have the Xinjiang province, which is not inhabited by Han Chinese. It is inhabited by ethnic Turks called the Uyghurs, which are a Turkic people. And Turkey wants to use those people as a proxy for its empire. In fact, Turkey used the Uyghurs as a proxy against the Assad government in Syria. You had thousands of Uyghur fighters who came from China. They went from China all the way to Syria right here. All the way to Syria right here. And those Uyghur fighters were instrumental in helping the Sunni rebels overthrow the Assad government. So Turkey wanted to see the toppling of the Assad government. Who helped the Israelis? The Turks. They used which people to help overthrow Assad? The Central Asian, or sorry, the Turkic Muslims who live in northern China. So Turkey used those people for its own power and for the expansion of its own power, because by overthrowing Assad, Turkey was able to expand into Syria, thus enabling the creation of its Neo-Ottoman Empire. So the Turks want to establish an empire from the Middle East, so we're talking Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, through the South Caucasus, and into Central Asia. Massive Turkish-ran empire consisting of the Turkic world. We're talking about something much bigger than the Ottoman Empire, because we say, okay, they want to revive the Ottoman Empire. That's true. But they want to revive the Ottoman Empire plus more, plus Central Asia. The Ottoman Empire did not control Central Asia. So they want to control something plus, they want to control the what was once the Ottoman Empire plus Central Asia. That would mean if Turkey has this, if Turkey brings this Central Asian empire to fruition, it would mean Turkey having an endless supply of natural gas, oil, and uranium from Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan is the biggest producer of uranium in the world, which would mean Turkey having an endless amount of the material needed to make nuclear weapons. So, but again, back to my point here, the Israelis helped to create this monster. By working with the Turks to help the Azeris defeat the Armenians, it enabled the rise of Turkish power in the South Caucasus, thus allowing for the creation of a corridor connecting Nakhchivan to Azerbaijan, thus making Turkey a direct pipeline for Central Asian energy resources into the rest of Europe, thus making Turkey even more powerful. And by doing this, it has paved the road. By helping the Azeris defeat the Armenians, it has paved the road for a Turkic power from Turkey across the Caspian Sea into Central Asia. Same thing goes with overthrowing Nasrallah. By killing Nasrallah, they enabled Turkey in Lebanon. By overthrowing Assad, they enabled Turkey in Syria. So Israel has helped to create this Turkish monster, is my whole point. That is my whole point here. And so now, by weakening the Iranians and by empowering the Turks, they created this power imbalance where now the Iranians are seeking to have deeper security ties with the Turks because they see Israel as their biggest threat. So now they want to get the support of Turkey against the Israelis. So everything has been helping Turkey. Everything. Everything the Israelis have done, for the most part, have helped enable the power of the Turks and the rise of the Turks. And so then you have situations like this. Let's make this a little bit smaller. Hold on. There we go. So it says here, with the Iranian-backed Syrian regime overthrown and Iran's diminishing influence in the Caucasus, another region of competition with Turkey, Tehran is viewed by Ankara as less of a threat. Ankara sees that Tehran's wings are clipped, and I'm sure that it is also very happy that Tehran's wings are clipped, international relations expert Soli Özel told RFI. Ozil predicts that diminished Iranian power is opening the door for more cooperation with Turkey. So by the Israelis diminishing Shiite power, they have only pushed the Iranians deeper into the embrace of Turkey. Now that, and so what is Israel going to do now, right? Now, because they weakened Iran. That was their goal. We got to weaken Iran. Iran is the next Hitler, blah, blah, blah. Okay, you weakened Iran. Now you've empowered Turkey. Now what are you going to do? Are you going to get the Americans to go to war against Turkey? Are you going to get the Americans on board with the idea of going to war with Turkey? The Americans are not going to go to war with Turkey. They need Turkey to solidify NATO's power in Central Asia, in the Caspian, and in the South Caucasus, and also in the Middle East. So now you've only empowered the very major threat that America embraces. And you have pushed Iran closer, deeper into the embrace of the existential threat that Israel is facing. And this existential threat just so happens to be loved by America, which means you can't get the Americans on board to go against Turkey. Regardless of how much of an existential threat Turkey is, you're not going to get the Americans on board to go to war against Turkey. You are better off just leaving Iran there and leaving the eye doctor in Syria, leaving Assad to be in power in Syria, because at least with those guys, you had the American support to go against them. How are you going to get the Americans to support you against Turkey? You're not. So Israel has further screwed itself over, is what I'm saying here. So it says here, warming relations between Turkey and Iran are not viewed in a favorable light by Israel, whose ministers have in turn accused Turkey of being Israel's biggest threat. And now, if you tell a young American, hey, you have to help Israel against Turkey because they're Israel's biggest threat, do you know what the average young American guy is going to do? They're going to say, support the other side. So, Turkey's their biggest threat. Let them have at it. Let them have at it. The great game never ended. No, it didn't. It's always been the same. Tensions are rising over Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's strong support of Hamas. Obviously, Israel does not want to see Iranian and Turkish relations warm, as Israel sees Iran as an existential threat, and hence anything that helps Iran is problematic from Israel's perspective. And the thing is that Israel wants to make sure that Syria stays weak, because a weakened Syria is not a threat to Israel. Turkey, on the other hand, wants to see the economy of Syria grow because Turkey sees Syria as a protectorate of its new empire. The Americans have said, we're going to get rid of all the sanctions imposed on Syria because Bashar al-Assad is no longer in power. The Israelis tried to lobby against this and they failed, which really bespeaks how Israel's influence, how the influence of the Israel lobby is eroding and declining. Because if it was that powerful, they would have exercised their leverage to prevent the Americans from rescinding the sanctions that were being imposed on Syria, but they weren't able to do so. America got rid of all the sanctions very recently, and this is now empowering the Turks, because the Turks lobbied for those sanctions to be released, to be lifted, and the Turks got what they wanted. The Israelis did not get what they wanted this time. So why did the Americans lift the sanctions? To help the Turks. And why did Israel not want those sanctions lifted? Because they wanted to weaken Syria, because they want to weaken a protectorate of the Turkish Empire. That's what's going on. So that's it. That's what's going on. So Israel yet again is further screwing itself. Is what's happening. That's what I'm trying to say. Let's see here. My dad hearing in the background saying, exactly, your dad's a smart guy. Dad's a smart guy. Read your guys' comments. Hold on. Panagenesis says, yeah, I saw it too. Bod, even here in Jersey, a Turkish construction company bought the home I was living in and forced us out. Oh, damn, that sucks. Turkey's expanding even in America. The Turkish Empire is in New Jersey? Man, the Turkish Empire is growing faster than I thought. Scots and Picts might be from Scythia. Yeah, I've heard that before. both the new. Oh, and you hold on. Okay, whatever. Everyone go back to where you originally came from. We're talking prehistory here. Yeah, for sure. Hittites, Canaanites, Sumerians, Pana, as well as the Hittites, Indo-Europeans, Persian. Anatolia was Iranian, Armenians, Levantines, and Greeks. Yeah, it was a whole bunch of people, but it was mainly Indo-Europeans. You had the Hittites, the Lydians, those people, the Trojans. These were all Indo-Europeans who lived in what is now Turkey. I'm thinking whoever controls Anatolia will be, at least in part by geography, forced to play double games. Absolutely, because as Turkey or Anatolia, you're literally in between the Mediterranean, the Black Sea, and the Caspian Sea. I mean, you are a major geopolitical player here. I don't think people fathom how much geopolitical leverage Turkey has. They are literally in between the most rivaled maritime territories in the world. The Mediterranean alone is the most rivaled maritime territory on Earth. Then you have the Black Sea, wherein you have the Russians and the Turks vying over who's going to be the most dominant power in that maritime territory. And then you have the Caspian Sea, which is super important because if you want to be able to import oil from Central Asia, you have to have control over the Caspian Sea. You just have to. So the Russians and the Turks are playing this great game over the Caspian Sea because Russia and Turkey are the two biggest powers on the Caspian Sea. Now you'll say, well, Turkey's not on the Caspian Sea. It sure as shit is because of Azerbaijan. Remember, Azerbaijan is an extension of Turkish power. That's what it is. So Turkey is on the Caspian Sea. It is a Caspian Sea power. So you have the Russians and the Turks vying over who's going to be the dominant power in the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. And so America has its wild card on these three maritime territories, and that is Turkey. America needs Turkey to weaken the power of Iran. America needs Turkey to also weaken the presence of Russia on the Black Sea and on the Caspian Sea to further isolate the Russians and the Iranians on the Caspian Sea. So Turkey is vital for the United States. And America, being this massive global empire, sees all this great game stuff, and is saying, okay, Turkey, we need you. You're on our team. Because if we lose you, then you're going to go and become a friend of Russia. We can't afford that. And you're going to get deeper with the Iranians. We can't afford that. So we need you. We need you. So Turkey, it's going to come to the point where Turkey's just going to say, okay, we can do whatever the hell we want. Why do you think Turkey was allowed to slow down Sweden's access into NATO? Why do you think that is? Because of Turkey's position. That's the reason why. Turkey said, nope, Sweden will not be allowed to be a member of NATO until they stop supporting the Kurds. Sweden said, okay, fine, we'll stop supporting the Kurds. Why? Because Turkey is a direct pipeline for the importation of Central Asian oil and natural gas. Simple as that. And because it controls the direct access route into the Mediterranean from the Black Sea. Simple as that. A lot of Kurds too, though the Kurds, at least many I talk to, are more willing to apologize and denounce it, probably because they've had a taste of it themselves since then. I'm thinking blah, blah, blah. Hello, Victoria. Who committed the Armenian genocide, Turks or Azerbaijanis? It was Turks and Kurds. Howdy. Hello, Fode Media. I hope you're right. A lot of people are hoping that I'm right. A lot of people hope that I'm right about my predictions, not because they love Israel or anything like that. It's because they hate Israel. Very odd behavior. Yep, definitely. Israel signs $53 billion gas export deal with Egypt. Yeah, this goes back to the security ties deepening between Israel and Egypt. And this is going to make Egypt into an even bigger target for the Turks. Turkey and Iran, like Germany and Italy in World War II. Yep. Israel's long-term strategic foreign policy not only leaves a lot to be desired, but is a disaster. They've checkmate themselves. Yep. I'm glad Assad didn't have to die for a country. I'm happy that Assad was able to make it out alive. I really didn't want him to end up like another, what's his name, Gaddafi. He's right now in Russia, probably live streaming himself playing video games. Probably playing Bannerlord or something. Theodore, as always, thank you. Appreciate that, Cozy, in the cut. How does the new Silk Road affect these ever-changing alliances? What ever-changing alliances? The Silk Road. Oh, you're talking about Afghanistan? Well, it's interesting that you bring that up. So, the rise of the Turkish-Pakistani alliance. So, we're going to go back to looking at a map again, but there is an interesting article that came out on how Turkey is deepening its ties with Pakistan against Israel. And this makes Turkey even more powerful because Pakistan is a nuclear power. Pakistan has what, 100 nukes? So Pakistan is a nuclear armed country, which is why when India and Pakistan had their little war early this year, the world was freaking out because it was two nuclear countries killing each other. And everybody was worried about the idea of one of them pressing the button. So now Turkey is deepening security ties with Pakistan, which means Turkey is deepening security ties with a major nuclear armed country. That is dangerous for Israel because it could mean Pakistan aiming its nukes at Israel at the behest of Turkey. So let's read this here. This is an article that came out recently. And the Israelis are terrified about this. So it says here in the title, the Pakistan-Turkish axis, a new and dangerous threat to Israel. The deepening of security ties between the Pakistanis and the Turks. And so it says here that the signing of a comprehensive hydrocarbon exploration agreement between the Turkish Petroleum Corporation, or TPAO, and the Pakistani government was framed as a routine economic partnership, a lifeline for Pakistan's failing energy grid, and a boon for Turkey's industrial ambition. The protocol marks the operational fusion of Turkey, a NATO member increasingly hostile to the West, and Pakistan, a volatile nuclear-armed state. This alliance marries neo-Ottoman expansionism with the Islamic bomb, creating a pincer movement that threatens to encircle the Jewish state from the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean. Okay, so let's go to a map, shall we? Because if you think, okay, Israel, Pakistan, they're really far apart from each other. How is this a threat to Israel if Turkey makes an alliance with Pakistan? Pakistan is so far away from Israel. So how would this be so threatening to Israel? Because Pakistan is not in close proximity to Israel. Okay, let's look at a map, shall we? Once you look at a map, everything starts to make sense more. Pakistan, Israel, map. Man, these maps suck. Can I get a nice, comprehensive map that doesn't look like... It's not so small? All right, here we go. This one is decent. This is a decent looking map. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Here we go. All right. So, here's a map. Israel is over here. Pakistan is over here. So here you have the Arabian Sea, Indian Ocean. Here you have the Persian Gulf. Pakistan goes right into the Persian Gulf. It has access directly into the Persian Gulf. Pakistan has direct access into the Arabian Sea. From the Arabian Sea, you have access into the Red Sea. From the Red Sea, you go into the Gulf of Aqaba. And the Gulf of Aqaba leads right to this little tip, Israel's southernmost tip on the Red Sea right here. So Israel has access into the Red Sea. Israel goes down south through the Red Sea into the Arabian Sea. Boop, boop, boop. It's like you're playing Total War Medieval 2 and you're trying to move your forces, but you can't move any further. Why? Because, well, an ally of your enemy is right nearby. And so your access gets blocked. This happens to me all the time on Total War Medieval 2. I'm playing Venice. I'm trying to move my little ship through the Mediterranean to get into the Holy Land to do a crusade. Up, you can't do it. Why? Because there is a Timurid ship there. That Timurid ship's going to kick your ass. So Israel moves down south through the Red Sea into the Arabian Sea. And boop, right there is a major ally of Turkey right there. You go right from the Red Sea into the Arabian Sea, you are now in proximity of Pakistan's maritime territory. Pakistan's maritime territory right there. And Pakistan is armed with nuclear weapons. Now, Pakistan and Iran are bordered right there. They're right next to each other. They're neighbors. Here's Pakistan. Here's Iran. Now, Iran has a very strong nuclear project, and eventually Iran is going to become a nuclear armed power if it isn't already. Pakistan borders right with Iran. Now, think about this. It's very interesting just how these countries are linked together into a single chain. Pakistan and Iran, now, not a whole lot of people talk about this, but Pakistan and Iran are actually rivals. It's true. They're rivals. Maybe the mainstream Western media doesn't talk about this a whole lot because America wants Pakistan within its sphere of influence because Pakistan is a nuclear-armed country, so it's better to have Pakistan as your ally than your enemy. But nonetheless, I mean, Pakistan is a rival of the Iranians. It is. There is a reason why India, some years ago, you can look into this, but India built a port in Iran some years ago. Not too many years ago. India built a port in Iran. And part of that cooperation between Iran and India is about competition against the Chinese. So India is a major rival of China. This is one of the reasons as to why America tries to maintain a deep alliance with the Indians, because it wants to use India against the Chinese, and it doesn't want to lose the Indians, because losing India would mean India getting closer to the Russians, and America doesn't want that. It would much rather have India be an enemy of the Chinese than a closer ally with a deeper ally with the Russians. Now, there is a territorial dispute between the Indians and the Chinese, but nonetheless, the Indians, they hate Pakistan. Now, Pakistan has a very deep alliance with Saudi Arabia. And the reason for that is because Saudi Arabia and Pakistan are both Sunnis, and Saudi Arabia and Pakistan are rivals with Iran. And so Pakistan is very important for Saudi Arabia because Pakistan is armed with nuclear weapons. So if Iran becomes too aggressive with the Saudis could then work with the Pakistanis to go against the Iranians, you see? So they have something of a pincer effect. So Saudi Arabia is deepening ties with Israel. Israel topples Bashar al-Assad in Syria, weakening Iran's presence in Syria. That allows Turkey to further entrench itself into Syria. Iran's position in Iraq has been weakened to some extent. That also has enabled Turkey to further entrench itself in Iraq. So you have this Turkish presence in Syria, Iraq. Now you have Jordan. Jordan is a country that has a majority population of Palestinians. These Palestinians, to a great extent, do not like the royal family, the Hashemite kingdom in Jordan. So Jordan is a very volatile area because the Palestinians could one day overthrow the Jordanian kingdom. And if that were to happen, Jordan would become completely destabilized. Israel would have no choice but to try to get involved in Jordan somehow, because that could mean that instability boiling over into Israel. Iran would take advantage of that situation because look here, you have a chain. You see, you have a chain. Iran, Iraq, from Iraq, you're in Jordan. From Jordan, you're into Israel. So if the Hashemite kingdom in Jordan is overthrown, the Palestinians will take over Jordan and could then make alliances with the Iranians. If that were to happen, Iran would have direct access into Israel. So if Iran wanted to invade Israel at this point, it could just travel from Iran to Iraq to Jordan, and you're into Israel. And there would be no bulwark against an Iranian invasion from Jordan. Now, Turkey is right next to Israel in Syria. So once Israel faces a Turkish threat, Turkey could use Syria as a launching pad by which to go to war against Israel. The same thing goes for Lebanon. If Turkey can fully control Lebanon, from Lebanon, it could launch attacks directly into Israel. Now, let's go back to Pakistan. You have here a direct chain. So Turkey and Iran are deepening security ties against the Israelis here. Now, Pakistan and Iran are rivals, but so are Turkey and Iran. They're also rivals, but they're deepening their security ties, which means it is very possible and very likely that Pakistan and Iran are going to deepen their security ties against the Israelis. And if that were to happen, because right now Turkey and Pakistan are deepening their ties against the Israelis, and if Iran deepens its ties with Pakistan, you have a direct chain of countries against the Israelis. Turkey, directly into Iran, directly into Pakistan. Right there. Right there. So Turkey is deepening its ties with Iran, and at the same time, it's deepening its ties with Pakistan, which is a nuclear country. Iran is a soon-to-be nuclear-armed country. Turkey is a soon-to-be nuclear-armed country. And if all three of these countries come together and they all have nuclear weapons at the same time, you are talking about an Islamic chain of nuclear-armed countries against Israel. And Israel, to put it very harshly, is royally fucked at that point. And so is Saudi Arabia, by the way. So, I mean, you can see it in the geography right there. Right there, you can see it all in the geography. It's quite amazing. So Azerbaijan, I mean, this is crazy, guys. Azerbaijan is right here. Caspian Sea. From Azerbaijan, Turkey can import uranium from Central Asia. Turkey could then form its own nuclear arsenal. I mean, there's already nuclear weapons in Turkey, but those are American nuclear weapons. But it wouldn't surprise me to see one day Turkey arming itself with those American nuclear weapons. So in a sense, Turkey is already a nuclear-armed country. Iran is a soon-to-be nuclear-armed country, if it's not already. And Pakistan is already a nuclear-armed country. So imagine a Turco-Iranian-Paco alliance against the Jewish state. I mean, you're talking about an alliance that Israel will not be able to defeat. And what is America going to do at that point? Is America going to go to war against Turkey and then lose that massive position that NATO has on the Black Sea and on the Mediterranean, and lose that massive position on the Caspian Sea against the Russians? Is America going to go to war with Iran and end up putting a bunch of soldiers in the mountains of Iran where it'll face Iranian snipers and have heavy casualties? Is America going to go to war against Pakistan and lose that leverage that it would have against India in the case of India getting too close to the Russians? So it's just this domino effect that's happening, and you can see it in the geography. You can see it. It's really an amazing thing to behold, really, because you're like, whoa, like Pakistan, who gives a shit about Pakistan? They're so far away from Israel. How is Pakistan significant in this whole geopolitical game between the Muslims and the Jews? How does Pakistan play a serious role in this war between Turkey and Israel? Well, once you look at the geography and once you recognize that Pakistan shares a border directly with Iran and Iran shares a border directly with Turkey, you can see that Pakistan is actually a lot closer to Israel than you would like to think. They're a lot closer than you think. And so Israel's going to say, okay, well, we still got Jordan. The Hashemite kingdom is our bulwark against Iran. But what happens if the Hashemites are overthrown? Then Jordan becomes a Palestinian state, because the vast majority of people living in Jordan are Palestinians. So then Jordan becomes a Palestinian state. And then Iran just has a direct access, boop, to Israel. Turkey fully takes over Syria, boop, to Israel. Turkey fully takes over Lebanon, boop, to Israel. Turkey deepens its ties with Pakistan. Israel says, okay, we're going down the Red Sea, guys. We're going through the Red Sea. Arabian Sea, boop, there's Turkey, there's Pakistan. And by the way, there is Yemen, by the way. And Iran is a deep ally with the Houthis in Yemen. Iran could arm the Houthis with nuclear weapons and teach the Houthis how to use nuclear weapons, by the way. It's very possible. So Israel's going to go down south through the Red Sea. Up, there's Yemen. Here's Somalia. Somalia is an ally of Turkey. You have Turkish troops in Somalia. So that would mean Turkey blocking Israel's route through the Red Sea into the Arabian Sea. And if they do get through the Arabian Sea, there is Iran, there's Pakistan. I mean, it's a checkpoint for the Israelis. it's a checkpoint not in favor of the Israelis, but against the Israelis. It really is. This is why the Israelis are so terrified of this Turco-Pakistani Iranian alliance. This is the reason why. Greater Palestine? Yeah. Yeah. So once you look at a map, it all makes sense. It all makes sense. So let's go back to this article here. Or did we read the whole thing? I don't think we read the full thing. Let's go back. Now, we have covered some pretty good ground here on this stream. I'm pretty satisfied with this stream so far, guys. We've covered a lot of ground here. Let's see here, guys. Hold up. Holy shit, Israel is actually fucked. Comment of the week. Comment of the week goes to Prince Zachariah. Holy shit. Yeah, once you look at the map, it all makes sense, right? Like, holy shit, Israel is fucked. Yup. This is why Israel's so terrified. So, let's go back to this whole thing here. In strategic terms, this hands the Turkish Navy a forward operating base in the Indian Ocean. For the first time, a hostile power sits at the eastern gate to the Red Sea. This is what I was explaining to you guys. A hostile power sits at the eastern gateway to the Red Sea. Israel's economy relies on freedom of navigation. 90% of its trade travels by sea. Go back to the Sea of Aqaba. By planting its flag off the coast of Karachi, Turkey now controls the entrance to Israel's trade routes in the Mediterranean and stands ready to interdict. I don't know. I'm sorry. This word interdict. I've never seen this word before. English is my only language. I've never seen this word before, so don't get mad at me about how I pronounce it. And stands ready to interdict them in the. I'm just gonna read it like that, guys. Turkey now controls the entrance to Israel's trade routes in the Mediterranean and stands ready to interdict them. Stands ready to interdict them. Hold up, guys. There's the Sea of Aqaba right there. And Turkey stands ready to interdict them. I've never seen this word before. This is an English lesson for me. English. I'm sorry. English is a beautiful language when you use mainly Anglo-Saxon-based words. When you use mainly Anglo-Saxon-based words, you sound like a character in Elden Ring. It's a beautiful language. English is a beautiful language if you use actual English words. Not bullshit Latin-based words that we've made up recently. Well, English has 1 million words in it. Yeah, most of those words are bullshit, and we don't even use them. And if they weren't bullshit, we'd be using them, but we're not, because they're bullshit words. And most of those words are some bullshit words that we made up, and we say, well, it's based on the Latin word for the... Dude, guys, we gotta start using mainly real English words, Anglo-Saxon words, really. Because that's what makes English sound good. The reason why English sounds so retarded is because of all the Latin shit that we have in it. Enough with it. I understand sometimes we have to use Latin-based words because we don't know any other words. But man, when you try to use almost solely Anglo-Saxon-based words or words that are rooted in the Anglo-Saxon tongue, sounds way better. You sound like an Elden Ring character. What does this word mean? Interdict. I've never heard of this word before. Hold on, I gotta look up the dictionary real quick. Hold on. Interdict. Interdict. An authoritative prohibition. Prohibit or forbid. I interdict you in the name of the law. Prohibit or forbid. Society will never interdict sex. This is the example that the dictionary gives me. Interdict someone from, prohibit someone from doing something. I have not been interdicted from consuming or holding alcoholic beverages. Intercept and prevent the movement of. This makes more sense in the application of what's happening in the Middle East here. The police established roadblocks throughout the country for interdicting drugs. So it says here, Turkey now controls the entrance to Israel's trade routes in the Mediterranean and stands ready to interdict the Israelis in the Indian Ocean. There you go. There you go. Pakistan is a nuclear power teetering on the brink of economic collapse. Desperate for hard currency, Turkey is a rising military power with cash to spend and a leader who has openly lamented his lack of nuclear missiles. Erdogan has never been shy about his nuclear ambitions, famously asking his party members why Israel should possess atomic freedom, while Turkey is shackled by non-proliferation treaties. The Turkey-Pakistan axis solves this problem without a single centrifuge spinning in Anatolia. So just by being friends with Pakistan, they can point Pakistani nukes at Israel. Simple as that. The fear is that we are witnessing a stationing arrangement, Turkish funding in exchange for a nuclear umbrella, or worse, the transfer of tactical nuclear technology. In other words, Pakistan could actually transfer its nukes, or some of its nukes, to Turkey, and then Turkey could use them against Israel one day, or at least aim them at Israel. Perhaps the most infuriating element of this developing crisis is the silence from the West. Washington and Brussels, desperate to keep Turkey within the NATO fold, have turned this is what I'm talking about, guys. This is what I was talking to you guys about right here. It's right there in the text. And this is an Israeli newspaper, by the way. So it reflects what the Israelis think here. It says, the most infuriating element of this developing crisis is the silence from the West. Washington and Brussels, desperate to keep Turkey within the NATO fold, that's what I was telling you guys about, have turned a blind eye to Ankara's pivot east. Because they need Turkey. It's about that geopolitics. It's about the Caspian Sea. It's about the Black Sea. It's about the Mediterranean. It's about having that central piece in the great chess game over Central Asia, the Mediterranean, the Caspian Sea, and the Black Sea. Those regions. So they need Turkey. That's why America turning a blind eye as Turkey rises as a major empire. This silence is dangerous. Dangerous for Israel. Yes, that's correct. The integration of Turkish drone technology, specifically the TB3 and Anka platforms, TB stands for Bayraktar. Yeah, Bayraktar drones. With Pakistani military assets, nuclear bombs, has created a feedback loop of combat data that bypasses NATO oversight. Pakistan tests these weapons in high-intensity border conflicts with India. So Pakistan buys Turkish drones. Pakistan then uses the drones against India. Turkey uses the Paki-Indian War as a testing ground for its drones in real combat. And then sees how those drones hold up against India. They see the drones being shot down or destroyed, then they know where they failed at. They know where they need to progress. And they know where they need to adapt their drones and make better drones. Turkey refines the software and tactics for potential use in the Mediterranean. And then by that, Turkey makes better drones. Turkey has a better military industry. Pakistan buys the drones, can use the drones. Then Pakistan makes an alliance with Turkey, and they create a nuclear umbrella. When the next conflict erupts, the IDF may not just face Hamas rockets or Hezbollah missiles, but a synchronized adversary equipped with NATO standard avionics and South Asian nuclear delivery systems. Ouch. So they can get the nukes from Pakistan. Pakistan gets the weapons technology from Turkey. And then it says they no longer need American permission. Turkey no longer needs American permission, American fuel, or American weapons, and that is dangerous. And the article is correct. Turkey doesn't need American fuel. It can get the fuel from Azerbaijan and Central Asia. Turkey doesn't need American weapons. It can make its own weapons. Turkey does not need American permission because of its geopolitical leverage and the fact that America needs Turkey. That's the reason why. So there you go. So Israel really is screwed, geopolitically speaking. Let's see here. Yeah, interdiction. That's what's happening in Venezuela. Yep. Prefer French-based English words? Not really. It's kind of weird. Rendezvous. Yeah. Probably the most Germanic word that we have is house. I can't think of a more Germanic word in our language than house. House is such a Germanic word. It's such a fundamental Germanic word. A house. It's a house. We even have in the English language that use of the owl. That is very common in Germanic languages. House. You know, the house. So there's that. 1 second, guys. Based. Theo is dedicated to his craft. Appreciate that, sir. I would think the Americans would have a problem with that. Yep. Some Americans would. Some Americans don't give a shit. I believe Turkey will take out Saudi Arabia. I agree. Yeah. And the Arabs allied with the English to kick the Ottomans. That's correct. Yep. That's correct. That's hilarious. So true. 6-7 hours is standard. Yep. Exactly. Yeah. This is standard practice here in the world of streaming. Okay. So if push comes to shove, do the Saudis completely abandon Israel and double down on its Pakistani alliance? Possibly. We have yet to see. I don't think so. I think Saudi Arabia is going to be done for like Israel. One time I was listening to Theo. I went to work, came back. He was still on. Yeah, that's how it is. I do this once a week. So it's like if I go 4 hours, I'm not going hard. Yeah, I do this only once a week. I'm not doing this every day. If I did this every day, then I would probably maybe go down to 5 hours, 6 hours. But I go hard. Maybe 4 hours if I did it every day. Maybe 2 hours. But because I only do these streams once a week, and because for all of the days leading up to Friday, I'm kind of gathering thoughts and information on these streams. It's best that I just go hard for the stream, get all of my thoughts out, and I got it out of my system. China's working with Iran. Interesting. Thorium, nuclear energy. Interesting. One of my best friends who stood by me through the worst times is a Turkish woman, part Russian. Haha. What role does Austria play in the rise of Germany? It's going to become a part of Greater Germany, I think. Austria is a part of Greater Germany. So I think Austria and Germany are going to be natural allies, just like they already are. Why aren't you active on Twitter? The reason why I'm not active on Twitter, guys, is because almost everything I post is censored by Twitter. Almost everything. Here, I'll show you exactly. This is what I have to deal with every time. I said almost every time, but really it's every time. This is what I have to deal with. This is what I have to deal with virtually every time I post something on Twitter. I posted this on Twitter, right? We put a warning on this post because it might have sensitive content. This is X. You can literally watch beheadings on X. You can watch people murdering each other on X. And you're telling me this cover photo with the crazy wide-eyed German general is sensitive content. And so I can see the photo. I can see it. But when people come onto my page, they don't see this. They see a warning label. So they don't even see the cover photos for my thumbnails. They don't see my thumbnails. Here's another example. We put a warning on this post because it might have sensitive content. Everything I post, sensitive content. Sensitive content. Now, this one doesn't have it because I appealed it, and they said, okay, and every time I appeal it, every time I appeal the warning, they get rid of the warning. Every time. So it's bullshit. So because you guys lift it every time I appeal it, why do you guys keep doing this to me? And I wrote X. And I said, guys, what are you doing? Why do you guys keep censoring me? They never responded. This one also has no warning on it because I appealed it. But this one, warning, 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 warning. This is why I fucking hate X. It's a bullshit website. It doesn't have freedom of speech. It has the freedom to spread vile content. That's the freedom of speech that they want on X, right? You can spread Nazism, you can spread racism, you can spread all sorts of vile content, vile stuff. That's fine. That's not sensitive material. But God forbid you're a guy who's trying to criticize the Nazis and you're criticizing the radicalism on both sides. And, we're going to censor you. So everything I post on X is censored. Everything. I'm being targeted. Yeah, I'm being targeted. I mean, it's just, I can't think of any other explanation. I can listen to Theo for 4 to 5 hours. I can't listen to Ben Shapiro for more than 10 minutes. Appreciate that, sir. Yeah, once a week is good. If I did this every single day, I think I'd go crazy. And I think people would just get tired of me because I would be saturating the market. Now, there's something that I want to show you guys here. This is a really in-depth article that was published by RT. And I want to tie this in to the rise of the far right in Europe, really. So, there was an article that came out recently on how corrupt Zelensky is. And I want you guys to look at this story because the article talks about the corrupt oligarchs in Ukraine who are connected to Zelensky. A lot of these oligarchs just so happen to be Jewish. I'm just observing reality. They just so happen. A lot of them just so happen to be Jewish. And what this is doing is increasing the Nazi anti-Semitism that has been present in Ukraine for decades. And it is growing the anti-Semitic Nazism in Ukraine. So it's very interesting to see what is happening in Ukraine politically and how Nazism is going to grow as a response to the corruption in the government in Ukraine. Because Ukraine is one of the most corrupt countries on earth. Ukraine is one of the most corrupt countries in the face of the world. And Ukraine right now is in a terrible position, and that's an understatement. You're talking about tons of Ukrainians dead in the war. You're talking about lots of economic diminishment and woes. You're talking about a country that is totally, that's been just absolutely ruined, for lack of better words, because of the war and because of really NATO pushing it to continue on with the war, and because of the corrupt oligarchs who are, like vultures, draining Ukraine of its money and making themselves wealthy at the expense of everyone else in Ukraine. So it says here, how one powerful man made Zelensky president. Ukraine is pocket state and sent it to war. So this is Igor Kolomoisky, and Igor Kolomoisky is Jewish. He is a Zionist. And I'm not saying this because I want to spread anti-Semitism. I'm just stating facts here. So don't strike me, YouTube. But he is Jewish. And he is extremely corrupt. And he has embezzled Ukraine of billions of dollars. This man robbed Ukraine of billions of dollars. Billions of dollars from the pockets of the Ukrainian people. And it's not just him. It's other people as well. And he and his allies, he and his colleague of thieves are connected to Zelensky. And Zelensky is horrendously hated in Ukraine because of the fact that Ukraine is miserably losing the war against Russia. And Ukraine has never really been given any sort of leeway to just make a ceasefire with Russia, because the Americans and the EU want Ukraine to continue on with the war, because they want to use Ukraine as a testing ground for European Union weapons and American weapons and NATO tactics against the Russians. And so they want the war to continue on. They want more Ukrainians to die so that NATO can see how their weapons hold up against a Russian military, and then they can see where their tactics and where their weapons have failed so they can build better weapons. So they're using Ukraine as a testing ground, and they're using the Ukrainians as guinea pigs. And Zelensky is the pawn in all of this. He is the face of all of this corruption and all of this death. And so Zelensky is Jewish. Igor Kolomoisky is Jewish. And there are other oligarchs who are in on this. And a lot of them are Jewish as well. And I'm not saying this to be anti-Semitic. I'm simply making a point that Nazis in Ukraine, who are very influential and they're very powerful, are pointing to this fact to justify more anti-Semitism in Ukraine and to justify a Nazi revival in Ukraine. And to get more and more people to join the ranks of the Nazis and to further popularize Nazism, to make Nazism more popular than it already is in Ukraine, especially in Western Ukraine, where you have which is a major hotbed for Nazism in Ukraine. So it says here, so there's a lot to read here. I don't know if I'm going to read all of it because I've been here for hours, but let's just get right into it, guys. Let's do this. This is going to be difficult, but let's just do this. All right, I need some water. Hold up. So it says here, he did play as Napoleon, right, Zelensky? This Napoleon will soon be no more, said a man with curly gray hair and a scraggly gray beard from the defendant's cage in a Kiev courtroom. It was the middle of November, and Ukrainian oligarch Igor Kolomoisky was speaking at a hearing in the long-standing fraud charges he faces related to his plundering of private banks. So there is a bank that Kolomoisky was leading. He was running this bank in Ukraine called Private Bank. He establishes this bank. He leads this bank. Ukrainian people put billions of dollars into accounts in Private Bank. Kolomoisky robbed Private Bank $5 billion. He looted this Ukrainian bank, looted the Ukrainian people of $5 billion, embezzled the Ukrainian people of billions of dollars. And he was an ally of Zelensky. An ally of Zelensky. And Zelensky was trying to cover up for this massive corruption and embezzlement by weakening the anti-corruption government departments within Ukraine to help these thieves get away with their crimes. So now the story has been out. Zelensky's role in covering up for the embezzlers has been out for weeks now. It's been known for a long time. And so now Zelensky is extremely hated, not just for, to make matters worse, you have tons of Ukrainians dead, hundreds of thousands of dead Ukrainians because of this war. And on top of that, Zelensky was defending people who robbed the Ukrainians of billions of their dollars from bank accounts. So what is this going to do? The Nazis in Ukraine are saying, you see, these Jews, what they have done to Ukraine, they've robbed us, they've stabbed us in the back, they have robbed the Ukrainian people as the Ukrainian people fight and die for Mother Ukraine, for glorious Ukraine. And this is going to amplify the popularity for Nazism, and it is going to give the Nazis even more popularity and more influence in the region. You see what's happening here? That's what's happening. Just like what happened in Weimar, Germany. In Weimar, Germany, you had what is known as the Barmat scandal. The Barmat brothers were two Jewish brothers who embezzled the German people. They embezzled the banks by saying, well, we have this big business and we really need the money from the bank. So the German government was in on it, and the German government pressured the bank to give the Barbat brothers the money that they were requesting. and they would take the money, and they were embezzling the bank in Germany. They were embezzling the bank as the German people were starving after World War I. The Nazis took this story. And the reason why I'm telling you guys this is because I'm trying to warn you guys about how Nazism rises up. This is how Nazism rises up. Nazism doesn't rise up from nowhere. Nazism doesn't rise up from a vacuum. Nazism rises up as a response to something, as a response to corruption. I'm not saying Nazism is a good response. It's a very evil response. It's very destructive and murderous. But I'm telling you guys this as a warning. This is how it starts. It starts with massive decay, degeneracy, and corruption. And so in Weimar Germany, you had massive corruption. Barmat brothers were robbing Germany of tons of money, embezzling the banks. And the Nazis used the Barmat story to get votes. This is a fact. There was a major election in Germany, and the far right in Germany said, you see how this is what they were saying. I'm not saying they were right, so don't strike me, YouTube. But the Nazis were saying, you see what the Jews have done to Germany? As we, the German people, starve, these Jewish people are robbing us dry. They're sucking us dry, and they're embezzling us, and they're stealing money. And the German politicians are in on it. And which politicians were helping the Barmat brothers? Social Democrat politicians. People like Mr. Bauer, who was I believe he was the Chancellor of Weimar Germany. His last name was Bauer. Chancellor Bauer was in on it. He was getting the banks to give the Barmat brothers the money that they wanted, the funds that they were requesting. So he was in on it, and it turned out he was getting kickbacks from the Barmat brothers. And so there was an election, and guess who the people voted for? They voted for the far right. They said, well, we don't like this government. Look how they were embezzling the German people as they were in cahoots with these two Jewish embezzlers. They voted for the far right. The far right won a major election, and that led to Hitler being elected as Chancellor of Germany. Do you see how dangerous this is? See, people think, oh, there's corruption, there's embezzlement. So what? It's not going to lead to anything bad. It leads to Nazism. It leads to totalitarian regimes, because people get so angry that they vote for the totalitarian. They vote for the Nazi. They vote for the fascist. That's what happens. This is how fascism rises. This is the type of environment that is conducive for the rise of fascism. So people will say, well, you see, Zelensky was elected. He's Jewish. So how could Nazism be popular in Ukraine? Well, Nazism was not popular enough to prevent the election of Zelensky, but it was popular enough to see to it that parties like Svoboda got substantial positions in the Ukrainian parliament. Nazism is big enough to the point where you have the Azov Battalion and the Right Sector Battalion, both are Nazi battalions, having major and prominent positions in the Ukrainian military, to the point where they have the best guns, to the point where they have access to sophisticated weaponry. So the Nazi, you have to understand how Nazi strategy works. Nazi strategy doesn't work in the sense of, well, we're going to run for office. Let's run for elections and let's do some speeches. That's not how fascism takes power. Fascism doesn't take power by solely speeches and political campaigns and passing flyers around. Fascism succeeds where moderate governments fail, and in terms of elections go. Fascism and Nazism succeed where moderate governments act with corruption and act as if they can do whatever they want. That is where fascism and Nazism succeed. So the way that the Nazis have been working in Ukraine is, yeah, sure, we're not the biggest party in the world. Sure, we're not the biggest faction in the Ukrainian parliament. Sure. But we have access to sophisticated weapons. We have major roles in the Ukrainian military. We have vital roles in the Ukrainian military. For example, during the Civil War, when the Civil War broke out in eastern Ukraine, and you had the pro-Russian forces fighting against the Ukrainian government, who had the biggest units for the Ukrainian military? It wasn't the average Ukrainian army unit. It was Nazi units. Units like Azov Battalion, Right Sector, the Tornado Battalion. These had the biggest, most powerful units in the Ukrainian armed forces. They were vital for the Ukrainian military in the civil war against the pro-Russian forces. So the Nazi strategy is, we are going to basically make ourselves vital. We're going to make ourselves absolutely needed and necessary so that we have the power and the influence. By us being necessary and vital for Ukraine, we become powerful. By us having a vital position in the Ukrainian military, we have access to the best weapons. By having access to all of the weapons, we become a state within a state. That is the strategy. And so the Nazis have been, and they are just watching all of the decay in Ukraine get worse and worse and worse. They're seeing Igor Kolomoisky rob the Ukrainian people. They're seeing people like Mindich, or whatever his name is, rob the Ukrainian people. They're seeing Zelensky failing miserably in the political realm. And they're saying, you see, these are all Jews. Zelensky, Kolomoisky, all their ilk, they're all Jews. And you see how the Jews have robbed us? You see how the Jews have stabbed us in the back? That's why you should follow us. And then at that point, the Nazis take power. That's the strategy of the Nazis in Ukraine. The very strategy of Adolf Hitler and his gang. Before Adolf Hitler took power, the Social Democrats were the dominating political party. The Communists were very powerful and very popular, especially in central Germany. And the Nazis were a marginal party at one point in time. Then they began to grow. And what helped them grow was the corruption of Weimar Germany. And people voting for the Nazis was a response to the decay and the corruption of Weimar Germany, both in the societal level and in the political level. And General Erich Ludendorff said, you see, the Jews have ruined Germany, the Barmat brothers, and all of the decay in Weimar Germany. This is why we have to support the far right and the nationalists. And that is exactly what happened. This is the far right. This is the far right playbook. This is the Nazi playbook. And it's happening step by step in Ukraine. It's happening step by step in Ukraine. And so you have guys like this, Timur Mundich, Jewish, Kolomoisky, Jewish, Zelensky, Jewish. All corrupt. And I'm not saying this because I want to spread some kind of anti-Semitic theory. I'm just observing facts. They're all corrupt. Zelensky was covering up for Mr. Timur Mundich by trying to lessen the authority of Ukraine's anti-corruption department to prevent the Ukrainian government from arresting people like Mindich. Zelensky was in on it. Zelensky is just as guilty as these other guys. Igor Kolomoisky embezzled private bank of at least over $5 billion. Mindich embezzled Ukraine's energy sector by saying, okay, by telling the energy department in Ukraine, oh, you want government contracts to build electric plants, to build power plants? Okay, well then you're going to give us all this money. You have to bribe us. And they were embezzling Ukraine's government-owned electric company. And they were robbing the Ukrainian people, and they were robbing all of the financial aid that was given to Ukraine by its Western allies. And this was being done by Mindich and his gang. And Zelensky was covering up for it. So, what's going to happen? Well, look at this. Right here. Right here, guys. Mindich case could lead to Kiev regime's collapse, civil war. Journalist Owen Matthews believes that Vladimir Zelensky's position is threatened by Ukrainian nationalists from the right sector and Azov, who have begun actively calling for the punishment of corrupt officials since the Mindich case was made public. So Mindich embezzled the Ukrainian government-owned power company by getting bribes from that company in exchange for government contracts. And they were planning, Mindich and his gang were planning on embezzling Ukraine of $100 million. So the far right is saying, you see these people? You see the Jews, what they're doing to Ukraine? Now, I'm not saying these far right people are right. They have evil intentions behind saying these things. But this is what they're doing. This is the strategy. I'm saying this as a warning. I'm saying, look at Ukraine. Look at how the far right in Ukraine, the Nazis, are rising in popularity because of the corruption of certain people within Ukraine. Go back to Weimar Germany and see how the corruption of Weimar Germany led to the rise of Adolf Hitler. And now go to America and see how the far right is rising here. Go to Western Europe and see how the far right is rising over there. And what's the far right doing? What's the strategy that the far right is playing? The same strategy that these guys are doing. Look how corrupt the EU is. Look how much the EU doesn't care about Europeans. Look how the European, the EU, Brussels is bringing in all these foreigners to flood the EU, and they're ruining our European cultures. This is the far right playbook. Fascism only grows in an environment that is corrupt. Fascism and Nazism cannot thrive in societies that are not corrupt. They can't. They only thrive when corruption and decay and degeneracy are high. That is it. Nothing more. So it says here, okay, so it says here, records from Ukraine's National Anti-Corruption Bureau in the case against businessman Timur Mindich could cause the collapse of the Kiev regime. The Spectator's journalist Owen Matthews stated. Defeat, political implosion, and civil war, those are the jeopardies that Vladimir Zelensky faces as Ukraine heads into the most difficult and probably the last winter of the war. According to Matthews, the situation for Zelensky's government, which has found itself as at the center of a corruption scandal, is worsening the situation on the front lines. Russian troops continue to advance in Donbass and Novorossiya. The number of desertions among Ukrainian servicemen has quadrupled since last year, and the EU is unable to fully support Kiev after U.S. financial restrictions on aid to Ukraine. You see? And who's supporting Kiev? Who's now rising up as the biggest supporter of Ukraine? Germany is. What's rising in Germany? The far right, the Nazis. So you're going to see the far right rising in Germany, as you already have been seeing within recent years. We're seeing the far right rising in Ukraine. We have been seeing the rise of the far right in Ukraine since the Euromaidan, but we're going to see it grow even more in popularity. And what we could see is what? The establishment of a massive German power, a Fourth Reich, in which Germany is the dominant power in Europe. And that dominant nationalistic far-right German power and that far-right Fourth Reich is going to be allied to a far-right Ukraine. That's what I see happening here. I hope I'm wrong, but that's what I see happening. Just like how in World War II, the Third Reich had an alliance with who? The Banderites in Ukraine, the OUN, the Ukrainians who collaborated with the Nazis, the racist Ukrainians. That's who the Nazis allied with. Now, the far right could take over Ukraine. And then what could happen in such a situation? What could happen is what? Germany will now be forced to make an alliance with far-right Ukraine. Now, force is a poor use of words, but what will happen is Germany will just ally itself explicitly and openly with Nazis. And it'll be just basically a repeat of World War II. Now, when the far right was rising during the 2014 Euromaidan, the Germans were backing the Nazis. Yes, the German government. I'm not talking about 1930s Germany. I'm talking about the 2000s, the 2010s Germany. They were backing the Nazis. In fact, I wrote this down in my notes for this stream. Check this out. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this right here. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at what it says here. The European Union, this is what I wrote. The European Union backed the spreading of Nazi ideology during the Euromaidan coup, and even before that. For example, the Lvov Center for the Study of the Liberation Movement, which was a neo-Nazi Ukrainian organization, was founded by the OUN-UPA. It was founded by Ukrainian Nazis, followers of Bandera and Melnik and all these Nazis, and specialized in publishing books whitewashing the atrocities of the Ukrainian Nazis, whitewashing the crimes of the Ukrainian Nazis, in which the Ukrainians butchered at least 100,000 Poles, butchered countless Jews, butchered Gypsies, butchered Russians. They did, in fact, the Ukrainian nationalists, they did the biggest single massacre of Jews in the whole Holocaust. Babi Yar, you can look it up. They killed like 35,000 Jews in one massacre. So these people created an organization called the Lvov Center for the Study of the Liberation Movement. The organization received millions of euros from the European Union. Millions of euros from the EU governments, and hundreds of thousands of dollars from US aid. In fact, Marine Le Pen is an ally of the Ukrainian fascists, and her party, the Front National Party, or the National Front Party, made an alliance with the neo-Nazi party in Ukraine, Svoboda. That's what it's called, Svoboda. And Svoboda rose up, politically speaking, as a result of the Euromaidan. So Nazism is still alive and well in Europe. It never went away. It kind of just went to sleep because of World War II and the fact that Germany has been so successful economically speaking. But what's going to happen when the economy goes down, as it is right now in Germany? Far-right politics is going to become more popular. With the massive wave of migrants that hit the Germans in 2014, 2015, and the huge presence of these foreigners in Germany, we have been seeing, as a response, massive popularity for right-wing politics in Germany. And so we're seeing the far-right rise. Right now, if there was an election in Germany right now, the AfD far-right party in Germany would win first place right now. They are the most popular party in Germany right now. They are currently the second biggest party in the German parliament. And they continue to rise in popularity. What we could see happening is the far right in Ukraine, as a response to the corruption and as a response to the disaster in the war, taking over Ukraine completely. And Ukraine becomes a complete Nazi state at that point. There's no moderates, nothing. They'll kill the moderates. They'll do lynch mobs and all that horrific stuff. And then what's going to happen if you have an explicit Nazi state in Ukraine? What's going to happen? The Germans are going to say, well, you know what? Sieg Heil. We're going to now back open, explicit Nazis, as they did during the Euromaidan, by the way. So this is not beyond the realm of possibility here. What I'm saying is not adventurism at all. It's not far-fetched in the least bit, because the Europeans and the Americans openly backed Nazis during the Euromaidan. But I'm talking about a situation wherein you have an explicit, outright Nazi government ruling Ukraine. And they got, they're doing the Sieg Heil. They got the torchlight ceremonies becoming official policy. You have to revere Bandera, etc., etc. There's no Zelensky at this point. There's no Jewish comedian to save the day. It's a bunch of Nazis. What would happen is the Germans and the Americans will say, okay, we're just going to openly support a Nazi government. And then what? The Nazis in Germany, let's say they take over. And then what happens? The Nazis are going to say, well, we have our Nazi allies in Ukraine. They're Nazis. They're backed by NATO. Why can't we be Nazis and be backed by NATO as well? You see? You see what's happening here, guys? You see? You understand what's happening here? We are witnessing, my friends. We are witnessing the dawn of the Euro Spring. Just as we had the Arab Spring and the dawn of the Arab Spring in 2011, and that was backed by the United States government in Egypt, in Syria. We are now witnessing the Euro Spring. And the Euro Spring began in Ukraine. That's where the Euro Spring began. The rise of the far right This rise of ultranationalism and European nationalism and Nazism really began in Ukraine. The Eurospring began in Ukraine, and from Ukraine it spread, and it influenced other Nazis in other Western countries, and it inspired other Western Nazis. And what the Euromaidan did was it set a precedent for supporting the rise of Nazism. Why do I say that? Because, my friends, think about it. America openly backed Nazis in the Euromaidan. They openly backed Svoboda. John McCain went to Kiev. He hung out with Svoboda in the Euromaidan. And he told Svoboda, we are with you. An openly Nazi party. He said, we are with you. Who was the commandant of the NATO-backed Euromaidan? Who was the commandant? Andrei Parubi. Which party did Andrei Parubi belong to? Svoboda. Open neo-Nazi party. The Germans and the Americans were backing the Nazis. Surprise, surprise! Should I be surprised? Old habits die very difficultly. Old habits die with much difficulty. We shouldn't be surprised at all. Was it not the Americans who backed German murderers during Operation Paperclip and Operation Gladio? Did not the Americans support Ukrainian Nazis during the Cold War to use them as proxies against the Soviet Union? This is all facts, my friends. What we are seeing is not some new policy. What we are witnessing here is not some grand scheme. Some new grand scheme. What we are seeing is merely a continuation and an intensification of policy. Of the very same policy that we witnessed during the Cold War. Be it the Americans backing the Islamists against the Soviet Union, or Americans backing Ukrainian Nazis against the Soviet Union. And today we see the Americans backing the Turks against the Russians. We see the Americans backing Islamists against the Russians and Russia's allies. For example, what happened in Syria during the Syrian war. And we have been seeing NATO backing Nazis in Ukraine against the Russians. Because the Americans know the best soldiers, the best pawns against the Russians are the Nazis. Because the Nazis are the ones who came the closest to crushing the Russians in modern day history. You see what's happening here? That is what's happening. And so we look at what happened during the Euromaidan, in which NATO, Germany, the United States backed Nazis. And now we see the Nazis, we see the US-backed government, the Zelensky government, decaying downwards, spiraling downwards into utter decay and failure. We see the Nazis saying, we have to get rid of this corruption, vote for us, vote for the Nazis, support the Nazis, we'll make Ukraine into a clean, powerful country, unlike these corrupt Jewish oligarchs and their ally Zelensky, their pawn Zelensky. Again, I'm not supporting this rhetoric, I'm just saying this is what they're saying. And we could see Ukraine become an explicitly Nazi state. Just like Nazi Germany. And if that happens, then what is America going to do? Condemn Ukraine? We're going to condemn Nazis? They didn't condemn Nazis when they were backing the Ukrainian Nazi thugs during the Euromaidan. They didn't condemn that. In fact, the Canadian government was openly training Azov Battalion. The Americans and the Germans were backing Azov Battalion and Right Sector and all these Nazis. Mr. What's his name? Beletsky and Mr. I forgot their names, but the Americans were backing these people. McCain was openly supporting them. So now you unleash this monster. The cat is out of the bag. The train has been set. The ship has been sailed. You put your Jewish comedian up there, but you knew damn well he was going to be a complete failure. He's backed by the most corrupt people in Ukraine. Igor Kolomoisky, Mindich, Timur Mindich. So now because of all that decay and because of all the death that America pushed, all of the death that people like Boris Johnson wanted, all the death that the Germans wanted, so they could use the Ukrainians as guinea pigs as guinea pigs to test their weapons, to test their military strategies against the Russian military. Now the Nazis are going to become even more powerful. And now by supporting the Nazi takeover of Ukraine in the Euromaidan, you established a very dangerous precedent. If Ukraine can be Nazi, why can't we? And the Germans will say, if Ukraine can be Nazi and still be a friend of America's, then why can't Germany be Nazi again? America, you bombed us because we were Nazis. But why aren't you bombing Ukraine for being Nazis? Why are you supporting Ukraine? Why are you supporting Ukraine's Nazism? You see the precedent that America has established? Just like Israel established a very dangerous precedent by genociding the Palestinians. Well, America, you supported the genocide of the Palestinians. So why can't we do genocide? Why can't Germany do genocide on foreigners and on Russians and on migrants? Why can't we do that? You see what's happening here, guys? Do you see what's happening? It's very scary what's happening in this world. So let's just go back to this article. So it says here, Matthews believes that Zelensky's position is threatened by Ukrainian nationalists from the right sector in Azov, etc., actively calling for the punishment of corrupt officials since the Mindich case was made public. That sounds scarily like justification for a military coup, the columnist pointed out. So it says here, hold on, let me read this real quick. On November 10th, Ukraine's National Anti-Corruption Bureau, NABU, and the Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office announced a large-scale operation dubbed Midas to uncover a major corruption scheme in the energy sector. Searches were conducted at the home of Timur Mindich, who was often referred to as Zelensky's wallet, as well as the residence of Justice Minister German Gulashenko, who had previously served as Minister of Energy, and at the Energoatom company. The NABU then began publishing excerpts from the conversations in Mindich's apartment during which corruption schemes were discussed. And they basically were discussing how they wanted to rob Ukraine of $100 million. That's what they were talking about. And why did they release it to the public? Think about it. This is a grand scheme, if you ask me. They released it to the public. They leaked out these recorded conversations in which Mindich is talking about robbing Ukraine of $100 million, knowing full well that it would anger the Ukrainian people, knowing full well that it would give propaganda fodder to the Ukrainian Nazis to get people to like them more, to boost their own popularity up. This looks like an American scheme to boost up ultranationalism in Ukraine, perhaps. So it says here, on November 11th, NABU filed the first charges, including Mindich as the head of a criminal organization, as well as former Deputy Prime Minister and ex-Minister of National Unity, Alexei Chernyshov, who remains chummy with Zelensky. On the same day, the government prematurely terminated the powers. Now look at this. The government prematurely terminated the powers of the supervisory board of Energoatom. So Zelensky was weakening the department whose job it was to watch corruption and to go against corruption, to punish corruption. Zelensky was in on the scheme, on the embezzlement scheme. Now check this out. Look at this. And on November 12th, the Verkhovna Rada received resignation letters from Galushenko and Energy Minister Svetlana Grinchuk. Mindich, who was called Zelensky's friend and wallet, left Ukraine a few hours before the searches. To which country did he flee to, guys? Which country did Mr. Mindich flee to after robbing the Ukrainian people? Israel. I'm not surprised either, but you see how this can be used for the advancement of the Nazi agenda. Do you guys not see how this can be used? You guys can see this, of course. It's very obvious. So the Nazis are now saying, you see these Jewish thieves, how they have raped our glorious mother Ukraine. As Ukrainians starve and fight and bleed in the trenches against Russian imperialism, you guys rob our people clean. You see, this is why you can't trust these people. You have to trust us, the true nationalists who are watching over Ukraine, who fight and bleed for Ukraine. And the Nazis are going to become more and more popular. And who knows, you might see Ukraine become an explicitly Nazi state. And then Germany's going to say, well, we got bombed for being Nazis, but it looks like being a Nazi is okay now. And the German nationalists and the other European nationalists are going to say, well, if Ukraine can be Nazi, then why can't we? You see what's happening here? Yeah, we're seeing the revival of Nazism, plain and simple. We're seeing it. In fact, there was a statement that I wanted to show you guys. This is a statement from Andrei Belitsky. Andrei Belitsky is one of the major Nazi leaders in Ukraine right now. He is also a major figurehead within the Ukrainian military. And this is what he said. The main mystical idea of social nationalism, which is just National Socialism, is the creation of the national supercommunity, a single biological organism that will consist of new people. New people. They want to make new people. Physically, they want to breed a new human being, these people, just like Elon Musk. These people are mini Elon Musks. These Ukrainian Nazis, they're like smaller versions of Elon Musk. They want to. So it says here that we want to create a new people, physically, intellectually, and spiritually developed persons. Of the mass of individuals, a nation should appear, and from a weak modern man, Superman, Übermensch. He wants to create the Übermensch of the Nazis. This is the agenda of the Nazis in Ukraine. From the principle of sociality follows our complete denial of democracy and liberalism. That sounds like Peter Thiel, by the way. Go look up Peter Thiel's opinions on democracy. Yeah, he says he rejects democracy and he wants to breed a new human being using CRISPR and genetic engineering. This is about eugenics. And we're seeing this rise of eugenics in America, in Europe, and we're seeing the rise of this Nazi Eurospring, and it began in which country? Ukraine. That's where it began, in Ukraine. And in 2017, you had people in Ukraine, in the Euromaidan, saying, we want Jews out of Ukraine. I wrote this down on my notes here. You see, it says here, the term Jews out was chanted in 2017 in Ukraine. What else happened in 2017? Charlottesville, Virginia, the Unite the Right rally here in America. People were screaming, Jews will not replace us. And we know for a fact that they were people involved in the Unite the Right rally who were involved with Azov fighting the Russians. Let me see if I can find that here. It's going to be hard for me to find that because it's kind of I forgot to write this down on my notes, but let me see if I can find it real quick. Yep, here it is. The connection between the American far right and the Ukrainian far right in light of the rise of the Eurospring, which began in Ukraine. So it says here that there was a person by the name of hold on one second, guys. Sorry about this. I want to get the names right. So there was a woman by the... Oh, yeah, here's her name. Her name is Olena Semenyaka. Olena Semenyaka is a Ukrainian Nazi. And it says here that she was an international secretary for the Nazi Azov battalion in Ukraine. So she did a speaking tour in America. In America. Guess who she shared a platform with? Guess who she shared a speaking platform with? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. She had intended to speak alongside notorious American white nationalist Richard Spencer. This was prevented when Polish authorities barred Spencer from entering the country. Sorry, so she didn't do the event in America. Sorry, it was in Poland. But Richard Spencer, who was a part of the Unite the Right movement, was supposed to be there, but he was prevented by the Polish government because he is a Nazi. Greg Johnson, another prominent American white nationalist, was hosted by the Azov Battalion, where he gave a talk about his white power manifesto and made a special point to listen to Azov and learn the keys to their success. So the American far right was inspired by the rise of Azov. In other words, Nazis have taken over Ukraine. We can take over our countries. Now look at what it says here. The same meeting was attended by neo-Nazis from Norway, Italy, Germany, and Ukraine. Semenyaka said she had been on a tour meeting with white supremacist groups all around Europe in an attempt to spread their ideals and prepare for a future where they could unite against their common enemies. You see how so the Nazis in other countries in America and in Western Europe were inspired by the Euromaidan, because here, for the first time in a long time, we see an explicit Nazi coup taking over a European country. That's what happened in the Euromaidan. So Nazis in America saw that. Nazis in other European and other Western countries saw that. Norway, Italy, they saw that and they said, wow, we can do that. So Ukraine, the Euromaidan, set a precedent. They set a precedent. And going back to what I was reading here, so this is what Beletsky went on to say. From the principle of sociality follows our complete denial of democracy and liberalism. All our nationalism is nothing, a castle on the sand, without the foundation of blood, the foundation of the race. So blood and soil, religion. Accordingly, the treatment of our national body should begin with the racial purification of nation. Racial purification, that means they want to kill certain people. They want to kill Jews and Russians. That's who these people want to kill. Jews, Russians, Poles, people who are not Ukrainian. That's who they want to murder. That's why they want to murder Russian Orthodox Christians. They see them as tainting the Ukrainian race. They see the Russians as not pure Slavs, but as mongrels. They see the Jews as an enemy of the Ukrainian race, and they will point to people like Zelensky, Mindich, and Igor Kolomoisky as evidence of this to get people to believe them. And this way of propaganda is very effective. Again, I'm not saying this because I agree with these people. I hate these people. I hate Nazis. So don't strike me, YouTube. But I am saying this as a warning to you guys, to show you this is how Nazism takes power. Nazism doesn't take power just by people walking around on soapboxes making speeches. Nazism does not take power just by passing flyers around and running for office and doing political campaigns. That's not how Nazism takes power. Nazism takes power initially as a state within a state. It begins as a paramilitary organization that becomes very influential, that begins to be seen as very necessary. In Nazi Germany, you had the rise of the SA. The SA was being used to fight the communists. You had the Freikorps, which eventually got embedded into the SA. The Freikorps was used by the German government to crush communism in Germany, because communism was a very real problem within post-World War I Germany. So the government needed the Freikorps to crush the communists, to crush the communist uprising of Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Radek and the rest of the Spartacist movement. And the Freikorps movement eventually became the earliest followers of Adolf Hitler. And from there, it grew as an influential movement. The decay and the corruption of the Weimar Germany led people to grow to actually like the Nazis, and eventually the Nazis won because the Nazis were pointing to the corruption that was going on in Weimar, and they were saying, vote for us, we're going to get rid of the corruption. This is how Nazism grows. Nazism only grows in areas that are filled with corruption. So the same thing goes with Ukraine. They had Zelensky, but Zelensky failed them. So now the Nazis in Ukraine are saying, we got your back. So the Nazis are going to become more popular. And Ukraine is a perfect petri dish that is conducive for the growth of the bacterium that we know as Nazism. Accordingly, this is what this Nazi, Andrei Beletsky, says. Accordingly, the treatment of our national body should begin with the racial purification of nation. They want to get rid of non-Ukrainians, Russians, Jews especially. Ukrainians are part of and one of the largest and highest quality European white race. The historical mission of our nation in this turning century to lead the white peoples of the whole world on the last crusade for their existence, a campaign against Semitic-led Untermenschen. Now, what does he mean by Semitic-led Untermenschen? Semitic, meaning Jews. Semitic-led Untermenschen. Who are the Semitic-led Untermenschen? He's not talking about just Jews. He's talking about other people. He's talking about those who are led by the Jews. He wants to get rid of the Semitic-led Untermenschen. Who do the Nazis consider as Semitic-led? Christians. Because Jesus was Jewish. So they say, you Christians worship a Jew. You are Semitic-led Untermenschen. You see where this is going here? That's why they're going after the Orthodox Russians. They hate Christianity. Thus, social nationalism raises all the ancient Ukrainian Aryan values, forgotten in modern society. Only their revival and embodiment by a group of fanatical fighters can lead to the final victory of European civilization in the world struggle. So they think that they are leading the fight for European civilization. And one could use the argument, one could make the argument that they are, because Nazism revived in Ukraine. That's the revival of Nazism that we are seeing right now began in 2014 in the Euromaidan. It began in 2014 with the Euromaidan. And so now they're saying we, the Ukrainians, are leading white nationalism. And in a way, they are. Because it started in Ukraine. Backed by the United States, of course. But it started in Ukraine. And so we're going to see the rise of Nazism more and more. It's going to become more and more of a reality. Hell, they just had a conference. The Republicans just had a conference. And guess who was invited to the conference? Nazis. Straight up. Nazis. AFD. The AFD right here. If you guys don't believe me, this happened just recently. Just recently this happened. Look at this. White nationalists, anti-Semitic conspiracy theorists inside New York Young Republicans Gala. And they literally invited Nazis to this event. The Republican fucking Party did this. They did. You see what's happening here? This is happening in our fucking country. Germany's far-right AFD was represented at the gala by about 20 lawmakers. 20 fucking Nazis from Germany came here with the backing of the Republican Party, prompting a Democratic congressman to denounce it as rolling out the red carpet for leaders of Germany's Nazi cosplaying party. The guest list at the New York Young Republican Club's annual gala on Saturday included white nationalists, anti-Semitic conspiracy theorists, and a Jewish city councilwoman who ultimately decided not to attend. Those who did attend the gala included a New York Young Republican Committee member and former George Santos staffer who had posted a video depicting Jews as cockroaches, costing him his job at Matt Gaetz's news show. So this is who they're inviting to these events. People who describe Jews as cockroaches. This is what the Republican Party is becoming. Do you see what's happening here? Like, you know why I'm so worried when I see this shit? I'm critical of Israel. You ain't gonna see me reducing myself to this fucking level. To this bullshit. Yes, I'm critical of Israel, but I'm critical of Israel because Israel is acting like a bunch of fucking Nazis. That's the reason why. I'm not critical of Israel because I think the Nazis are great. I would be a fucking asshole if I did that. That would be evil of me to do that. I'm critical of Israel because they have become a Judeo-Nazi state, a racialist Jewish supremacist state. And I don't want that shit to come here, and I don't want that shit to go to take over anywhere else for that matter. So, politicians from Germany's far-right party, which the country officially labeled as extremist groups. Jared Taylor was in this event. Jared Taylor, the major American eugenist, was at this event, hosted by the Young Republican Committee in New York. Another fucking Nazi. This is happening. The New York Young Republicans Club has generated some of the angst. Just weeks ago, the club's statewide counterpart disbanded in the wake of leaked group chats in which officials joked about gas chambers, praised Adolf Hitler, and used racist anti-Semitic slurs. You see, this is what... Now look at this. Attendees seemingly referenced those texts on Saturday, according to Talking Points memo, joking with each other that they were neo-Nazis. They were actually joking, saying, oh yeah, we're Nazis. And guess what J.D. Vance had to say about this? J.D. Vance also downplayed the leaked text as jokes. They're just jokes. Gas chambers. Jokes, guys. Jokes. Now, imagine if this was happening with the Democrat Party. Imagine if a bunch of young Democrats in New York were talking about how much they loved Hitler and how much they wanted gas chambers. You don't think the Republicans would be saying, oh, look, see, we told you the Democrats were the real Nazis, not us. They're the Nazis. And the Democrats would say, no, they were just jokes. And you think the Republicans would accept that bullshit, that lie? You see what's happening here? It's insane what's happening. Anti-Semitic rhetoric has fully infiltrated the Democrat Party, Vernikov wrote, adding, unfortunately, today the same venom has entered corners of the conservative movement and the hard right wing of the Republican Party. Yep. Yes to all. Yep, this is what's happening. Then she named names, writing lunatics like blah, 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 blah. And she gives you all the names. So this is the zeitgeist that we're living in. We're living in a zeitgeist in which Nazism is becoming cool and fashionable. And we are seeing the rise of Nazism in Europe with America's backing. That's what we see happening. And we set a very dangerous precedent by saying, yeah, Nazis can take over Ukraine. That's totally fine. So the Germans are going to say, okay, why can't Germany be Nazi again? Make Germany Nazi again. That's what they're going to say. Make Germany Nazi again. Why not? Right? I mean, Ukraine did it. And America backed them. Why can't Germany do it? This is the dangerous trend that we have set. So anyway, those are my thoughts on that, guys. I've been here for almost 7 hours. I think I've talked long enough, and I'm kind of tired, to be honest with you. The AFD is the kosher right. You see, the AFD is still filled with Nazis nonetheless, and you guys all admit, you guys all believe that Israel is genocidal. So if AFD is Zionist, that means, and AFD is close to Israel, and they're friendly with the Israelis, well, that would mean that these very German nationalists could say, well, Israel is genocidal. Why can't Germany be genocidal? No matter how you try to downplay what I'm saying, my point still stands. Bro, I just joined. Well, you got the whole stream to watch, guys. It's almost a 7-hour stream. I would argue that supremacy is endemic to Judaism and is unavoidable. I agree. Could it be the Judeo-Christian alliance? Part of it, yeah, because like Zionists are backing this nationalism stuff. They're saying, oh yeah, nationalism is great because nationalism is of the right and not of the left, so we have to stick it to the libs and all that stuff. Yeah. How can people think it will work this time? Because people are evil. They hate knowledge, bottom line. Eastern Ukraine definitely is not Nazi. Donetsk was never been far right. Yeah, I never said Eastern Ukraine was Nazi. I said Western Ukraine was the hotbed of Nazism. All of the main planners had Tel Aviv addresses. All the international weapons dealer that brought the news has employees in the UN, etc. Let's see here. We're heading there, bro. I'm not surprised. Yep. Resident Evil version rankings, absolutely. They don't condemn their own Nazis. Nope, they don't. What did I miss? We covered a lot of ground today. As soon as their fascists kick out the migrants, they will have deleted their boogeyman. Tom needs Jerry. Well, they don't want to get rid of all the... They don't want to deport the migrants, the AFD. They don't want to, because if the migrants are deported, then the AFD loses steam. So the nationalists want the migrants there. The last thing the nationalists want is for the migrants to be gone. I'm guessing you're German with your username, Arbeiterklasse. Zelensky forcibly enlisted the Azov to die at the front line against Russia. That's correct. Well, the Azov the Azov battalion voluntarily enlisted initially in 2014, and so ever since then they've been an integral part of the Ukrainian military. I don't care for Roseanne Barr, but she called Zelensky a bad Jew. Well, yeah. I don't disagree. In terms of who will win the global ruling class contest, I'm betting on PRC, not Israel. Sure, yeah. The Soviet Union lost almost every battle with Finland, but won the war. They had the people and weapons to just keep going. True. Kolomoisky also owned and controlled many airports in Ukraine, and there is a video of him apologizing about MH17. Interesting. The Kolomoisky is a very evil person. Yeah. Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm going to say goodbye to you guys. It was a great stream, and we've been here for a long time. For some reason, the time went by so fast, it's ridiculous. I'm like, well, I was looking at the clock, and I'm like, holy shit, it's 10 o'clock already. Don't forget that Netanyahu is Polish, and they created all this from the beginning, created a state that doesn't belong to them, accelerationist of the Fourth Reich. True. Well, I don't know about I mean, I know that he's Polish. Yes, that's true. But yeah, I would say that Israel's actions have definitely accelerated the rise of Nazism. That is a fact. I believe that. See you later. Alexis Corral, FOD Media, Helvetis, Ellis is here, Alfie, Figenia, Anthony Puccetti, accounts payable. Let's see here. Arbiter Class A, Iris Byrne, SS Smith, Juan Isaac, Palseer 4307, Sophia, Prince Zachariah, and congratulations for comment of the week. Hound for Hund. Yep, that's another example of a German word that we have in our language. And everyone else that I missed. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to smoke tobacco, and I have an empty stomach. If I smoked tobacco right now, I would end up with nicotine poisoning, so can't do it now. Victoria loves Jesus. Humanitarianly, Clayton Ivis. But I will try next time. I'll try to start smoking earlier in the stream, and I'll eat a snack before. New Jersey Polish, yeah. Good night. Good night, Mr. Sweet. Thank you for the tobacco. I'm going to smoke some anyway after I eat, and I'll tell you how it is. But thank you so much for the tobacco, and I will smoke it next stream. I got to make sure that I smoke it a little bit earlier, because I didn't realize that time would go by so fast today, and it did. Went by so fast for the stream. I don't know why. But anyway, yeah, you guys have been great. We didn't get a whole lot of wackos this time. We got just maybe a couple wackos, and that was it. But for the most part, you guys have been very cool, very good, and very cordial, and just a blast to be with. How many people are listening to this stream? 72 people. Not bad. Not bad at all. So, yep, you guys are doing great, and be well, and have a great weekend. And you guys just heard some theology. God bless.